Ducklings, welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another season of World Team League WTL 2024 KungFu Cup round number 1. Oh my god, I'm of course your host Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by the amazing people in the chat and these incredible players as well. Welcome everyone, welcome to another season of KFC. Next week, I promise, next week we'll order some KFC. We'll in commemoration of KungFu Cup, you have to have KFC, of course. As of course we say, with a new season of World Team League comes a new season of KungFu Cup. It is great to be here. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is massive, the bracket is stacked, as it always is. These weekly tournaments have a massive prize pool. They bring together the best of the best from Europe, from the Americas, from South Korea, all in this single elimination bracket. Here we go, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go, and I'm ready. I am excited. Of course, we did cast a lot of Ryung last night. Was mentioning it in the chat earlier, but yesterday we were casting the GSL qualifiers, and Ryung did end up forcing the ace match out of both Dark and Su as well. Went all the way to the ace match, but barely did not make it through round 1. We're going to be seeing more of Ryung in round number 2 in a couple of days. As a reminder, we're going to be casting the second half of the GSL qualifiers in the coming days as well. And yeah, I'm excited to see how Ryung does. I think what's important about his performance in the GSL qualifiers were that he was a very versatile player. He had a lot of different builds up his sleeve that he was able to dabble into, was able to mix in some mech, but not heavily rely on the mech, more importantly. So we'll see how Ryung does approach a player like Lambo. We shall see. If you remember as well, it did feel like Ryung's mech was very map specific and very map oriented. I believe he played mech on site Delta, both against Dark and Su. Outside of that, did play Bio in every other map in every other game. So we'll see. But now it's going to be a Rax expand. We have seen quite a lot of Rax expand into a third CC, into a 3-Rax follow-up. We've seen that quite a bit out of Ryung, time and time again. It's how Ryung was able to take down Dark, if you recall, and take a map off of him, at least initially. Likewise, did do the same against Su. We'll keep an eye on him, as this time, no, it is going to be a factory follow-up. Okay, something looking a little more standard from the side of Ryung. Meanwhile, across the map, he does get across with the SUV, does delay the third base. Ooh, Reaper gets there in time, and can we get the drone? We cannot. Just barely. Does morph into that gas geyser, but the third base is delayed. Again, this is a very characteristic of Ryung. He's very attentive when it comes to delaying the third base and causing havoc. That gas geyser is halfway done, and hopefully we're able to cancel. Hopefully we're able to keep that drone alive, as Ryung does go for his third CC. Third CC before starport. Gas geyser is going to be cancelled. Drone, tries to make its way towards the third base, is denied once again. Force to morph into that gas geyser, and Lambo will finally take control of this area with the help of the Queen. Is going to be able to expand, take his third base, but is quite heavily delayed. So there we go. Third is finally on the way. Ryung is forced out, and the game can settle from here. As a reminder, Ryung going for an economic build, going for a starport follow-up, so 3CC into a starport. No add-on yet, but we do have time to construct a tech lab to go for an add-on swap. If that's the case, we have seen, there's that tech lab by the way, we have seen a lot of Ryung going Viking first instead of going straight into Cloak Banshee, so I'm curious if that's going to be the case. One creep tumor goes down, but only one, as Ryung backs off. Keeps that Reaper alive. Behind this, Lambo's just droning. There's no hidden tech, there's no fast Roach Warren, no fast gases, no fast lair. Nothing out of the norm here from Lambo. Everything so far looking as it should from the side of the Zerg. Meanwhile, across the map, we spoke about the Banshee follow-up. There is no Viking, so it's just a straight-up Banshee first. We do have, again, quite a bit to work with here, going 3CC into Banshee. Hellion's going to be applying some pressure. Banshee soon to be moving out as well to apply some pressure and get some economic damage as well. We are investing into Cloak. Cloak is on the way, and it looks like Lambo should confirm this. The Overlord Scout is going to be able to get eyes on the tech lab, and we do see the researching upgrade, researching tech, fully aware of what's going on, of what is coming our way. So this should give Lambo enough time to prepare back at home. Of course, we're amassing queens. We have a couple of lings as well outside of the natural to make sure we can catch any kind of dive. And we should soon be seeing some spores in time for the Banshee. So far we have a back and forth, and I want to give Ryung a bit of an edge here just because of the early harassment and the early aggression at the third base. But outside of that, we've had a pretty stable game here. Banshees are now moving out, but again, Lambo, he knows they're coming. He's getting ready for them. Spores are just now starting. We have a spore at the third, spore at the natural, spore in the main base as well. And it looks like the Spore Crawler should finish up just in time. The Banshee does delay the fourth. You get a kill on one drone. Likewise, Hellions try to poke in towards the left, but Lambo's able to keep up. So Lambo doesn't really sustain too much damage. His fourth base is delayed, but not much more than that. Behind this, we're throwing down a Bathing Nest. It's going to be Ling Bane, at least initially here from Lambo. Lair is done. Bathing Nest a little bit delayed here, so it's not quite lined up with the Lair, but we should be rushing into Bathing Speed. Followed by 1-1. So straight up Ling Bane here from Lambo. And Ryung behind this getting to bite. Yet thankfully no mech, not this time. Mentioned before that it did seem like mech was very map specific from Ryung. But for now it is going to be coming into bite. So far getting 4 drones, 5 drone kills. Oh, I spoke too soon. 4 drones so far. Good damage here from Ryung. And the Banshees are not really under threat. Getting another couple of drones in the main. 3 workers go down, all the gas mining workers, drones even, from Lambo. At the same time, Hellions they poke in, focusing on clearing up creep. Keeping Lambo pinned. You can see here Ryung just being very careful with his movement, does pull back once he runs out of cloak. 7 drones go down, and he does survive with everything. Very efficient trades. You can see here, Ryung not losing a single unit and taking down 8 drones and 1 overlord. Very nicely done for the time being. Really solid start here for Ryung. Not just that, but also delaying the third, delaying the fourth. Behind this, getting into his 8-rack setup. I believe 8 racks. We have 3 more on the way, and that is, 5 done, so 8 in total. We're not taking additional gases yet here at the third, just taking 1 for now. I don't see a follow-up factory, and this could be an 8 racks all in. This is also something that we saw against both Dark and Su during the GSL qualifiers. I spoke about how he had very specific builds. He had 3 builds that he did showcase. He did all 3 of them against both players. It was Mech on Site Delta. It was an 8 racks all in as well. I believe that may have been on Alkiona or on Oceanborn. I remember those 2 maps being played. And he also had the 3cc 3 racks, which we have yet to see here in this series. Now he is pushing. Yeah, and we're gonna be committed. Very committed here with this build. Borderline 3 base all in here from Ryung. No transition yet. And he's gonna hit like a truck. Again, we're just gonna be rallying purely Marines and tanks behind this. There's no Marauders. There's no Ghosts. There's no follow-up tech. I'm trying to brute force our way through. Now behind this, Lambo has been able to drone up to 80. A solid drone counting from Lambo. He's on 4 bases, soon to be on 5. His production is solid, his economy is solid. But what about his army? His army is still lacking. We need a little bit more time to build up our Ling Bane, and because of the Hellions earlier, the creep here is almost non-existent. Ryung, he's gaining ground. At the same time, Lambo going for a massive counterattack. Now Ryung, he has left some units back at home. The Banshees do confirm. They spot the run by, they shut it down. Ryung can focus on his push. Bailey's rolling it. Ooh, don't quite connect. Another queen goes down. Oh! The Bailey's it will connect though. Handful of Marines do get picked up. Ryung getting another queen. Creep is slowly spreading. Hydras are amassing. It is going to be Ling Bane Hydra out of Lambo. At the same time, we try to catch reinforcements. Not quite able to. And here comes Ryung with the second wave. Wave of reinforcements have arrived. Now Lambo, he has been able to buy some time. His economy and his production has been left untouched for now. Hasn't really been threatened, but Ryung, he's playing slowly, methodically. Is he taking too long though? That's the question. Ryung is maxed. Lambo not too far behind. Bailey's rolling in. Don't quite commit. There's a delayed reaction out of Ryung, but he does react in time. Does manage to pull back. More tanks leapfrogging forward. Yeah, getting within range of the base. Yeah, we are getting there. Meanwhile, Lambo getting ready for a surround. It collapses in from behind. Lingbane rolling on in, and Ryung, does he have enough? The tanks are exposed. Yeah, the tanks, they get picked off one after the other. But we have a second line of tanks. And Ryung, he can keep on pushing, and now Lambo, he's in a lot of trouble. That flank was not good enough. Tanks are pushing forward. Where's the Lingbane? The Baneling, there's 0 Banelings left. 0 Banelings remaining, and that's going to be the end here as, I mean, Banelings are going to be finishing up, but GG gets called. There's no holding this push, and Ryung will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Bappy. GG, well played. Again, a very slow, methodical execution of that push by Ryung. Oh, I should also fix up. There we go. Fix this up. Ryung, of course, for those that were curious, we were mentioning it at the time, that wasn't 8 racks all-in. That was basically a 3-base all-in out of Ryung. It's where you build up to 8 racks, you don't tech up into Marauders or Ghosts or into into a 4th base or into a 2nd factory. You just hammer down that Marine button, make mass Marine, and of course tanks to support, and slowly overwhelm your opponent. And because of the solid early game, Ryung, he was very nicely set up in the mid-game to actually snowball out of control the way that he did. Lambert was trying to go for some run-bys, but the positioning of Ryung, and that's what's always been amazing about Ryung. That's why Ryung's best matchup is TVT. That's why Ryung has arguably the best TVT in the world, and why he was like the answer to Clem back in WTL last season, is that Ryung has always been so slow and methodical and been able to kind of read the map so well, and he was able to keep up with all the Lingbane run-bys, shut them down, and snowballed out of control. And with that, we're now getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, looking to bounce back. Ooh, on Site Delta, it is Lambo. Now, there's a lot to get into here. First, of course, is I'm also curious if Lambo was maybe a little bit too greedy last game. I didn't think so at the time. I thought he was able to drone up to 80 quite nicely, but you know, again, that did mean that his overall ground army was a little bit weaker, and he had less of a map presence as a result. Could not really slow Ryung down as he wedged his way into that 3rd base. But enough about game 1, because here in game 2, I mentioned before at the start of the series how we casted Ryung during the GSL qualifiers, and he had a very distinct amount of builds that he showcased over and over again against both Dark and Su, and one of those builds was on Site Delta. It was mech, a very specific kind of mech, but he did play mech against both Su and Dark on this map on Site Delta. I'm curious if, again, it is very map dependent. I'm curious if he's willing to do that here against Lambert. We'll see. It's definitely going to be in the back of my mind, the potential for mech here from Ryung. Likewise, I'm curious if Lambo is aware. For now, it's going to be a Racked Expand, standard opener out of Ryung, not going for a CC first, not taking any big risk early on. Likewise, Lambo going Hatch Gas Pool, going for a standard opener himself. Okay, so everything looking normal for now. Ryung going to be going for his initial Reaper, sending it across the map. This time, Ryung does not send an SCV, so he won't be delaying the 3rd base the way that he did in game number 1. Only moving out with the Reaper. Going to be applying some pressure, harassing. Nothing too major behind this, following it up with a factory. Everything's still looking normal for now. Mech is still in the back of my mind, but I'm trying to keep it back there. As Reaper dips in, dancing with the Lynx. And not really achieving too much here. Lambo is able to take his 3rd base without too much issue. A much more comfortable start this time from Lambo. Much more comfortable. As Ryung is going for his 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener once again out of Ryung, just like we saw in the previous game. Everything's still looking by the book from our Terran player. And as we mentioned, like, this is just a much cleaner, much more comfortable start from Lambo. Able to expand when he wants to, like situating and settling into his natural base, soon to be his 3rd, droning up. Things are looking a little bit brighter for Lambert. Behind this, we're getting into our add-on. So, ooh, floating our racks quite far back, actually. Okay. So this looks like another Banshee opener. I say Banshee, there's a possibility for a BC-based opener as well. But no, we're going for the add-on swap here. It is going to be further back. It is going to be hidden and harder to detect. So we'll see if Lambo can prepare in time. As Tech Lab is finishing, and we should be going for that add-on swap. So Banshees once again. We actually could go for a Viking first. Okay, Banshee. Okay, we're good. Not going for the Vikings, going for the Banshee opener instead. Without the Viking, it's going to be harder to hide something like Mech, so it feels like we could just be getting into Bio again. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic here. As Hellions are poking and prodding in between the bases. So far, good positioning with the Queens. Lambo's holding. Link Scout is coming in towards that natural, and Ryung doesn't react in time. He does! Does lift up, and there's the Armory! Let's go. Armory has been thrown down. Okay, so with this Armory, we gain access to a Hellbat push. Interesting. Hellions are amassing. We do have our Banshees on the way. Now, Lambo, he has thrown down a Roach Warren. Very fast Roach Warren here. It was, I say fast Roach Warren. Around 4-minute 30 Roach Warren timing is going to be in time here to defend. Hasn't really seen too much. Not even the Hellion count was too suspect here from the side of Ryung. But Lambo opting to play Roach is going to be very safe, and he's going to be very secure against the Hellbat push from Ryung. So good start. Good start here from Lambo. Overlord's going to be forced back. We're investing into +1 vehicle weapons. You know what that means? That means it is mech. That means it is map dependent. There's a reason why mech was in the back of our minds, because Ryung has played nothing but mech on this map, at least for the past couple of times that we've casted him, and it's happening again. Oh boy. So we have caught onto a trend here from Ryung. Hellion's going to be moving out. Still being active, getting ready for a Hellbat push, but remember, we're not committing to this. We're still taking a third base, and we're transitioning into that next step back at home, going into Speed Banshees. Let's go! Hyperfly Rotors on the way. Hellbats, they do dive on top of the Queens. Banshees have right, but we have detection. Lings, they collapse. They do get cleaned up, but we are able to hold on. The Queens, they stand strong here against the Hellbats. And Lambo does defend. Bearing in mind, though, that Ryung didn't have to break through, that Ryung is getting into his third and is macroing out of this. Likewise, Ryung also saves most of his Hellions. Looking at the trade, it was 4 dead Hellbats, able to preserve the rest, pull back, able to repair. And behind this, we're going for a much more active battle mech style. Investing here into Hyperfly Rotors tells us that we're going to keep making Banshees. We're going to just continue Banshee production. We're not going mass Banshee with like a second starport, but continuing it nonetheless for map control. Hellions rotate around, they get eyes on the would-be 5th. But too little too late, and Lambo, he's there to defend. Does protect that 5th. Likewise, Ryung moving out towards the south, rotating around towards that 4th base. No saturation yet, but there is no spore. Without a spore, these drones are a little bit exposed. Queens are rotating over. Where is the detection? It's lagging behind a little bit. Overlord speed just started, but we're able to hold on. Ryung doesn't commit. He pulls back. Does pull back in the end. Meanwhile, Lambo is committing to +1 range. He already has the infestation bit. With this, he can go into fast infestors. And infestors are just a great supportive unit here for Roach Ravager to lock down the army. Whether it's Hellion Cyclone, whether it's Banshee, can work wonders. As Ryung is just focusing on clearing up as much creep as he can, keeping Lambo pinned back. And Lambo, we're going to be committing here with some Dropper Lords. He's cutting workers at 70, by the way. Just under 4 base saturation. It looks like we're pushing. Yeah, the Overlords are here to lift up those Queens. Roaches are pushing forward as well. Now, as Lambo's getting ready for his push, we have some harass. We do hit the 4th. We're looking to hit the 5th. Helion's actually going for the 3rd base instead. Here come those Queens. And Ryung is not quite able to punish Lambo. We get 6, a couple more drone kills. Barely 8 drones in total, but I believe we have not seen the push. And Lambo is coming and back at home. What do we have to defend? There we go. We have tanks setting up, turrets as well. Ryung does spot the army. He's in position. How many tanks? 5. 5 tanks in total here from Ryung. Queen's going to be dropping. Roach Ravager pushing in. This is a solid tank line, though. Oh my god. Massive tank shots going up. Yeah, Queens are getting sniped. But Lambo does have the supply lead. He might be able to just snowball through anyway. It might still be too much. We bow down one of those tanks. One tank goes down. The Hellions, we're running out of Hellions. We're running out of buffer. And we're getting on top of the tanks. We take down 2, soon to be 3. The detection did fall back a little bit here. And it looks like we do break the third base. Lambo is snowballing out of control, shuts down the third base, kills every single SCV, and we're reinforcing with Lings. Lambo, he may not break the natural, but he's broken the third, and that is good enough. Ooh, the Biles, they connect. They take down the Banshees. 29 SCVs go down. And Ryung, again, he barely could not hold on. He did kill all the Queens, and he killed most of the Roach Ravager. But Lambo, he has a solid economy behind this. Solid enough. And now he has access to the 4th. He can keep pushing. Ryung trying to clean this up, trying to fight back, trying to save that 4th base. And this is saving grace. But even then, Ryung is down to 41 SCVs. They come in first round. They dive on the Cyclones. They dive on top of the tanks. Yeah, against Lings, Cyclone tank is not ideal. Lings are cleaned up, but still a nice trade for Lambo. Banshee will eventually clean up these Ravagers. And Ryung, he did save his orbital. That is true, he has mules, but even though mules are good, they're not that good. Lambo is still looking comfortable. He's droning up behind this. Now would be a very good opportunity to drone up to 80. Drone up to 80. We're getting into Hydro production. We have some anti-air. And what do we see? More drop alerts. We're going for a second wave. We're going for a second push. Now, the pressure is on Ryung, and I don't fault him for this. We're pushing. We're moving out. We have to. Ryung, he has to counterattack. He has to make use of his army in some way. Hoping that maybe Lambo was too greedy. But we have an army. And tanks are sieging up. Decent volleys, but the tanks are so exposed. Very little to support. And Lambo, he's cleaning this up. And we're looking to force the ace match. We're looking to bounce back. GG gets called, and we do tie things up 1-1. Lambo forces game number 3. GG. Let's go, papi. Let's go. Vámonos. GG, well played. Lambo, he does bounce back. Again, Ryung may be a little bit too aggressive early on, and unfortunately had a hard time getting a read on what was happening. Even though he had a solid line of tanks to defend against the push and committed aggression of Lambo, did not have enough to protect said tanks, did not have enough Sim City, needed more of a buffer there, and he was overwhelmed. With that, we find ourselves in the ace match. Now, as we get ready for Oceanborn, I don't expect to see mech again. I know that we've seen a lot of different variations of mech from Ryung, but now that we're loading into Oceanborn, we have seen more bioplay from him on this map, and I imagine that's what we're going to be falling back on. We'll see. We'll see how this works out. Catching up the chat. Sponsored KFC stream next week. Oh, the dream, papi, the dream. It won't be sponsored. It should be. KFC should sponsor KFC. That would just make sense. Is there KFC in China? There is. There we go. Just double checking. It would be fitting. Just saying. SC boy, make it happen. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Go. Is that the counter to heavy Banshee? That's, oh, as we're going pool first. Let's go. Pool first opener here out of Lambo. But yeah, we have seen Raynor do it as well. I mean, I would not be surprised if, you know, it is response that has permeated through a lot of the European players out there. But to try to punish the Terran player because they're investing into, because Ryung, I should say, invested into a Hellbat Banshee push that did delay tank production quite a bit, and he did throw away a lot of Hellions as well. He was vulnerable. To go for a timing like that from Lambo did make a lot of sense. I feel like usually we see like 3 base all-ins from there, like I'm talking 66 drones. Lambo did drone up a lot more than that, which is why I assumed, and I think Ryung assumed, that Lambo was going for a later game, but he wasn't. Committed nonetheless. It was an interesting choice there, and again, it worked wonders from Lambo. Cutting workers at 70 when he did, and moving out with those 8 queens. But now we're going to be settling in, and because of the pool first, we do have a wave of lings on the way. Interesting, we have not gone for 6 lings, we've gone for 4 instead. So we're pushing out with 4 lings, going to be harassing across the map. Ideally, we want to avoid, never mind. I was going to say ideally, we want to avoid the initial scout, but it was an SCV scout here from Ryung. Does confirm the pool first, and Ryung, he's getting ready back at home. As a reminder, Ryung did not SCV scout on site Delta, so I do think that Lambo gambled a little bit here. I'm sure that Lambo was hoping that once again, Ryung would avoid the SCV scout, but fortunately for Ryung, did go for it, and he was able to respond as well. So Ryung is going to be able to hold on here back at home quite nicely, getting into his factory follow-up, and Lambo back at home, happily droning, taking his third. Calming things down. Again, not the most efficient or the most economic start from Lambo, but at least he only made 4 lings instead of 6. Wasn't a big investment, and Ryung is going for that 3rd CC. 3rd CC before Starport. Once again, it's been the same opener by Ryung every game so far, but the follow-up has been different. You know, we've seen Mech, we've seen an 8-Rax 3-base all-in. Oceanborn wouldn't be a bad map for an 8-Rax, not gonna lie, but I'm not so sure if it's wise for Ryung to fall back on that same build again in this series. See, they do want to be mixing it up. Reaper does confirm the 3rd base. I believe did not make it into the main. Didn't make it into the main base. Ooh, dipped in towards the natural a little bit too much there. Takes some extra hits. Behind this is a Starport follow-up. No Tech Lab. Okay, for the first time, it is 3 CC into a Starport, but no Tech Lab, no add-on swap, no Banshees this time. Interesting. We're going for a Liberator opener instead. Okay. It's going to be Liberator Hellion out of Ryung. Now, you're a little bit more vulnerable against Roach aggression with this kind of opener, but Lambo has not thrown down the Roach Warren. Ryung is going to be able to get away with that. His goal here is to harass, to distract one army, get him with the other. Ideally, keep the Queens busy with the Hellions, and then the Liberator can go into the main, or vice versa. See Lambo splitting up his queens, getting ready here at the 3rd and at the natural. He's ready for any kind of Hellion aggression for now, which is the hope for Ryung, the idea. That it keeps the queens busy, slips in with that Liberator. Behind this, we're following it up with Bio, once again. It's going to be Bio from Ryung. 3rd base soon to be taken, Liberator making its way towards that main. Behind this is going to be a lair first out of Lambo. Interesting. So we're not, once again, we're not going for like any kind of fast Evo chambers or a safety Bailey Nest first either. Just going for our lair, followed by the Bailey Nest, followed by Bailey Speed. And into Ling Bane. Into 1-1. I guess what I'm trying to emphasize is that Lambo, he's not cutting any corners. Not cutting any corners, not being overly safe. Liberator does manage to get into the natural, gets 3 drone kills. Not bad. Oh, Lambo, a bit of a misclick there, but he should be able to recognize that soon enough. Yep, does pull away from the gas geyser. And at least Lambo minimizes more losses. But that was pretty good by Ryung. Ryung, he hasn't lost anything. Got 3 drones, got away, kept everything alive. Now Ryung is going to poke in once again. Clearing up some creep. Rotating towards the right. Liberator pulls back. Ryung is now establishing his 3rd base, and behind this we're getting into our bio setup. Stim, soon to be combat shields. 3 more Raxes on the way. We're 8-Raxing again. I mentioned before that I would not be opposed to an 8-Rax on Oceanborn, but I am opposed to doing it 2 games in 1 series. I'm feeling a little bit uneasy about that. No, fool me once, shame on you sort of thing. Where Lambo, he's already had to deal with an 8-Rax already in this series. I'm sure going to be that much more attentive to it in Game 3. So yeah, the Raxes have been set up. We'll keep an eye on the gas count here at the 3rd. That's really what I'm looking at. The gas count, the 2nd factory, a 4cc, any kind of sign of a transition from Ryung. Otherwise, he's going to be committed. So Ryung is amassing his army, working on his first wave of tanks. Liberator setting up back at home. We are pushing. Now, the scary thing about Oceanborn is the rush distance by ground is shorter. It is a little bit shorter compared to Alkiona, for example. Likewise, your base setup here, your 3rd and 4th are a little bit more exposed. As Ryung is going to push up this ramp, and he's committed. He is going for a 3-base all-in. Again, no additional SCVs. We're cutting SCV production at 55. 55 workers, no gases, no 2nd factory. Just a straight-up all-in out of Ryung. Now, Lambo, he did drone up to 77. Oof. Drone up a little bit more, but getting ready for a surround. And does come in. It does catch a reinforcements. Big Bailey connections. We get a surround on the tank. And before Ryung can get this going, he is being cleaned up. Does have some nice control, though. Focuses down the Bailings. Ryung, he's pushing in. So that's that 1 tank behind him, pushing deep onto creep. Bailings in already yet, and Lambo, he's in trouble. Dives in with his Lings, but against Marines, they melt. And without Bailings, it's looking tough, looking rough here. Bailings, they just barely roll in. Lambo holds. Just barely. Lambo does hold on, but he traded so poorly there, lost so many Lings, and Ryung isn't done. Remember, he's all in. He's coming in with another wave, with another round of units. Lambo desperately trying to make some more Banelings. 6 more Banelings on the way. Ryung rotating around. Now his tank count was reset, which is huge. The tank count was reset, but now we have another tank. Liberators now arriving as well. Banelings roll in. Oh, the splits! No! No splits at all. We take them to the face. Ryung distracted by the Ling. Run by at the worst moments. At just the worst moments. And with that Lambo, he shuts down the army. Shuts down the push. Ay, ay, ay. Ryung just not paying attention at the wrong moment. And with that Lambo, he has some breathing room. He has some room to breathe here. He's making more Banelings. His run back gets cleaned up. Ryung is still in, but again, he lost a big chunk of his Marines. And now his push is that much weaker. Another Ling run by. Ryung, is he ready back at home? We have only a handful of Marines. Does wall off. Ah, but that 3rd base so exposed. Yeah, he's going to be running out of steam soon. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Ryung. He has to end it here and now. We do see Lambo giving up in his 4th. 9 the 3rd CC. Ryung going to be able to deal with that. Lambo does overextend for a moment. But we have so much more Ling Bane ready for this. And again, only 1 tank. Hatchery's going to go down. We can afford to lose that. Lambo collapsing on the army. Once again from behind. Decent Baneling connections. Reinforcements has arrived. Ryung, can he keep pushing? He can. How many Banelings do we have? 1. 1 Baneling left. 7 more on the way. Ryung, he can still pull this off, but he just lost his tank. 0 tanks left. I spoke too soon. We ain't got 1 left. 1 more tank comes in. The freedom has arrived. We have the liberation zones. But you can see Lambo now just exceeding heavily here in the army supply. Again, Ryung bleeding out too much. Slipping up at the worst moment, and yeah, Lambo is getting ready for a 360 surround, even with drones. Why not, Papi? Why not? Ryung trying to force his way in. Again, like, Ryung needs the perfect engagement, but he's not going to get it. Not with this surround. That's a problem. Lambo, he can come in from 4 different angles. And he's going to. Yeah, the queens are coming forward as well. Lambo is just getting ready to pull the trigger. Catching more reinforcements, and there it is, the 360 surround. And Ryung, there's no way to kite, there's no way out of this. And he gets completely swallowed up. And with that, Lambo, he shuts down the all-in. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-1, advancing on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Lambo as he does take the series 2-1, taking down Ryung. But that was a close game. That was a very close ace match. Ryung was gaining ground. He was pushing through. But again, he was distracted just at the wrong moment. There was a Ling round by as the Ling Bane was collapsing on his army. And Ryung, he took some massive Banelings to the face. And with that, he lost a lot of momentum. Lost most of his momentum on the front lines. Lambo was able to hold on to survive to take the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next series. We're going to be following Lambo into the next round. And does he have an opponent ready and waiting? Soon he will. Oh. Soon he will. Let's switch. Let's head on over to the Asia server to try to find our next series. And if you're in the chat, !B. Let's have a look at the bracket. It's a pretty big bracket though. There's a lot to go over. Oh boy. There is a lot to go over, and I just want to make sure I don't miss anyone. I want to make sure that I don't leave anyone behind or anything like that. Heading over to the European server, and then we can go over the bracket. Un momento, papi, un momento. Leave this chat / join. Oh. I don't want to get left behind. Okay. We're good. We're good to go. From the top. From the very top here. We got a lot to go over. We have Clem. Clem here at the top of the bracket. He's going to be poised to make a deep run. He is currently up against Bunny. Oh, in a TBT. Big shout out to Bunny, by the way, to bring down Skillers 2-1. That's a very impressive performance. Now Bunny is up against Clem in the third round. That's going to be a spicy TBT. Wish them both the best, as they are currently mid-series. Scrolling down a little bit further, I mean, I just glossed over it, but Rebellion and Skillers have both been eliminated in the tournament. They have both been knocked out. And my condolences to our two fallen Protoss players. Just underneath them, we have Coffee versus his current opponent. Winner goes up against Rogue in the second round. That's going to be an interesting rematch. I believe Coffee did defeat Rogue. Was it this week in ESL Asia or last week? It was either this week or last week where Coffee did defeat Rogue. So it's going to be an interesting rematch. I do wish them both the best of luck. So going down, we have Cyane 2-0'd Milky Cow up against Gumiho in a Terran versus Protoss. Is going to be a spicy matchup between the two of them. And scrolling down a little bit further, we have Rainer up against his next opponent. We just got an update. Coffee did take down his first round opponent. I think that was Silky. I could be wrong, but I think that was Silky on the bracket. So Coffee takes down potentially Silky up against Rogue in round 2. And Rainer, he's up against his next opponents. I'm unfamiliar with them. They could be a WTL admin. Is that Sarutobi? Maybe that's Sarutobi. I'm not too certain. But Rainer is up against his next opponent, and the winner goes up against Lambo in round 3. That's going to be the series we try to catch. We're going to try and catch that series, but we'll see what happens. You know, it depends on who becomes available first and where we end up as well. Scrolling down, we have Cristiano taking down Smile 2-0 up against Cure in the second round. That's going to be a spicy TVP as well. What else do we have? We have Nightmare versus Jeshi. Jeshi took down Shinobu 2-0. As a result, it's going to be a PvP between Nightmare and Jeshi. Wish them both the best. We have Max Pax getting a walkover over Azura. Ooh, that's a little bit unfortunate. I do hope that everything is okay with Azura and nothing serious came upon them. As Max Pax is up against Creator. Oh my god. That's a series. That. I need to turn off the scene switcher. That is a series. Okay, a PvP between MaxPax and Creator. Papi. Does look solid there. And hold up, that's like half of the bracket. We need to scroll down. We do need to scroll down at least a little bit. And there we go. We have Solar taking down Goblin 2-0. Shout out to Goblin for, of course, competing and partaking, but did fall to the hands, or at the hands of Solar. And Solar waiting for the winner of Showtime and Geralt. It's going to be a Protoss. Which Protoss, though? Showtime and Geralt. The currently mid-series winner goes up against Solar. Just underneath them, we have Dark versus DRG in a ZVZ, Spirit versus Mana in a TVP, bit of Polish on Polish action, and oh, we just got some updates. Never mind, Spirit takes down Mana 2-1. A big shout out though, a shout out to Mana for taking a map off of Spirit. I was not expecting that. Not expecting that at all. Dark now up against Spirit. They're mid-series. They are currently mid-series in a Zerg versus Terran. Dark up against Spirit. Just underneath them, we have Classic taking down Jumi. Oh. Classic taking down Jumi 2-0. We have Oliveira up against Rex in a Terran versus Zerg. And we have our next series. We have our next series. I'll be honest, I just stumbled upon this. I was parked looking for a solid match, and it looks like we have found one, by the way. As I would love to follow Lambo into Raynor, but I would love to follow them into each other. But Raynor's mid-series, and I'm not so certain how long it's gonna take. So we have a PvP. Oh boy. We have a Protoss versus Protoss upon us here. It is MaxPax versus Creator. Let's go. Let's go. Again, especially for KungFu Cup, it's sometimes hard to find a series because there's so much going on. There's so many matches going on. It takes so long to have a look at the bracket to see what's available. So I'm just trying to latch onto whatever I can while I can. And here we go. We have a fresh series. We have a fresh PvP. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. Ooh. In this fresh best of 3, we'll see how well he can perform here. One of the best Protoss, the best Protoss in all of Europe, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Club NV. It is Creator. Go. Again, MaxPax, of course, has a very distinct style of PvP, and we've seen many times here on Golden Aura. He does have a gateway on the high ground, but this should be a gate cyber expand. This should not be a 2-gate opener out of MaxPax. Should be looking to be a little bit more economic here on Golden Aura. He does specifically go for the gateway on the high ground on this map just because he's more than willing to just give up on the natural and defend the main, just because the map layout, the map setup, is more confident, more comfortable defending the main base. I imagine it's also because of the short rush distance by ground. Defending against an all-in on the low ground can be quite difficult. So MaxPax he sets up here on the high ground instead. Creator likewise going for his own gate opener as well. And show us that Cybercore. And there it is. So it's a gate into Cybercore. It's a double gas opener, so this can lead into a Stargate followed by the Nexus. Doesn't have to be a Nexus first. Now, what I find very interesting is that Creator is doing the same. Creator is also going for a gate into Cybercore, into Expand. Creator is mining gases. Now, if this leads into a Stargate versus Stargate, this could lead into Phoenix Wars. MaxPax is more than willing to embrace Phoenix Wars. I'm not so certain Creator is. Phoenix Wars is a very stylistic thing, like as in when it comes to your enjoyments. Some players like it, others don't. We've seen many a player try to avoid it as we do delay that natural base. There's that Stargate that we mentioned from MaxPax because of the double gas opener. Creator, he has the option to do the same, but he doesn't. Nexus first. Okay, so Creator, he will have a better economy, but MaxPax is getting into his tech. Creator does confirm, he gets eyes on the Stargate. How does he respond? And it looks like we're avoiding that initial Stargate, going for another sentry. Max Packs going for a bit of a later expansion here, but get Gates into expand nonetheless. And really my eyes are on Creator. Eyes are on Creator here. How do we deal with the opener of Max Packs? There it is, Phoenix first. Oh, never mind, we cancel Phoenix going for the Oracle, okay. Max Packs changing his mind, 1 sentry goes down, big pickoff. Oh, Creator bleeding out a little bit too much already. 1 sentry going down to 1 left. And we're chasing this down with the Adept, with the Shade. Ah, that's gonna be 2 dead sentries. And that's huge. Losing sentries this early on, I mean, we needed that to scout the follow-up to confirm whether it was Phoenixes or Oracles. Creator doesn't know. He's in the dark. He's going for a shield battery in the main. Oracle's on the way. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but Creator having a brutal start. Rotating over with his Stalkers. Trying to protect that main. Oracle dips in. And the shield battery finishes just in time. Does finish up. We do have a Twilight Council behind this. Twilight Council already on the way from Max Packs. Only committing into double Oracle, and we're working towards Blink. We are working towards it. Bearing in mind, 2 Oracles, 1 short probes. A shield battery is not good enough. And where's the army? Where are the Stalkers? We have 1 in position. We can ignore it. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. 5 probe kills, and we escape with both Oracles. And just like that, Max Packs takes an economic lead. Even though his Nexus was later, it didn't matter. What's also scary here is that the Twilight Council finishes up a lot faster as well. We're going for a Dark Shrine, not into Blink. Delayed Blink, I should say. So Blink is actually lined up with each other, but that Dark Shrine is brutal. And what's scary? No sentry. Or I should say, the sentries died earlier. If we had them, we could scout this, 100%. Now, we did warp in the 3rd sentry. We need that hallucination. Oracles dip in. They get 1 more probe. Proxy pylons being set up. Dark Shrine is halfway done. And we don't have detection. Robo is now on the way. Where is that? Where is that hallucination? There it is. We need to zoom across the map as quickly as possible. The Oracles, they do spot it. And Max Packs, he could try. Yeah, he's trying to intercept. Rotates the Stalkers over. He does know the hallucination's coming. And do we deny the scout? Creator diving in. And the scout is going to be denied. Dark Shrine is not spotted, but the Robo's finishing up. We should have detection. We should be okay, at least somewhat. That's a big should, though. I don't know. There it is, 2 Dark Templar. Being warped in on the front lines. Observer is on the way, thankfully for Creator. Is going to come out. Oracles that get some more damage. They distract Creator. DTs are waddling in. He notices. He sees. He does notice in time. Does force field the ramp. Phew. Quick reaction there at a Creator. Loses 4 probes, but that could have been so much worse. That is a kill on the shield battery. Creator trying to chase us down. Blink is done for both layers. Blink is done. We have an even Stalker count. We have the better Concave, and Max Packs does force him back. At the same time, Oracles, they dive in. Finally, 1 Oracle goes down, but how many probes have gone down this game? 12! They paid for themselves. Very nice harassment, very nice damage from Max Packs. Applying pressure to the 3rd base, Creator is able to keep up. Remember, Creator, he lost his shield battery. We haven't replaced it. We have yet to replace that shield battery. Now it's on the way, but it's quite late. He's that much more vulnerable as a result. Max Packs rotating around. Does hit the natural. Thankfully, there is a shield battery in position. And the game is settling down. We're calming things down here. Calming things down, Papi. Both players getting up to 3 bases. Max Packs still has a 10-worker lead. Has a better economy, that's being reflected here in the army as well. Taking up towards +1. Charge, both players are. Robo as well. But the pressure is on Creator to make something happen. He's going for a faster 4th. I say that. 4th is already thrown down for Max Packs. Max Packs does what the army. Gets the high ground over his opponent. Gonna get a couple of extra shots in. Couple of extra shots. Ooh, takes out some more stalkers as well. Max, he has the better trade. Trading 6 for 6 so far. Gateway is depowered. Service getting in position. Creator trying to hold on to his third, his fourth even. Does hold on to his fourth base. Shield battery finishing up as well, and it looks like Creator is going to be able to slow the game down a little bit here. He should be able to hold on as he bleeds out an observer. Very nice snipe from Max. Max is going for a second Dark Shrine. May have accidentally slipped his mind that he already had one, but second Dark Shrine on the way. Let's go. There we go. He canceled the Dark Shrine, going into Blink instead. Shadow Stride is on the way. Gateway gets repowered, warping in some Adepts. We do Shade Adepts right into that third base. Creator, he's distracted. Takes down the Observer. One Adept Shade in. Taking one-shot probes. 3 probes go down. And with that Max, he maintains the better economy still. With that, he's up in Stalkers. Has a lead in Tech. Gonna be able to out-trade Creator. He has to fall back to the shield battery, fall back to the overcharge. Let's fall back to it, and Max is gaining ground. Charge will say do help. Do buy some time. Likewise, the Gateway's depowered once again, but at the same time, we do get into the main. Zealots into the main base. Prism did slip in. DTs as well. We do have detection. But Creator, he is struggling. He's being pulled apart. And Max is just out-trading him, out-positioning him. Do clean up the army in the main. The main army of Max still looking terrifying. Taking a 5th base. Gateway has yet to be repowered, but we have that War Prism. Poised to go back into the main. Creator getting to his own War Prism as well. Having a better fight. And no one has yet to really take up into Disruptors, into a second Robo, into even Immortals, or Archons. But a mispathing out of Max bleeds out a Stalker. Well, I believe the Prism went down as well. Yeah, Creator, he snipes the War Prism. Okay, not bad. Not bad as we take down the Observer, forcing Max back. He's been bleeding out quite a bit. Here we go, Creator coming in for the surround, collapsing on this with Zealots. And Max bleeding out even more here. At the same time, ooh, DTs, they get into the natural, they depower the Robo. And Creator, does he come back home? He has to make a tough choice as, yeah, we're breaking into the main base. We do have detection, we need to warp in. Yeah, forced to warp in defensively. And the DTs, they can just blink down to the low ground. There's a cannon, but we can focus it down as well. And Creator, he's getting picked apart. He's running out of steam once again. The DTs from Max, they're popping up. We clean up the DTs, but Creator is down to 56 workers. Max on 5 bases with Mass Blink Stalker. And Max is snowballing out of control now. At this point, we have +3 on the way. We have a second Forge for additional upgrades. Snipe the Prism. And we can keep pushing. Can keep pushing. We force the overcharge. At the same time, a Zealot DT counter attack. We dive on top of the cannon. We focus it down. And it's just a numbers game at this point. That Creator, he's investing into Archons. That will help. It can tank a lot of shots. Remember that MaxPax, he did stick to a mainly Gateway heavy composition, mainly Stalker heavy composition. Mortal has a right to do that on top of it. Mortal's going to be focused down. The Archons, they trade out as well. Creator not trading too badly here. Forcing MaxPax back. At the same time, another massive warp in. Not like this. Prism gets sniped. Creator is going to be able to deal with this without too much issue. He thankfully had an army in position, but he pulls back home. And at the same time, the DTs, they wreak havoc at the third. The DT harassment just doesn't end. It doesn't stop. 18 probes go down. Just non-stop Dark Templar harass. And honestly, it's won MaxPax this game. It's winning him this game. Just DTs constantly coming in, whether it's in the main, at the third, at the fourth. Creator having such a hard time. Again, cannons are not good enough. Not against DT harass in PvP. As they were all shut down. Now behind this Creator, he does take down a base. He's all in, basically. Like, Creator is all in. He's going to be losing more probes back at home, but he doesn't care. And Creator, he does have a supply lead. Army supply lead, specifically. It's all or nothing to have the overcharge. Overcharge is for Creator diving on top of the shield battery. Does focus it down. That takes a lot of hits. That was 3 volleys from those Stalkers. And MaxPax, he's shutting this down. It was a good effort here by Creator. But there's just too much in position to defend. The shield battery overcharge put in so much work as well. And across the map, we are crippling the economy. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game 1 there from MaxPax. I mean, Creator, he was holding his own, but the constant harassment there with the Dark Templar, with the Zealots, it just became too much for Creator to handle. Even before all of that, the initial opener, going for the initial Stargate, not even that, sniping the sentries. That was the beginning. That was like the beginning of MaxPax getting momentum. Sniping 2 sentries at the start of the game was brutal. And that allowed those oracles to get even more damage done. And with that, MaxPax takes the lead. But now we're getting into game number 2. We have a chance to fight back. I want to believe. I want to believe that we can go all the way to the A smash. I want to game 3, but the onus is now on Creator. Let's go. Pressure is on Creator. MaxPax with a 91-0. Oh, he's crazy. As the rest of the bracket is progressing slowly. Okay. Most of round, no, sorry, all of round 1 is done. Round 2 underway. We can catch up with the bracket once we wrap up with this series. For now, though, we're diving into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our Danish Protoss player. The Red Protoss leading the series 1-0, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Club NV. It is Creator. As we are going to be getting ready to dive into Alkyone, one of the larger maps in the map pool, very macro-oriented. Once again, MaxPax going for the gateway on the high ground. So is Creator. Do we end up in another gate into Cybercore, into Stargate? I'm curious. Probes are moving out, and we will come across each other. Oh, the move up. Oh, we do miss each other. Smooch. Well, the probes are moving out for a scout. It is not uncommon to proxy on this map. It was very, very popular, especially when the map was first showcased, to proxy on the right-hand side. Because of the mineral wall, you can mine through these minerals and hide a proxy over on the right-hand side. The meta evolved, and we even had fake proxies where a player would mine these minerals and then go to the opposite side of the map instead, making it look like the proxy was on the right when really it was on the left. But here we have some more standard openers. No proxies, gate into Cybercore, into expansion. Now, because both players have taken these gases, we can go for tech before Nexus, or Nexus before tech. We have the option. We have the option available, depending on how annoying the opposing player is with this probe. If they're a little bit too attentive, if they go for a pylon block, then again, we have the opportunity to go for a Stargate. I imagine MaxPax is going to go Stargate first, I'll be honest. He usually does. We'll see if Creator is a little bit more greedy. He does take down the probe, which means he can go Nexus. The probe goes down. Never mind. Stargate first. Stargate from Creator. Stargate from MaxPax. Now, this would typically lead into Phoenix Wars. Both players will be able to scout each other. Well, they should be able to scout each other and confirm the Stargates, and then we make Phoenixes. Then we don't stop making Phoenixes, and we end up in Phoenix Wars. The problem here is that MaxPax's probe was killed. And likewise, Creator doesn't get into the main, so neither player has the information that there's a Stargate. Is a very high chance because of this delayed Nexus. Creator should know there's a Stargate, but MaxPax doesn't because his probe died so early on. So MaxPax has more incomplete information. And we're going Oracle first. Okay, bold move. Oracle first from both players, from both MaxPax and Creator. We're not going for Phoenix Wars, thankfully. It's not happening. Going to be Oracle on Oracle. Death of MaxPax does get eyes on the timing of the expansion. Dive on that Zealot. And I kind of like this position for Creator. There we go. Second Oracle's on the way from Creator. Second Oracle's on the way from MaxPax. The Oracles, do they come across each other? They do. They do pass by. They can't quite touch each other, but alas, they do scout, they do confirm. MaxPax just pulling the boys, escaping the main. There's nothing to defend. There's no Stalker, there's nothing that shoots up. He has to evacuate. At the same time, shield battery is done in the main base for Creator. He's safe and sound. Shouldn't lose too much at all. Shield battery does finish in the natural, but Creator, he does come out ahead. Overcharge is popped. Once again, the Zealot and the Adept to arrive. And MaxPax, he has taken quite a bit of damage. Quite a bit of indirect damage. Now we're moving out with another Oracle. We're going for the pylon. He's crazy. He's diving on the pylon, and the pylon, it should go down. It's going to be close. Second Oracle comes in. And the Archosa pylon goes down. That's a big delay here for the upgrade on the Twilight Council. We go for the Stalker. That's a little bit ambitious. We should be able to maybe get one, but... oh, that's a lot of hull damage. MaxPax, he gets into the natural, gets some counter damage done, but the Phoenix has arrived, and now we have to commit. There's no turning back. Getting 8 probe kills. Oh my god, that's a lot of probes. 8 probes go down. MaxPax, he takes an economic lead, but he bleeds out both Oracles, and he can no longer harass. And what's scary is that Creator, he still has both. So has both Oracles up and running, has the Phoenixes. He can lift up the... oh, he can lift up the Stalkers. No shield battery! Uh-oh. Shield battery, it's halfway done. Creator, he can dive in. He can snowball out of control. He can break this. With only 2 Stalkers, that's not good enough. There is 1 Phoenix. We have 3. And we dive on the army. 1 Oracle goes down. Good target firing out of MaxPax. And he holds. The additional Stalkers come in. Creator being forced back. Ooh, and MaxPax is transitioning into Blink Stalkers. Creator, what's interesting here is that he has avoided the Twilight Council. No Twilight Council, no Blink. We're going into a Robo. We're going into Immortal Production instead. Interesting. So basically, Creator is playing a very tech-heavy style, going Phoenix Immortal. And this means that Creator's going to be stuck at home. Yes, he's harassing with Oracle. Sorry, he's harassing with Adepts. With Phoenixes, he has to. He has to harass as best he can, because he's stuck at home, making Immortals, getting into upgrades, and slowly taking a 3rd base. Creator, he has to play a more defensive style. And MaxPax is about to strip map control away from Creator. Once Blink kicks in, MaxPax can push. He can push and he can chase down these Phoenixes without too much issue. So Creator is playing with fire right now. He's just trying to be as aggressive as he can while he can before Blink finishes. Stays trapped into the natural. We do react in time. Good defense there by MaxPax. Oh, and my apologies. I assumed the creator was going to be taking a third base and turtling up, but no, that's a gateway explosion. That's Glaive Adepts. It looks like creator instead is going for a 2-base all-in. Does look like a 2-base all-in from creator here, as MaxPax is getting ready to expand and take a third. Third base is on the way. MaxPax is vulnerable. And he's still stuck at home, but he should soon be pushing. Oracle coming in once again. Yeah, more gateways on the way. It's a 2-base all-in. We have confirmation. 6 gateways on the way in addition to the 2 that we already had, so it's going to be an 8-gate 2-base all-in out of creator. But MaxPax has map control. He's going to be able to engage with the army ahead of time and slow it down. Things are looking a little bit bleak for creator, not going to lie. As MaxPax is already knocking down the front door. Diving on top of the Immortal. Overcharge will keep it alive. Clutch overcharge there by creator. Saves the Immortal. He's up to 3. Waiting for the Warp Prism, and then we can push. Again, it's all or nothing for creator. But MaxPax, now that he's broken free, he should be able to chip away at this army as it moves out and slow it down. MaxPax, he does spot this. Setting up for a backstab. Coming in from behind, catches some adepts. Slows down reinforcements, gets another adept as well. Almost a sentry. And this is pretty huge. MaxPax picking up some key units, slowing down the reinforcements. Creator, what you see is what you get. And is it going to be enough? We do force a recall. There's the overcharge. We focus down 1, we focus down 2 of those Immortals. There's 1 left. Are we bleeding out too many Stalkers, though? The overcharge does help quite a bit. The Adepts are breaking through. But we lost every single Immortal. Creator, he just lost the backbone of his army. And now it's mainly Adept. Is this still too much, though? He does have double the army supply. Immortal has arrived. We dive on top of the Immortal. We focus it down. Do you have a shield battery? No overcharge. Did run out. We're going for the Robo. We sniped the Robo. We come in with reinforcements, and Creator with his 2-base all-in. Despite losing every single Immortal, does he still have too much? It looks like he does. No shield battery, no overcharge. The natural is going to be broken. And Creator, he's fighting back in this series. Takes down every single probe. And MaxPax, he may be known for defending against 1-base all-ins, but add another base, and maybe it becomes too much as we shut down that natural. Focus down the Dark Shrine. There are DTs coming in, though. Uh-oh. Dark Templar, they're going across the map. Going for a counterattack. Is there a way? Is there a chance here? DTs are spotted. Creator rotates around, bleeds out an Observer. Gets that third. DTs, they do waddle in, but we do react in time. Only 2 Stalkers. Probes are going down. The snipe there on the Observer. Yeah, we shut down the 3rd base, and the DT harass, it was ambitious, it was creative, but alas, not good enough. GG gets called. And we tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. We're going all the way to game number 3. And coming into this again, MaxPax is favored to take the series and to advance on. He usually does in these tournaments, but it goes to show the caliber of play here in KungFu Cup. The quality of player here is insane, and to go up against Creator this early on is brutal. And can Creator knock MaxPax out? Oh boy. He is so close to doing so. We'll see if he can, as we have our final game. It's going to be on Dynasty. It is going to be on Dynasty. GG. Oh, hello, Noam Chomsky. Hello, Jeff Bezos as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. And Dynasty is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a very interesting map here, or very interesting ace match specifically, just because of how quirky it can be. Of course, Dynasty does have the gold available, the pocket base. With it, we have seen time and time again Protoss players avoid the gold pocket base and take it as a third or a fourth. It is considered to be unsafe to take it too early on, but are either of these players crazy enough to go for it? MaxPax and Creator, are they wild enough to try to rush into that gold and try to get away with it? We'll find out. You can hear the beeps. Some players are ready. We're diving into game number 3. Oh boy. Here we go. Catching him on the chat. KungFu Cup is played fully on Korea server, right? That is not the case. For those that are curious, it's like any other tournament. So EU versus Korea is played on NA, for example. Korea versus China, I believe, is played like on Singapore, if I'm not mistaken. Things of that nature. There is a server table and server rule list, 4 different regions clashing with each other. But here we go, we're diving into the ace match and spawning in the top right hand corner of Dynasty. We have our red Protoss player from the land of Denmark, the best Protoss in all of Europe, representing Storm Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Club NV, forcing the ace match. Can he carry that momentum here into a 2-1, into a win? It is Creator. Here we go. We have our gateways being set up. Looks like once again, Gate Cybercore opener from our players. MaxPax going Gate Expand, going for the gold. He's crazy. He is crazy. He's lost his mind. Goes right for the gold base instead. A Creator going for a much more standard opener, going for a Gate Cyber. This is the greediest build you can go for from the side of MaxPax. The greediest build you can imagine. Gate Expand straight up before the Cybercore, before the tech, and Creator confirms. And now the pressure is on Creator to punish this. Do we go for a 1 base all-in? Do we just lightly punish this with a Depth Harass? What is the plan? What are we going for? So for now, because of the opener, it's just going to be a Gate Cyber. Looks like Expand here from Creator, going for his Nexus. We can see that he's not risking the gold base. Now, winding it back, the reason why it's risky to go for the gold and we're going for a Stargate first, interesting, it is scouted and confirmed by MaxPax. But the reason why it's considered to be standard to skip this gold base in a PvP is because you can harass this gold very easily with Adepts and Stalkers. With range-based units early on, which is not unheard of in PvP, as you can see here, Adepts are on the way. It can be so easy to deny and punish this base and just forego any kind of mining here. So very risky at a MaxPax. We'll see if we can get away with it. Meanwhile, across the map, Creator going for a standard natural instead. This is why the gold is typically taken in the mid game as a 3rd or 4th base instead, just because at that point you have map control and you have more of a presence to be able to save and protect that mineral line. Oracles are on the way. Stargate follow-up here by MaxPax, could go for a Phoenix first, and the Adept has arrived. And the shield battery is not done, so already we deny mining time. Already this natural has 0 income here from MaxPax. 1 probe goes down, but we have the counter Adept, and we have the shield battery as well. MaxPax should be able to defend. Shield battery within range, we go back to mining, but we're not done. It's not over. Remember, Creator is moving out with that first Oracle, followed by a Phoenix. Adept trying to bust its way in. It looks like we do not finish. The shield battery is cancelled in time. Good positioning out of Creator. Chases down the Adept. Very nicely done. And the Oracle goes to the main. We had a shield battery at the natural, not in the main base. Probes are going down, but the Phoenix does arrive in time. Not before losing 3, not before losing 4 probes. Maybe even a 5th. Oh yeah, we get a 5th probe as well. Good damage dealt by the Oracle. The Phoenixes have been spotted, have been confirmed. And we are continuing Phoenix production. Creator only has one. Oh. Only the one Phoenix Creator. He's vulnerable. Where's the shield battery? No shield battery at the natural. Adept shades into the main. Phoenixes, they make their way over. They do catch a Stalker. They catch the Phoenix instead. Oh. Not quite. Good movement out of Creator. Does defend. Takes down the Adept. Protects his Phoenix. Creator is able to just maintain his natural. Max Paxi catches up. Maybe down in workers, but the goal base makes up for that. And he has map control with these Phoenixes. Getting one probe kill. Getting two. Now, by the time Creator finishes up his own gold, his blink should be done. So this is going to be a bit of a safer gold base from Creator. But before that can happen, we dive into the main base once again, getting another probe kill. Max Pax just keeping the pressure up. Just continuing to pump out Phoenixes as well. Not stopping. Not slowing down. And Creator's contained. He's contained until he can expand. Well, sorry, I should say until he gets Blink. Probe gets shut down. Creator coming in for a scout. Does confirm the saturation in the natural. Does confirm the gateway follow-up. The Robo, the delayed Twilight Council should be aware that we do have a Colossi Immortals on the way. And the third base. It's a very nice scout there from Creator. Blink is finishing up. Creator, he should be able to stabilize. As Max Pax is getting ready for his own all-in, I'm getting deja vu. Very similar build to what we saw from Creator. Very similar. Going Immortal, not Stalker, but Immortal Adept. Wave Adepts are on the way. Immortals are amassing. Proxy Gateway is spotted. And the Blink Stalkers do move out. We spoke about it. Now that Creator has Blink, he can move out across the map. Can take his gold base. But with his high Immortal count, again, it's going to be a similar story to Game 2. But the roles have been reversed. Oh, the Immortal! We can try to focus it down, but we have the overcharge. Max Pax does hold. At the same time, he ignores the main army, going for a counterattack here at the gold base. And Creator, he has to commit, but he can't. Oh. Yeah, this mineral line is so exposed. Phoenixes, they go for the natural. Adepts towards the gold base. No shield battery. Creator, he's becoming that much more all-in. Without mining at the gold, killed probes here at the natural. Creator, he's unable to gain any ground. I mean, he is forcing the shield batteries to run out of energy. That is true. Shield batteries are running out. And now we're pushing in. There it is. There's that lift. We get one Immortal. Good hold position micro here from Creator. Does get 7 probes. Keeping the work count low. That they try to shade in, but they're on a move. Oh, they attack the Stalkers over anything. And we take down another Immortal, and Max Pax is getting picked apart. Very nice control out of Creator. Honestly, the MVP of this fight, of this push from Creator, has been this Phoenix. The one Phoenix that he made that has survived this entire game picks off 2 Immortals. We're down to 1. Shields have been triggered. Phoenixes come back. Ooh, and Adepts, they get across the map. That's a lot of Adepts. That's a lot of would-be dead workers as well. Creator having a hard time defending Adepts. They get into the main base. Probes are going down left and right. And he has to make a choice. He doesn't turn around. And the target firing a little bit too good. 12 probes go down. And we have more Adepts here at the goal base, and Creator is falling apart. He's losing every single worker. And Phoenixes, they counterattack, Creator, we gotta go. We have to push in. Well, we can't. There's still one Immortal. The Phoenix, maybe a bit of missed movement here. The Phoenix, it runs into the Phoenixes. It does get shut down, finally. That should not have happened. This Creator, he turns back around, takes down the Prism. The Adepts are being forced back. MaxPax gaining map control. He killed 25 probes, and MaxPax suddenly takes a massive economic lead. And Creator's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble here. Trading as best he can. Coming in with his army. Now, thankfully, he killed 3 Immortals. Because of that, this army from MaxPax isn't too terrifying. I feel like he's overextending a little bit. MaxPax has no reason not to just calm things down and macro up back at home. MaxPax maybe being a little bit too cavalier here. A little bit too cavalier. Does fall back. Again, you can see here this goal base being abused by the Adepts. More probes fall. MaxPax though, getting cornered. Creator coming in for the surround. Charge is done. Charge is done. We focus on both Immortals. They're both gonna fall. And MaxPax has he overextended. Can he be stopped? Oh, the Prism gets sniped. Very nicely done. But the Adepts are being surrounded. They're gonna try and shade away. Adepts, they get into the natural base. More probes going down. Creator getting his all in. Has lost his economy. Finally, he finds that gateway. Creator, is he taking too long? He has to push here and now. He has to move out. He has the army supply lead. As he moves out, MaxPax going for another backstab. Fanning out more Adepts. Now the reality is that these Adepts, they've done well killing probes, but they don't do well in a head-to-head fight. In a head-to-head fight against these Stalkers, the Stalkers, they come out on top. Oh, no shield battery! Uh-oh. No shield battery, no overcharge. Stalkers are being focused down. There is one Immortal. Creator trying to drag the army out of position. Shield battery's about to finish. It's almost done. He gets targeted. Target down the shield battery. Second Immortal has arrived. MaxPax, can he barely hold on? It looks like he can. Get the power of 2 Immortals. More probes went down. The Prism has arrived to reinforce. We have sentries on the way. Blink is not done for MaxPax. Force fields, they can go a long way here. He's trying to get that Immortal, doesn't get it. Again, these sentries, they need to be perfect. Shield battery's about to finish. More Adepts harassing across the map. We are pushing in. Get the counter shield battery, counter force fields. Do catch 1 Immortal, but it's not enough. We have the overcharge. We took too long. Shield battery finishes. We have the overcharge. Creator, he has to back up, has to rotate around. Does get a shield battery, but not much more. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Creator, he's running out of steam. Overcharge is on cooldown, but as long as MaxPax keeps these Immortals safe, he's going to be okay. He's back up to 3 Immortals. Back up to 3. Things looking a little bit dire here for Creator. Blink is done now for MaxPax as well. Does avoid the shield, the shield battery, force field. And force field does miss. He's trying to catch one of those Immortals. Do you manage to get some worker kills? Creator, he still does pose a threat. More Adepts being warped in across the map. We do catch an Immortal. Good pick off, but the overcharge is pulled. Creator does not snipe it. He invested quite a bit there. Probes going down. Reinforcements are on the way. We have plenty of charge lots, but this is a brutal choke point. And Stalkers are so low. Yeah, Creator knows he can't push into this. It's not going to happen. He has to rotate around once again. MaxPax is keeping up. And across the map, yeah, the Adepts, they're wreaking havoc, getting even more probe kills. And for the first time in a long time, MaxPax takes a supply lead. And yes, even though the Immortals are being targeted, it's too late. We have plenty of Blink Stalkers. We have +2 as well. MaxPax, he's done it. He has survived. He has held. Creator, he had an opportunity and things were looking very close. But the Adept harass. The reality is that the Adept harass was just too much. And it crippled the economy. It forced Creator all in. And now we're completely shutting this down. It was a good effort by Creator. Really well done. But not enough. And GG gets called. MaxPax will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Creator, he had some really good moments in this game. He had some strong moments and even was ahead for quite some time. Even had an overwhelming army. But the non-stop Adept harass was brutal. Very similar actually to the Golden Aura game, where on Golden Aura, it was a non-stop DT harass that killed Creator. Here, it was the Adept harass. The speed, the multitasking, the harassment of MaxPax became too much to bear, and Creator could not keep up, could not hold on, eventually ran out of steam. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax, who will advance on, congratulations, will advance on into the 3rd round, and do we have an opponent ready and waiting? Not yet. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. I'm just quickly restarting my clients. Looks like I had a bit of a bug. But hopefully I don't miss the next series, and hopefully we can follow our players here. Here we go. Here we go from the top. Let's try and scroll up. There we go. From the top, we do have quite a number of updates here. And again, I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss any lobby and I don't miss anything. Just trying to catch some stuff. But here we go. We have Clem versus Bunny. Clem did 2-0 Bunny, advancing on into the quarterfinals. Very nicely done. Waiting for the winner of Rogue and Cyan. Rogue, he got his revenge. He 2-0's Coffee, takes him down. And Cyan popping off once again. I'm becoming a broken record. But at this point, you know, again, Cyan, Firefly, Jeshi, they've all been improving so much over the past year. And it is not uncommon for them to bring down some big names. Whether they're from Korea, whether they're from Europe, no one is safe against the Chinese Protoss Triad. As Cyan takes down Gumiho 2-0 up against Rogue in the 3rd round. Honestly, I kind of want to give the edge to Cyan there. I would not be surprised if that goes to the ace match. Would not be surprised at all. Scrolling down though. Scrolling down, we have Raynor, who 2-0'd his 2nd round opponent, and he 2-0's Lambo as well. Unfortunately, we did miss out on that series, but that was a 2-0 in favor of Raynor. Raynor also advancing on to the quarterfinals, where he is up, or he's going to be waiting for his next opponent, waiting for either Cure or Nightmare. Quickly, just scrolling down. Can I scroll down a little bit? Huh. There we go. Scrolling down, I don't want to gloss over it, but Cure takes down Cristiano 2-0, and Jeshi went to the ace match against Nightmare. Very impressive, did go all the way to game 3. Nightmare did take down Jeshi in the end. Nightmare was favored in that series. He's up against Cure to face up against Raynor in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have our series. MaxPax advances on into the quarterfinals, and he's waiting for either Solar or Showtime in a ZVP. Oh boy. We may as well wait. I mean, we have to wait regardless. Waiting for either Cure, Nightmare, or Solar and Showtime, or Rogue and Cyan. Just that a lot of round of 16 matches going on, and we do have to wait for them to open up. But Solar 2-0'd Goblin, Showtime 2-0'd Geralt. Now they're in the middle of a series. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Dark, he 2-0's DRG. Spirit goes up against him, and they're currently mid-series, currently in a best of 3. How will that turn out? How will that go? I want to give the edge to Dark, but Spirit, he can be a very tricky player as well. Could go either way. Still giving the edge to Dark. Scrolling down at the very bottom of the bracket, we have Oliveira versus Classic. Classic 2-0's for Jumi. Oliveira 2-0's Rex. They're now facing off against each other. And Oliveira versus Classic, they're currently being played on the Chinese stream. Currently on the Chinese stream. Looks like Classic is up 1-0. Classic is up 1-0. I could actually cast game 2, but it looks like they might be about to end. Classic, he might just be about to 2-0. Oh my god. No, he is. Classic, he looks like he's on Oceanborn. He's on Oceanborn against Oliveira, and he's snowballing out of control with his 3 Colossi Disruptors as well. Oliveira barely has anything left. And Classic, GG gets called. A bit of a radio cast where Classic takes down Oliveira 2-0. Classic advances on into the quarterfinals. Congratulations. Hey, there's the update. There's the update on the bracket. Classic 2-0's Oliveira. He's waiting for Dark or Spirit. We're all waiting. We're all just chilling. Now we're all waiting for our next series. Let's go. Let us go. So I'm not so sure what I'm going to be casting next. I'll be honest, whatever becomes available first. Whether Cure Nightmare finish, or Solo and Showtime, or Dark and Spirit, whatever finishes first, that's most likely where we're headed. So, I can't say more than that. I don't know, Papi. I don't know. Whatever becomes available first. But regardless, there's no wrong answer, right? Like, whether it's Clem versus Rogue or Cyan, Rainer versus Cure or Nightmare, Max Pax versus Solar or Showtime. It's going to be a great series. Even Classic versus Spirit or Dark. Going to be a great series. We'll see what happens. We shall see. Oh, thank you for your enjoyable casting. Oh, gracias, papi, gracias. Lesson 3. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you're having a great time. We're still maybe halfway through the broadcast. Still plenty more matches to come. As a reminder as well, both semifinals will be casted. Here at KungFu Cup, both semifinals are going to be covered. So, yeah, we have plenty more ahead of us, and we're going to be able to catch both the upper and lower matches. We just got an update. Nightmare just 2-0'd Cure. Big win there for Nightmare. Very impressive. And Nightmare is about to go up against Rainer in the quarterfinals. Because that's the first one available, that will most likely be our next series. Alright, just quickly setting things up. Rainer versus Nightmare. Just catching up in the chat. What a group of killers. Exactly. It's crazy. The quality of play, Pop. The quality of play. Oh, right. What am I thinking? I was like, yeah, I'm just going to like park myself here in Americas for the next series. Rainer's in Korea, of course. So they're playing on Korea. There we go. So I'll switch over to the Korean server. Hopefully I don't miss our players. Hopefully I'm not too late. Sometimes players can be very quick to do their vetoes. Very quick. Looks like Rotterdam's going to be casting the Classic series, potentially. Just messaging some players and making sure I don't get left behind. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break. Vetoes are underway, and when we return, we will most likely have Nightmare versus Rainer, unless another series opens up. Until then, enjoy the break. Enjoy the video OST. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys soon for Rainer versus Nightmare. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break as we have returned with our next match. We're here in the quarterfinals of KungFu Cup, round number 1 of this season of WTL 2024 Summer. And we're diving into our next series, into our ZVP, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player currently living in South Korea, representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. Here we go again. Rainer, of course, recently, I say recently, about a month ago, 3 weeks to a month ago, did end up moving to Korea to compete in GSL, has been on that Korea training art with some mixed success when it comes to the online weekly tournaments. He's been competing every single week in ESL Open Cup Asia. He's been making some deep runs. We've seen Rainer make it to the semis, the quarterfinals, the grand finals, yet to win an ESL Open Cup, but the caliber of play in ESL Open Cups are insane. And Rainer has not been going down without a fight. He's been having some good performances there, and now he's looking to extend that and exceed that here in KungFu Cup. And I'm curious how he compares to Nightmare. I would favor Rainer, 100%. I would favor Rainer here. Nightmare, he's a very aggressive Protoss in a PvZ. In the PvZ matchup, he's very aggressive. He's very mid-game oriented. We've seen him go into and rely a lot on Twilight Council-based play, either as an opener or as a follow-up, going into Glaive Adepts, going into H-Gates, Blink or Lins. The late game is not really something that Nightmare is known for. And Rainer, he's more than willing to embrace the late game if we go that far. And I bring up the late game just because of the map. We're loading into Alkyone. Alkyone, one of the largest maps in the map pool. It is very macro-oriented as well. Very macro-oriented. Again, we have a very secure and stable 3 and 4 base setup. We can take the gold as well as a 4th or a 5th base. And we can quite easily cut the map in half and head into a longer game. But I can't imagine that Nightmare wants a longer game, so we'll see. We'll see what we got. But now, Hatchgas Pool, standard opener out of Rainer. For a very long time, he was in love with 15-15s, but we've seen Rainer fall out of love of 15-15s ever since he moved to Korea. It's been very interesting. Whether it was the move to Korea or reflecting post-IM Katowice, Rainer, he has been really diversifying and being more flexible with his openers ever since then, which I do appreciate. Appreciate it. Probe delays the third base for a couple of seconds, but we're going to be able to shut the probe down. Hatchery will soon be taken and will not be delayed. The Adept doesn't get here in time. Ideally, the way this works, if the probe is able to get a pylon off, then we can delay this expansion long enough for the Adept to arrive, then we can focus on the drone and delay it even further. But that is not the case here. Rainer, he does hold on, does defend. Adept is deflected. Meanwhile, across the map behind this is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate into Oracle. Pretty standard stuff out of Nightmare. With this, he can harass, he can gain map control, take a third base. As I mentioned before, what I'm really curious about is what Nightmare does from here. Where he transitions, where he tanks. We'll see how he makes use of that Twilight Council, assuming he goes for a faster Twilight Council. As the Adepts are forced back. They wedge themselves in between the bases, but they don't get much done. So far, 1 drone and 1 Ling have gone down, and here it comes, that Oracle. Now, behind this Oracle, we should be getting to a 2nd and 3rd Oracle. We should be expanding and taking a 3rd base. There it is. 3rd is on the horizon. For Nightmare is not being taken. And we'll see what he can get done. As the Oracle sips into the 3rd base, the Queens are in position. Ooh, we get no damage done. Whole damage dealt here to the Oracle even. Ay, ay, ay. As we dip back in, but the Queens are lying in wait. And this Oracle has not paid for itself, has survived, but that's a lot of hull damage for only 1 drone kill. Not worth it yet for Nightmare. Back at home, 2nd Oracle's in position. We do hold on to the 3rd. Adept Shade in, but the Lings are lying in wait as well. We get 1 more drone, 2 in total. But we get a full surround, the Adepts they get cleaned up. Much better trade there for Nightmare. Sorry, for Rainer, what I meant to say. not a good trade for Nightmare. Rainer cleans it up. Moving out across the map, and there's that follow-up. We see a Twilight Council. Where's the Forge? Okay, there it is. Where's the Forge? Ask and you shall receive. Forge is thrown down. It's going to be +1, and I imagine Blink. We could go +1 in charge, but I imagine Blink is going to be more of what Nightmare wants to invest into. We'll see. We'll keep an eye out. Adepts do move out. Once again, going to be threatening Raynor. Now, we only have 4 Adepts as opposed to the otherwise 6 we would have had if we kept the Adepts alive earlier. So this is significantly weaker. It does mean that Raynor should be able to deflect this without too much issue. There it is, +1 and Blinker on the way. We have a bit of a gateway explosion, but nothing too major. And Nightmare is just settling into the mid game. So what are we looking out for? We're looking out for a gateway explosion. We're looking out for a delayed 4th. And potentially a faster Robo as well. We'll see what direction Nightmare does take this in. Ooh, as we commit to the shade, we get surrounded as well. The Adepts, they're thrown away. Oh, a rough shade from Nightmare. Not quite paying attention. Looking elsewhere, and he gets punished for it. With that, we were talking about a gateway explosion. That's 2 more gates on the way. 4 in the main base, 2 at the natural, 6 in total. That's still just a solid gateway count on 3 bases. Nothing ringing alarm bells yet. There's a Robo on the way, I imagine, for the Warp Prism. It looks like we are taking a 4th. Okay, we're mining through the minerals, taking a 4th base. We're not going for a 3 base all in. If we had thrown down 2 more gateways, then that's a different story, but it's going to be a Nexus. 4th base is on the way. We're relying, or heavily reliant at the moment, on Blink Stalkers. This should be leading into Colossus production. It should be. Now, as Nightmare backs off, I mean, he has to because he just lost map control. He lost every single Adept. Raynor's free to drone. He's free to be greedy, and there's nothing stopping Raynor from droning up to 80. 80 workers, gold bases on the way. We're taking up into a Hydra Den. We can throw down an Infestation Pit. Raynor, he's so comfortable back at home. There's nothing to slow him down. And we spoke about Colossus production. There it is. There's the second Robotic Spay. There's the second Robo. There's the Robotic Spay. This is for double Colossus production. So Nightmare, he's taking up. He's headed into the mid game. Now, this is where Nightmare can really thrive. We spoke about it before, but Nightmare is typically very mid-game oriented. And getting into his 4 Colossus timing, that's where he can really make some magic happen. But Lings, they do get in. Stalkers are out of position. Overcharge is forced. We don't really get much done. Lings didn't kill many probes, but they did force Nightmare back home. And Colossus production has commenced. Should be getting 2 and then 4. Again, 4 Colossi is going to be a big power spike for Nightmare as he moves out. Once again, a big Link counterattack. We hit the 4th base. But we're getting damage done. Probes are going down. Nightmare racing back home. He's being dragged over towards the right-hand side, which means Raynor can hit the 3rd base. Nightmare, not like this. He's barely keeping up. Pylon gets shut down. And Raynor, he's maxing out on Ling Hydra. Yet Lings, they come in once again. They hit the 4th. There are Oracles to defend. We get us around on the Stalkers. And where are the Colossi? Without Colossus, without splash damage, the Ling Hydra, it snowballs out of control. Breaks through into the 3rd base. We have our first 2 Colossi. We can force this back. But we're still getting damage done. Ooh, that's a lot of Hydras going down. Again, the Colossi going ham on this light army. But we do break into the mineral line, getting 10 probe kills. But Nightmare will hold. Yeah, with the power of the Colossi, we will hold on. And who do I want to favor here? Because that was a lot of Hydras thrown away. Looking at the battle report, that was 21 Hydras, 84 Lings. And we only killed 10 probes. I'm a little bit shocked by how few workers went down. Very nice reaction out of Nightmare. Very nice crisis management. You can see here, Nightmare, he has an even worker count with Raynor. Raynor did not drone up to 80, just now droning up. So Nightmare holds, and Nightmare is in a pretty good position. He retains his Colossi, he's getting up to his 3rd and 4th Colossus, getting up to 4 bases. Now Raynor is taking up into a hive and into a lurker den, but this tech was delayed because of the push that failed. So Nightmare's still in this. I still want to give the edge to Raynor just because he has map control, and because he has the goal base. But Nightmare still has a chance. Here we go. Here comes that 3rd and 4th Colossus, followed by the Prism. War Prism's on the way. That's to reinforce across the map, to juggle, to push out. Soon, Raynor is going to be the defender. And we do not have lurkers yet. We need them. We need them for this push. Without them, it's going to be a tough hold for Raynor. Not impossible, but tough. here we go. 4 Colossi, 21 Stalkers. We have the Prism behind this. We're pushing in. And we need the Lunkers. There we go, 4 Lurkers on the way. They just started. We need to buy time. We snipe the Queens. We have detection. Lurkers have been revealed. We do focus one of them down. We get 1, we get 2. But 2 Lurkers do finish, and is that enough? The Colossi are going ham. They go to town here. They take down a Lurker. They take down another. And Raynor, he might be maxed out, but Nightmare has a better army. Nightmare has a better army pushing in. 2 Lurkers did just finish up at that 3rd base. Stalkers are amassing. We get the revelation of the Lurkers are exposed. We focus out both Lurkers. We're trying to come in from behind. Where's that War Prism? Where is that War Prism? 1 Colossus goes down. Prism a little bit too far behind, but 1 Colossus is not good enough. Here come the Yoinks, here come the Vipers. Vipers, they are on the way. They do get spotted. Big snipe from Nightmare. We get the Yoinks, we get 1, we get 2. 2 Colossi. And that Prism, once again, a little bit too far behind. Unable to save the Colossi. We have 1 left. Again, if we even had 2 Colossi, the Nightmare could probably win here and now. And he's still out trading his opponents. Taking down so many Hydras. A brutal trade here for Raynor. And Nightmare, he may just barely have enough. We have another Yoink. The abduction. We get the final Colossus. Blinding Cloud as well, but the Colossus lives. No shot. Barely does get away, and Nightmare, he does it. He breaks on through. Snowball's out of control, has broken this 3rd base. Colossus barely survives. Who needs to juggle? Who needs to micro with the War Prism? As Nightmare has done it. Again, that initial Ling Hydra push from Raynor, he did overextend. He did throw away too much. And that did seal the deal for Nightmare. This was an impressive hold from Raynor. He did well for himself, sniping 3 Colossi, but it was only 3. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Honestly, Raynor had a really good early game. Like, the early to mid game, Raynor, he was ahead. He was shutting down the Adepts. He was shutting down the Oracle Harass. Raynor had a very good start, which is why I don't blame him for being overly aggressive. And even with his aggression, remember, he was going for Ling Harass at the right-hand side. He was pushing with his Hydras. He was getting a lot of probe kills. He was doing well. The problem was that when Raynor was pushing, when the Colossi revealed themselves, Raynor didn't pull back. Remember, the Colossi arrived and Raynor, he committed. He doubled down, he kept pushing towards that 3rd, and he lost everything. He lost everything, and he only killed 10 probes. Wasn't worth it in the end. And then, that allowed Nightmare to hit his 4 Colossus time. He had 2, had to wait for his 3rd and 4th, had to wait for the War Prism, and Raynor was caught with his pants down. As a reminder, the reason why that push did so much damage is because Raynor committed so much to his Ling Hydra push before that. It delayed his Hive, delayed his Lurker Den, delayed his Lurker production, delayed his Vipers. That's why he was vulnerable. And to be fair, if Nightmare had hit like 30 seconds later, different game, right? Raynor, he would have been able to get up to 8 Lurkers, a much stronger defense, a much stronger count there, and it would have been a different game. Would have been a completely different game. That was a clutch timing out of Nightmare, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on a team. Doing so well here tonight, even pointed out in the chat that he 2-0'd Cure. He did, and he's even up against his opponent right now. 1-0. Can he take it all in a 2-0 series? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player representing Basilisk from the land of Italy, living in South Korea. He's up against the wall again, maybe being a little bit too aggressive in that last game. Can he calm down? Can he wind it back? Can he bring it back here to the ace match? The pressure is on. It is Raynor. Pressure is on. Ooh, Raynor, did he? Can't. Oh, not the best start here. Raynor, it looks like he did misplace that natural base, so he had to cancel. That's why he's lost 75 minerals already. and he did have to reposition that expansion. So a shaky start here by Reynor, maybe a little bit flustered after that last game. Reynor can be an emotional player, and that's why we love him, right? What's appreciative and what we do love about Reynor is his personality, his charisma, you know, his confidence, at times overconfidence as well. But that is a double-edged sword, and hopefully Reynor can calm down. Hopefully he can calm things down, tighten things up, and regardless of how this series goes, I want an ace match. You know, I'm greedy like that, Bobby. I'm greedy. I would love to see an ace match. I would love to see a game 3. We'll see. As Nightmare is going for a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of our Protoss player, and we're loading into Oceanborn. Now, quickly talking about Oceanborn, this is a much more aggressive map. Alcyone, the rush distance is longer, very defendable 3rd and 4th base. You could also make an argument that the timing of Reynor, the map itself, was working against Reynor, so that was something else that had to be overcome, that was working in favor of Nightmare when it came to his earlier 3-base defense. But here on Oceanborn, the 3rd base is more vulnerable. The reason for this, as opposed to Alcyone, there's no ramp leading up to the 3rd. You don't have as much of a choke point to make use of either. So this 3rd base is a little more wide open, a little more exposed. And this goes both ways, as we're going for a Twilight Council opener. Nightmare rushing into a Twilight Council, not pulling out a gas. Is this going to be a Dark Shrine opener? Are we going for the DTs? Without pulling out, this does not look like Glaives. Behind this, Nightmare just focusing on his Adept harass, dipping in. Well, the Adept does get caught out though. Takes some extra hits and looks like we should barely escape. Back at home, there's that Dark Shrine. A little bit delayed from Nightmare, but on the way nonetheless. Again, if he had pulled out a gas, it would have been Glaives. I should say 4-gate Glaive Adepts. You do pull out a gas, that is a bit of a tell. If it's not, if we do stay in, then it could be 6-gate Glaive Adepts, or as we can see here, a Dark Shrine opener. Now, this is not an all-in. This is a good way to get some harassing damage early on. DTs, they waddle in, they can kill some drones, they can kill some queens, they can trade against the Lings, and if there's detection, the DTs can always morph into Archons and go for some Archon drop harass instead. As it leads into a 3rd base. It does lead into an expansion. And Reynor's in the dark. Now, Reynor, he should have spotted that Warp Gate was not cancelled, as Warp Gate does finish. That is a tell. We've hit the 4-minute mark. We should be seeing a Roachborn, and there it is. Roachborn has been thrown down. If you're curious about the timings, a 4-minute Roachborn is ideal against Glaive Adepts, so Reynor, he's going to be ready if that were the case. Same can be said for DT defense as well. So a solid timing here with the Roachborn at 4 minutes. Is droning up, spreading out his queen. So we have safety spores on the way. We have a spore here at the 3rd. We have a spore at the natural. No spore in the main, so the main is vulnerable. And then our Templar warping in. But because they're walking in, they shouldn't get much done. Spores are done in time. DT's waddle in. Reynor, get ready for the surround. And he does collapse on those Dark Templar. They are going to be saved though. Oh, the Prism gets low, and the Prism gets sniped. Massive pick off there by Reynor. A solid start. The Prism goes down, and that means that there is not even any Archon harass either. Nightmare, he's up against the wall, is taking a 3rd base, but this opener, it falls on its face. The DTs get nothing done. The Archons get nothing done. And Reynor, he's free to drone. He's free to drone up. This is the best case scenario for Reynor, like the best defense of this kind of build that we could have seen. Nightmare caught out. And now Reynor, he's ahead. Straight up he's ahead. Basically, all this tech, the Twilight Council, the Dark Shrine, the Robo, it led to nothing. It really put Nightmare behind more than anything, and now we're trying to transition into Blink Stalkers. Now, because of how brutal this start has been, I would not be surprised. We're throwing down 3 more gates. I wouldn't be surprised if we throw down another gateway. And if we just go for an 8-gate 3-base all-in. Because Nightmare is behind, we might see him cut probe production and not take a 4th and just commit. We'll see. The Forge tells a different story. The Forge tells us that he's going to invest into +1 and that we're going for a longer game. Typically, 3-base all-ins would be skipping the Forge. And there we go. Bay's on the way. Okay, so Nightmare, he's going for a longer game. He's setting up to tech up even further. Bold move here by Nightmare, but we're going to try and recover. And the first step to that is taking a fourth. DTs are harassing on the right-hand side. They do take down some tumors. Lings are checking the left. And it looks like they are going to come across at least some of these stalkers. Well, the move cone is brutal. Good catch by Nightmare. It does take down a lot of those Lings. Behind this, Spire is on the way. This is a really good tech path here when you're ahead. Because Nightmare is stuck at home, because Nightmare is stuck teching and stabilizing, he's not really focusing too much on scouting, which means this Spire could go unscouted, but he has to shading in. Oh, and we scout. Big scout here by Nightmare. Gets eyes on the Spire just as it's finishing. And now he knows. Immediately, Stargate's on the way. Double Stargate on the way. Cannons are on the way. Shield batteries as well. Big reaction out of Nightmare. And I love the fact that Raynor hasn't made any mutas. Again, this makes sense. So, Raynor, he knows he got scouted. He knows the Adepts, they just saw the Spire. So why commit? Why make mutas when you know that Nightmare is a good enough player to respond? As Nightmare is reacting and arguably overreacting to the potential mutas, Raynor can just focus on something else. On Lings and Roaches. Now we're investing into mutas, but I wouldn't be surprised if we only make enough to harass. 7 mutas is enough to one-shot probes. Ooh, we're making an 8th muta. Interesting. 10 muta. We're not stopping. Okay, bold move. Bold move by Raynor as he's pushing out with his Ling Roach. Lings on one end, Roaches on the other. Phoenixes are amassing. I'm not in love with this decision from Raynor, but we'll see. That is a pretty big commitment into mutas. Roaches coming in from behind. The Stalkers are getting caught out. And Nightmare, oh, bleeding out some Stalkers here. Not ideal. Force the Blink away. He's going to have to recall. But now he's trading well, kiting against the Lings. There's that Blink, is able to avoid those Roaches. At the same time, Raynor hitting that third. Colossus has arrived. Phoenixes are revealed. But as the Phoenixes are busy, we hit the natural. We have 2 cannons and shield battery. The mutas, they get nothing done. This is what I was worried about. That's why initially I was praising Raynor. I was like, yo, he's not making mutas, let's go. And it's like, oh, he's making mutas. Oh, okay. So, Nightmare, he does end up holding on. But the downside here is that Nightmare is contained. He is contained here to 3 bases. Mutas, they come back in. They can one-shot probes. They don't quite manage to, though. So Phoenixes, they do respond. They do keep up. Oh my god. Raynor trying to catch out those Phoenixes. Oh, trying to bait them forward. Good control out of Nightmare. It does pull back in time. A very nice stance here from Nightmare. Will clean this up. Yeah, shuts down the mutas. A bit of an overextension out of Nightmare. It does fly too close to the sun. Bleeds out of Phoenix. And behind this, Raynor is transitioning into a Hive and into Lurkers. But again, this transition could have been much sooner if he didn't make all these mutas. And I'm afraid to look at the trade here. 10 mutas for 1 Phoenix. He didn't even kill any probes. Aye. That's 1,000 gas down the drain. And Nightmare, he's recovering. Now, the big thing here, and the big plus side for Raynor, and the reason why he can still get away with this, as he's bleeding out some drones towards the right-hand side, is the 4th. The 4th is late. The 4th is insanely late. Raynor collapsing on the army. He does force a cancel, once again delaying the 4th base. And without a 4th, Nightmare has no longevity in this game. He needs this 4th, and it's so late. It's so delayed. Eventually, we'll get it. By the time we do, Raynor should have Lurkers. Oh, as the DT harass continues, 9 drones going down. Nightmare. It's popping off. It is popping off, getting 9 workers. And again, the soup does lie. Even though Raynor's maxed out, Raynor, he's maxed out with mainly Roaches. This is an inefficient army. It looks larger than it really is. But in saying so, Raynor should be trading out these Roaches. Does need a fight, does need to bleed out these Roaches, replace them with Lurkers. Raynor needs to refine his army. As we are pushing. Nightmare falling back. Storm is not quite done yet. We have the High Templar. Raynor doesn't know that Storm isn't done. They're in position. We do have feedbacks. Vipers are here to yoink. Oh! Raynor, he does pull back in time. Does avoid the feedback. He has to be very careful. As Ducklings on forward. The Vipers are a little bit exposed. They take some hits. But Nightmare holds. Nightmare holds. Zealot run by, forces Raynor back home. Turns everything back around. And Nightmare, you can see he's catching up in supply. Even though Nightmare was down 50 army supply earlier, he's closing that gap. Again, because he has a superior army. And behind this, there's a fleet beacon. We're getting into Skytoss. We already have 2 Stargates. Bear that in mind. Nightmare is transitioning into the late game. And now he has his 4th. With a 4-base setup, you can sustain Skytoss production. We're on 4 bases. Meanwhile, Raynor, he's now getting into Lurkers. And we have to give the edge to Raynor. Hydra Lurker Viper is now the better army against Ground Toss. But that's soon not going to be the case when we get into Skytoss. So the name of the game now is for Nightmare to survive until he gets into Skytoss. For Raynor, it's to kill Nightmare before that happens. Here we go. We are pushing out against looking for those abductions. Storm is done. Oh, we got a Storm on the Lurkers. It is revealed. We snipe 1. Good target firing out of Nightmare. At the same time, Zealot Runby runs into a wall of Spine Crawlers. Spine Crawlers are going to be going down. With Roaches, they do come back home to defend. Oh, big Spine just going up on the Stalkers. Another decent Storm. Observer gets sniped as well. And we're just diving in. We're diving on top of the Vipers. We lift up the Lurkers as well. And it looks like Nightmare, he should be able to clean this up. Did cost him a lot, though. Oof. And he doesn't clean up the Lurkers. That was a brutal trade. And for Nightmare to not clean this up, now he's up against the wall. And here come the reinforcements. More Lurkers are amassing. Roaches, they do run in towards the right-hand side. And Nightmare's in trouble. Like, you can't take a fight like that unless you're decisive, unless you clean everything up. Roaches, they bust into the natural. They deny +1 air attack. Zealot Runby is going to get damage done. Oh, and the DTs will clean up these Roaches. Not bad. Not a bad cleanup here. Oh, that's... to actually break through this just barely. Not a clean fight from Nightmare. Not pretty to look at. DTs, they get into the main base. At the same time, look at all these Lurkers. 12 Lurkers on the way. And Raynor, he's looking to make sure he can end Nightmare before any kind of Skytoss comes out. And it does look like Raynor should be able to pull this off. He's maxed out. Vipers have arrived. We yoink a Colossus. We spoke earlier. The pressure was on Raynor here to try to type the series, and it looks like he should be doing so. I mean, the Colossi, they're doing what they can. We have 2 Storms available. That's all we had left, and it's not enough. Not anymore. And we wedge ourselves in between the bases. The Lurkers, they burrow. And there's no dealing with these Lurkers. The Lunkers, they snowball out of control. They shut everything down. The Colossus fall. They take down the High Templar. GG gets called, and Raynor will be tying up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3. Oh, and again, that was a pretty wild game, but it was a rough start for Nightmare. You know, Raynor, he was in the driver's seat from almost the beginning. When it came to the openers, winding it back if you weren't here for it, Nightmare went for a DT opener, and he lost the Prism. Immediately. He lost the War Prism, he lost his Dark Templar, he accomplished nothing with his opener. Which is why I was impressed that Nightmare was able to fight back, and almost max out and get into 4 bases. It was very impressive, but he wasn't able to deal with the initial Lurker timing. The Lurkers, they got there in time, and they were able to punish Nightmare. Nightmare was just not able to recover, not able to catch up, not able to keep up. And with that, we have an ace match. We have a game 3. Let's go. Let us go. As game 3 is going to be taking place on Site Delta. Site Delta is going to be on the way. Going to be an interesting map, a bit of a longer map. Has its own unique features as well. And here we go, we're loading on in, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, is currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. Someone pick him up. Being forced into the ace match, can he bounce back? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. Here we go. Raynor is going to be expanding, taking that natural. Interesting, Raynor falling back to what he's comfortable with, what he was comfortable with at the start of the year, even end of last year. It is a 15-15. 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. A very safe opener out of Raynor. For those that are curious, this opener is designed to get your natural on location. It does get a bit of a faster spawning pool, but it delays your gas. You do have delayed gases as a result. That is the downside of this build. It does mean that your link speed is delayed. It means you have less map control and less aggression available early on, but a much more secure setup. So a very safe start for Raynor. Interesting. Again, this used to be his go-to. He used to go for 15-15s in every single matchup, almost every single game. From like last year, November, to this year, February into March. But he has kind of pivoted away from this as of late. But now he's back, at least in the ace match. I mentioned before that I do appreciate that Raynor has been more flexible these past couple of weeks. It's been really cool to see him be a little bit more diverse in his builds, to really mix it up. Here we go. He's Chinese, actually. You're talking about the Protoss Hope? Obviously, it's Firefly. Obviously. Step aside, Max Pack. Step aside, Hero. It's all about Firefly. True. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about. I can get behind that. I can get on that Firefly propaganda. As once again, a Twilight Council opener. Okay, interesting. Nightmare. Bappy. 2 games in a row going for a Twilight Council opener. This could once again be another Dark Shrine opener, and Nightmare, he may be lamenting about game number 2, maybe feeling like he can make up for it and redeem himself, just because of how brutal the start of game 2 was. Now close things still turned out regardless. So maybe Nightmare's confident that if he's able to have cleaner execution, then maybe he can pull this off. But no, never mind. He pulls out of gas. Both in 1 and his 2nd gas guys are going for Glaive Adepts instead. Okay. So it's going to be 4-gate Glaive Adept. Again, 4-gate Glaive Adept is not an all-in. You do expand behind this, but we're looking for some economic damage. And Raynor, he does confirm that Warp Gate was not cancelled. Raynor knows. He knows that it is it should be a Twilight Council based opener. Once again, just like the previous game, at around the 4-minute mark, we should be seeing a Roach Warren. We should be seeing a safety Roach Warren momentarily, as Raynor's just happily joining up back at home, settling into his 3 bases. Nightmare going for his Gateway Explosion. Again, only 4 gateways, as I did mention. Should be expanding and getting ready for a 3rd base. Overlord is diving in, and can we even confirm the tech? That would be pretty huge. As the Overlord, it looks like the Scout is going to be denied. Oh, it's close. Just barely. We see the Warp Prism, but based on what Raynor's seen, it could still be DTs. It could still be Glaives or Dark Templar, so Spores are on the way. Raynor playing safe. There's that 4-minute Roach Warren. So Roaches will come out in time. Spores are pushing forward to cover the ramp if it is Dark Templar. And Raynor is set up. Meanwhile, Nightmare's doubling down. 2 more gates. 2 base all in. He doubles down. Instead of a 3rd base, he throws down 2 more gateways, starts up Immortal Production. We're going for a 2 base all in. It's all or nothing for Nightmare. At the same time, Lings, they hit the natural, and the Stalker's going to go down. Nice pick up. Stalker does fall. Now, because it's a 2 base all in follow-up, Nightmare should not be committing with these Adepts. What I mean by that, Nightmare should be dipping in, harassing a little bit, threatening his opponent, but we need to preserve these units for the follow-up push for the Immortals. And Raynor, he's droning. Uh-oh. Raynor is, if he drones too much, then he will be caught with his pants down. He will be caught with a supply deficit. Has to be careful. Depths, they rotate around. 3rd Nexus on the way. Adept's going to be threatening a shade. Lings, they will get eyes on this 3rd base, so really this is just for show. as a third is cancelled. Behind this, Adepts are amassing, Immortals are amassing as well. And Raynor has yet to lose an Adept, at least across the map. And remember, even though the third base was cancelled, it was just to fake out Raynor. And Raynor, he's still droning, by the way. Still droning up. Behind this, we have two Immortals. Two Immortals here on top of the ramp. The Prism is coming back home. And what does Raynor see? More Adepts are on the way. Raynor, he pulls back. He drone up to 50. He's bringing his Queens forward. And you can see that Raynor, he's in position to harass and to deny the third again. He's ready for another Ling round by, which means these Lings are not at home to defend. How many Roaches do we have back at home? 10. 10 Roaches, we have a handful of Queens, and here comes the all-in. How many Adepts? 20. 20 Adepts against 12 Roaches. More Adepts on the way. The Immortals have arrived, and the Lings are racing back home. They have to. They're out of position. We're diving on top of the Roaches. Big pickoffs. Roaches are going down. We need those Lings to buffer. We're diving on the army. We'll be diving on those Queens. We take down the Roach Warren. No more Roaches. No more Roaches inside for Raynor. He's taking it slow. Doesn't want to dive in. Doesn't want to overcommit. He collapses on the army. The Prism does pull back. Spore Crawlers do reposition as well. The Lings, they get annihilated. The Roaches, they're falling to the Immortals. We are running out of Adepts, though. We need another Warp in. Do need another Warp in here to reinforce. And there it is. It's on the way. The Prism is safe. The Prism is safe. How many Roaches are we down to? 12. 12 Roaches. Those Immortals, they still pack a massive punch. We shade away. Oh my, he's crazy. Shades into the natural. Doesn't get any drone kills. He's going for the main instead. Prism being zoned away by those Queens. Ooh, the Prism taking a lot of hits. Raynor, he's holding on. We just have to survive. We just have to save these drones. Lings are engaging. We cancel the shade. The Prism is so low. Can we snipe it? Up! He goes for it! The Prism! Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. Big pick-off. The Immortals are exposed. And they're going down. At the same time, Adepts are running out of steam as well. Only getting 5 drone kills. And Raynor, he's holding. He's shutting this down. More Adepts, though. They're shading in towards that third base. Can we get more drone kills? We need more economic damage. The Roach Warren was rebuilt. And so far, it's not good enough. We're going to pick up a couple more drones in the main. Yeah, but every Adept is going down. Whew, that was close. that was not an easy defense there from Raynor, not going to lie. Especially with his Roach Warren dying so early on. Nightmare, not bad when it came to the execution, but towards the end, losing that Immortal, losing that War Prism was massive. Now he's down to 1, and he's still all in. Like, there's still no third base. He has rebuilt the War Prism, pushing out once again. You can see that Nightmare, he missed some warp-ins. He has quite a lot of minerals banked up. He's going for the Bay as a rough transition for Nightmare. Raynor in a much better position. Up to 26 Roaches. They're diving on the army, focusing down the Immortal. Does focus it down. Late reaction out of Nightmare. Doesn't save the Immortal. And he has to commit. And it does look like Raynor has weathered the storm. I mean, the Adepts do get into the mineral line at least. We get a couple more drones. A couple. Not bad. Very nice target firing out of Nightmare. Does get 13 drones. Oh, but he's bleeding out so much. And the problem is that Roach Speed is done. And because Roach Speed is done, we can counterattack. We can and we will counterattack. And how do we save the third? How do we hold on to it? I'm not sure we do. As here comes Raynor with his army. He weathered the storm. He survived the initial all-in. And now Nightmare, he's up against the wall. And there's no expanding. There's no taking this third base. He's going to be stuck perpetually on 2 bases. Does have shield batteries overcharged and Immortal. He should hold on to his natural, but he can't hold the third. And it does finish. It's going to be a kill. 400 minerals down the drain. And despite Nightmare's best efforts, despite even going into Disruptors, and hey, does shave off a couple of roaches. Despite how close this series was, and again, I'm very impressed with what Nightmare was able to flex here and flaunt in this series. Did hold his own against Raynor, but barely was not enough. Couple too many mistakes here and there. Did cost him it. And sure, Disruptors are a way to bounce back. You know, you can be down 20, 30, 40 army supply. You can bounce back with some good Purification Novas. But we're down more than 30 and 40 army supply. This is, we have half the army supply of Raynor. Ay. Down 80. Disruptors are good, but they're not that good. Unfortunately. Ooh, as that is a kill though. Another 400 minerals down the drain. We get a full surround as well. Nightmare, he's trapped. There's no way out of this. I say that does outposition some of those roaches. Does skirt away. Raynor collapsing on these stalkers. Does take so many of them down. And once again, Nightmare, he's just stuck on 2 bases. Never goes off, but up. Good connection. Well, it's a good connection there from Nightmare. But again, we need to do that maybe 6 more times. It's still not enough. Raynor coming from behind, diving on top of those disruptors. Decent Novas once again. We're bleeding out so much. Good splits out of Raynor. Now, Raynor, he should be teching. I mean, he's up to 58 drones. He can keep droning. He can take up into Hive Tech, into a Hydra Den, into Lurkers, just to secure himself. Instead, Raynor's just maxing out. I mean, I don't think there's really a wrong answer here for Raynor. Whether it's teching or just maxing out and brute forcing it, Raynor's under no real danger. We could even go into Mutas and Spire Tech. Raynor's got options. He has options at this point. As we're dropping a couple of frames here and there, hopefully everything's okay. There it goes up. Once again, a good connection from Nightmare. But we get a surround. We collapse here. We take down one of the disruptors, down to 2. And yeah, it's just such an uphill battle here for Nightmare. So much working against him. GG gets called, and Raynor will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Raynor. He takes it. He does take it 2-1. Oh. In the end, takes down his opponent, takes down Nightmare. That was a close one though, and again, I'm quite impressed with how Nightmare did perform. Quite impressed by how close Nightmare made the series, especially because when we think of Korean Protoss players, we think of Hero, we think of Classic. I would say, we think of Creator, I would say that Nightmare is probably top 4, just under Creator when it comes to the hierarchy of Protoss in Korea. And because of that, I think he's overshadowed quite a bit by some of these other big names. But for him to bring Raynor to the ace match says something. Very well done. Solid performance there. Nightmare does bow out, but a good run nonetheless. With that, Raynor advances on to the semifinals, and he's going to be waiting for his next opponent, waiting for either Clem or Rogue. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's switch over and let's catch up with all of these results. Shouldn't KungFu Cup technically be hosted on CN? There is no Chinese server. For those that are unaware, there is no Chinese server. There hasn't been for quite some time. Oh no! Oh my god, I just missed it. No shot! I'm sorry, I just missed the lobby here by a second. Feels bad, man. What did I just miss? I didn't even know what lobby was posted. Hold on. Let's check. What lobby did I just miss? Clem versus Rogue. Okay. Okay, let's set up. Clem versus Rogue. We will be going over the bracket, don't get me wrong. I just very quickly want to set this up. And, don't want to lose our players here. Huh. So, Clem versus Rogue is going to be hosted in the upper quarterfinals. Winner goes up against Rainer, as you can see. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted, just trying to set things up on our end. There it is. Rogue, I believe he's currently teamless as well. Okay. We'll keep an eye out. Keep an eye for them. As we can just catch up on the bracket. Can catch up on the brackets. So I'm just double checking. Did I miss out on Clem versus Rogue? Or did I miss out on something else? Yeah, Clem versus Rogue. Oh, they're in game 2 on side Delta. Smooch. But from the top, we do have Clem taking down Bunny 2-0. We already saw that. Rogue takes down Cyan 2-1. Remember, I did favor Cyan in that series, but it did go to the ace match. So it was great to see them both go take it to each other, force that ace match. Rogue does take it in the end, so a big win there for Rogue. I would have favored Cyan slightly there, but again, did go to the ace match at least. And Rogue is now up against Clem in the quarterfinals. As I mentioned, Clem is leading that series 1-0, and they're in game 2. Currently in game 2. And again, by seconds, I just barely missed game number 2 as well. But I can dive into it. Meanwhile, scrolling down a little bit further, we have Max Factor Showtime in a PvP. We have Spirit. Oh my god, Baki. Spirit takes down Dark 2-1. We have seen Spirit take down Dark in the past, but that's a big win for Spirit. Dark has been eliminated, and now Spirit is up against Classic in a Terran versus Protoss. Very impressive showing there by Spirit as he does advance on into the next round. Very well done. And now we're settling into Rogue versus Clem. Now, I may have missed the lobby, so I'm not going to be able to observe, but I can make up for that with a clean feed. Hold on, just need a moment here. Bam. There we go. So again, we are jumping in mid-series, and I do apologize for missing the lobby to this very game. So because of that, I won't be observing. But shout out to the Chinese broadcasters, to the organizers of this event, as they do provide a clean feed. So that's what we're going through now. Do you have that clean feed available? So we are diving in. And for now, it looks like standard openers by Rogue, Hatch, Gas Pool. Well, I think we have like layered music. Hold on. There we go. There we go. As a reminder, the winner of the series goes up against Rainer in the next round. So we are quite heavily invested into the outcome of this best of 3. Third base is going to be delayed. Big catch there. We get the drone. Oh my god, that should not have happened. Big pick off there by Clem. Does snipe the drone. Does delay the third base. Forced to expand towards the right-hand side instead. And that will be quite a delay here for Rogue. Behind this, Clem getting into his 3rd CC before Factory. Very economic build from our Terran player. I say 3rd CC before Factory. 3rd CC before Starport is what I meant to say, as the Factory is also in production. So again, a very economic follow-up here by Clem. With this, getting into his Starport. If we see a Tech Lab on the way, we can go for an add-on swap to get into Banshee production. We missed out on game 1, so I'm not so certain what occurred there. What did transpire, as I don't see a Tech Lab, by the way. Okay, interesting. But now we're just reactoring out Hellions. Starport's about to finish. Marine's on the way. Okay, it's not a Tech Lab. We cancel the Marine. We go for the Tech Lab in the end. Clem a little bit indecisive, but it looks like he does plan on going into Banshees. Kind of. I mean, the Tech Lab is late, so it's a delayed add-on swap. Do we go Liberator first instead? It looks like we don't. It looks like we're still going for the add-on swap, so a bit of a shaky start here by Clem when it came to his build, but regardless, it's still all coming together. Just a little bit inefficient. A little bit delayed by a couple of seconds. Not the biggest of deals. And it's made up for by the delayed third base anyway. As it is going to be 3 CC into Cloak Banshee. Again, there's that add-on swap. Hellions are amassing. Pretty standard setup here by Clem, and investing into these Cloak Banshees do keep you safe against Roach-based play as well, so just a very secure setup here by Clem. Really, my eyes are on Rogue. My eyes are on Rogue. For those that are maybe unaware, Rogue did return from the military. I want to say 3 weeks ago. Around 3 weeks ago, Rogue did return, and he has been competing in these online weeklies. Has been competing, and he's been having some mixed success here. I mean, I want to say that he's been able to get back on that horse, and he's had a stronger return than Stats, for example. Stats, it took him like a year. It took him over a year to really settle in and really start like making some moves and looking to compete against the best players in Korea. Rogue, like 2 weeks in, and he was able to take down some big Koreans already. So Rogue's return has been a little bit stronger, but has yet to really cement himself along the upper echelons of the Korean scene, which is why I favored Cyan earlier. But Rogue can hold his own. And again, he has been back, I think, just under a month, or maybe a month. So now Hellions are rotating around, poking in and out, chipping away at those queens. Not really overcommitting, just trying to distract the queens, drag them out of position while the banshees come in to get the real damage done. That's the goal, at least. Banshees, they did hit that third base, but Rogue keeps up, and he goes for a big lane counterattack. Ooh, SCVs are under fire. Marines are coming in to support, but Stim is not done, by the way. These Lings, they can now trade the Marines. And we can snowball out of control. We can shut these Marines down. Even though we're not getting SCV kills, it's still a good trade for Rogue. Oh my god, takes out almost every single Marine, by the way. That was, what, 15 Marines? Jesus. Very nice trade. And that will weaken the Stim timing of Clem. Now, at least he has his Banshees alive. He did end up losing 3 SCVs. And here come those Hellions. And where are the Lings? Again, the Lings were thrown away. They're out of position. Hellions, they get into the mineral line. Drones are going down. And the barbecue is real. 6 drones fall. Very nice counterattack by Clem, punishing Rogue for throwing away so many Lings. And unfortunately, despite making these Lings, was caught out. And now, the turns table. The pendulum swings from one to the other, and Rogue goes for another Ling counterattack. And do we have much at home to defend? We do have Stim this time. Okay. Clem shouldn't lose too much. Nice hold position micro in the mineral line, but Clem only loses 1 SCV, and he does defend. Now that Stim is done, Clem, he has a much stronger force here at that third. Because he lost so many Marines, the push is going to be delayed, so Rogue has time to recover. He's droning. He's going to re-drone, resaturate his bases. Getting back into this. Marines are moving out. Bold move here by Clem. Does leave his third base exposed. Yes, here we go. The double drop does come across the map. Takes down a queen. Not bad. Good pick off here by Rogue. Takes down a queen. The Lings, they get across the map. They catch a tank. Not bad. Tank is going to be going down. The Marines, they should be able to hold on as we collapse on top of another tank in the main. Or in the third, even. 2 tanks go down. Big pickoffs here by Rogue. Really nice pickoffs with these Lings. Likewise, back at home, the double drop is denied. We don't lose too many drones. To the double drop, at least. Rogue is keeping up, but I spoke too soon as we focused on 1. We focused on 2 queens. Clem bouncing back, shutting some queens down, soon being active with even more drop play. Now, because Rogue was able to snipe 2 of those tanks, that will soften this push. It does mean that Clem doesn't have the backbone to this army the way that he would. So, yeah, this push isn't as threatening as it otherwise would be, but he may still have too much. Rogue has been throwing away a lot of Lings. There is a downside to this. And that means that we don't have much of an army to defend. Yeah, Rogue going for a counterattack instead, getting into the mineral line. Bailey's rolling in as well. How good are the mine shots? Up! Oh, they do not connect. Bailey's, they bust into the mineral line, into the natural. Quick reaction out of Clem. Does save most of his SCVs, and he gets a base across the map. I say most of the SCVs. 17 workers still go down for Clem, but he takes down a base. Hatchery does fall, and Clem can keep pushing. Nice splits out of Rogue. Oh my god, does avoid the Bailey connection. Sorry, the Widowmine shots. And the Bailey's, they do connect. Rogue, he's keeping up. is defending, even has some borrowed Lings in the mineral line. And keeping up with Clem. Does overextend for a moment. Hydras have arrived. We have some anti-air. Drop into the main base, gets a Hydra, not bad. Gets a Hydra, gets a Spore. Whew. And Rogue, he survives the aggression of Clem. At the same time, another Ling counterattack hits the 4th base. Planetary seconds away from finishing. It will complete though. Oof. The Baneling connects. Lings they unburrow after the 3rd TC. SCV's going down. Rogue really taxing Clem's attention here. Time and time again, Rogue, he's just been on top of these non-stop Ling run-bys and Ling counterattacks. At times it has cost him, but for the most part he's keeping up. For the most part, as the armies, they're missing each other. Rogue getting ready for a collapse on top of the planetary, on top of the 4th base. At the same time, Clem is pushing on the right-hand side. That's a lot of Widow Mines. Oh. It's a lot of Widow Mines here. Ling run-by gets cleaned up. Mines are going to be going off. Does end up trading here with the Banelings. It looks like we collapse on top of the planetary, but Clem, he doesn't care. He's pushing in towards the 3rd. Clem loses 25 SCVs, and we're going for the base trade. Can Rogue break the natural? Widowmine does borrow, but doesn't connect. And can we bust into the main? Rogue, he bleeds out his 3rd and his 4th base, though, down to 2 bases. At the same time, Rogue trying to camp the production, diving into the main base. Mine shots soon to be going off as well. Oof. On the Hydras. And who do we want to favor here? It looks like Rogue, he defends back at home. He defends his 2 bases. And he's came to the production, forcing Clem all the way back home. 52 SCVs go down, and Rogue, is he doing it? Has he done it? Clem, he still has a mining base, still has that 3rd. And he does come back home. He will defend. And these things, they can't trade, not against the Marines. Here come the Banelings, though. How good are the mine shots? Oh, the Widow Mines. They get baited out. They get baited out towards the left-hand side, but good kiting here by Clem. He shuts down all the Banelings. And meanwhile, in the main base, Rogue, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. As I say that, Lings, they come in to reinforce. Rogue's still trying to force it. That's a lot of medevacs. It's mainly a medevac army. Jesus. that's a lot of medevacs, Mappy. Ay, ay, ay. You can see here Rogue is being cleaned up, but he gets another 6 SCVs, another 7, 8, 9 workers. As Lings that were wreaking havoc at the 3rd base, Clem being pulled apart. It's been a very scrappy, very chaotic game. As the dust settles, Rogue has 60 workers against the 18 SCVs of Clem. Clem does have mules, but he only has, what is it, 2 orbitals? I think he has a 3rd orbital in the main. Got a decent amount of mules. Good mine shots going off. 7 drones go down. And the army here of Clem has a lot of potential. He's got 2-2, a lot of medevacs. He can sustain his army. Has some Widow Mines. But the Banelings are finishing up just in time. Rogue, he should have enough. Should. Will still come down to the execution. As Clem's army is revealed. And Rogue, he can't lose this base. He can't lose his 3rd. Is coming back over with his entire army. Can he hold on? Can Clem break through? You have a mine. Do you have a Widow Mine? Shot. Ooh. Does get dragged into the medevacs. Very nicely done there by Rogue. Well, Clem is on 2 bases. Or 1.5, really. So is Rogue. Ling run is coming in. We do have some Widow Mines to defend, and some Marines at least. Clem will hold. And he's recovering. Even though Rogue has a lot of drones, he's oversaturated. The reality is that Rogue is oversaturated. He's not actually mining efficiently from his 60 workers. So Clem is keeping up. Likewise, Clem does have a gas bank. So this is still anyone's game. But with mules, anything is possible, man. Let's go. Clem with the higher army supply, bearing in mind that the soup does lie, and a lot of that supply is in medevacs. So the higher army supply doesn't mean as much in this game state, not yet. As we do end up dropping here on the right hand side, Spore Crawler goes down. Rogue, though, he's going to be able to split up his army. He's in position. Will protect his fourth. I think this is the smart move from Rogue. I think we need to just calm down, stop going for these counterattacks, and just stabilize on 4 bases. Make use of the higher drone count, make use of our economy. It does mean that Clem has the opportunity to bounce back and to recover. That is true, but I think that's probably the best course of action here for Rogue. The other downside, of course, is that Rogue hasn't started 3-3. +3 armor just started for Clem. Coming in with Liberators. Rogue working on +1 range, building up his Ling Bane. Clem, does push onto creep. Does take some Banelings to the face. Widowmine's getting position, threatening that fourth. And Rogue, he does collapse on this from behind as well. Yeah, Widowmine shots being dragged out. The Liberators are exposed. We shut this army down. Rogue overextending a little bit, but he's got plenty of Hydras, and now we can threaten those medevacs for the first time. He can actually try to shut them down. I just realized, I'm like, those Hydras look a little bit slow. Hydra speed isn't even done. Hydra speed just now starting. Widowmine's going to reset. Uh-oh, where's the detection? Where is that detection? Here we go, Overseer coming in. Mind shots going off on the Lings. Good target firing on that Overseer. Clem is slowly breaking through. Rogue has to be so careful here. +1 range kicking in. Hydra speed on the way. Still up against the ropes. Clem can still pull this off. Can still pull this off here. As Clem's trying to go for a split push, trying to expand and take another base. So far, good defense out of Rogue. Good positioning. Has the concave. Ooh, big mine shot going off. The first one of the game. That was a massive connection on the Ling Bane. And the arm supplies are evening up. Supplies in general. And there we go. We pick up the 3rd CC, landing it as a 4th. Unfortunately, Clem has been spending like anything he makes into his army. Doesn't have the spare resources to make a fresh base. Just making the best out of it. I'm a little bit surprised he lifted his 3rd, but I guess it's more saturated or has more minerals than his natural, question mark, because he could always lift his natural as well. But I haven't seen how many mineral patches are left at the natural base, to be fair. We haven't seen it in quite some time, and I don't have control of the camera. I'm just gonna have to assume that that's the correct choice here by Clem. As there's a changeling chasing the army, that's a lot of bio, a lot of marines. A lot of marines are available. Rogue, the thing that would seal the deal here for Rogue is if he was able to tech up into lurkers, but it doesn't have the money for it. Doesn't have the resources for that lurker tech. Stick with Ling Bane Hydra. For most of this game, Rogue has been avoiding these mine shots, but one wrong move, they can go the way of Clem. Yeah, Liberator harasses upon us. Hitting these southern bases, we have a lib towards the main, we have a lib towards the 3rd. And no spores, by the way, and oh, that's a lot of drones a lot of drones following a worker there. Rogue forced to pull back. Some inefficient mining going on. Hydras, they take down 1 lib, but they get 6 drone kills. That is significant. Every worker counts here in this game state. Now the Liberator going to be a bit exposed. Doesn't get targeted down. Mines are in position. Macho goes off, takes down some Lings. More mine connections as well. Ooh, a lot of Banelings go down. Good mine shots by Clem. And for the first time in a long time, Clem takes the supply lead. Oof. Like, overall. And Rogue, he's bleeding out a little bit here. Again, trying to break through, taking down some of these Widow Mines. Shot's going to be going off. That's a lot of Widow Mines here for Clem. Not a lot of bio. And Rogue is coming in from behind. Can he collapse on this army? Clem not quite in position, but he does catch the Banelings. Very good target firing, very good positioning here, fighting off a creep. Rogue taking an awful fight, losing every single Baneling and the Hydras as well. That was not it. Without links to support, without links to buffer, Rogue, he melts, and just like that, Clem, he's gonna take this. He snowballs out of control, shuts down the army. Fighting off of creep without lings, that was brutal. Rogue throwing everything away. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, he was gaining ground, he was gaining momentum, but that was not it. Lings, they come in for some harass, they're doing some damage, but it's not enough. Rogue plummeting in army supply. And Clem, he's back in this. Ay, ay, ay. More mine shots going off. Again, Rogue, he done so well before this in the base trade. He was favored. He had crippled Clem's economy. But the reality is that, I mean, in this kind of game state, with things like mules, when you can lift up and relocate your bases, Clem was able to make the most out of that. Not just that, but thanks to all of his medevacs, he was able to be active on the map. Drop play, non-stop drop play, trading, out-trading his opponent. The Liberator harass as well. And Clem, he's just pulled Rogue apart. And now Rogue's stuck at home, stuck on the back foot. Clem taking another base, picking up and landing is natural, so still on 2 bases, but is mining more efficiently here than Rogue. We're getting another fresh mining base. And Rogue is going to be able to catch some SCVs. Good pickoff here. Very nice catch for Rogue. But I'm not so certain he can fight the main army. Yeah, good target firing out of Clem. Does focus down every single Baneling. The Lings are falling. The Hydras are exposed next. And Clem, he just gets a full surround. Almost. The Lings, they do drag him back. So Rogue trades as best he can, given the situation. But Rogue just lost all of his Hydras. And again, earlier he could barely afford he couldn't even afford a Lurker Den. He could barely afford Hydras. He just lost every single one. Now he's down to Ling Bane. Rogue desperately going for another Ling counterattack. Does get into a mineral line. Does get some SCVs. But it's the main army that I'm concerned about. The main army of Clem is what can't be stopped. On creep, we can try and take a better fight, but the splits are looking good. The pre-split here out of Clem. Yeah, very nicely done. Banelings go down. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-0, taking down Rogue. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem as he does take the 2-0. Does advance on into the semi-finals. Very well done. Congratulations. And my condolences to Rogue. Honestly, Rogue did well that game. He did so well, surprisingly well. He was in the driver's seat. He was ahead. He was poised to win that game and force the ace match. But he couldn't tie things up. He could not tech up, or he chose not to try to tech up into... into Lurker tech or anything like that. Was stuck on Lingbane Hydra, and yeah, unfortunately he just wasn't able to exceed in his economy, right? He was stuck at 60 workers, stuck at 58 workers even. Stuck on a low economy, and was stuck with some low tech as well, and he was just outscaled over time by Clem. A shout out to Clem for being as active as he was with his drop play, right? Like, he was very active with his drop play, with his Liberator harass, with his Marines, and he was able to claw his way back into it, stabilize back at home, be solid. GG. GG, well played. And of course, Rogue did overextend towards the end. It was a brutal fight that went in favor of Clem when Rogue decided to engage with the Bio army with Baneling Hydra without any Lings. For those that are maybe unaware, I mean, again, there's a reason why the competition is Ling Bane Hydra. The Lings are required to buffer and to soak damage to allow the Banelings to actually connect, to even surround the army. Without Lings, the Bane Hydra, it's just so vulnerable, and GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and with that, we're getting ready for the first semifinals. The first semis of the night, it's going to be Clem versus Raynor in a best of 3. Let's go. Again, Raynor has been patiently waiting for the winner of the series, and he's up next. As a reminder, Raynor, of course, still residing in the land of South Korea. Still in South Korea here. And we'll see how these two players do compare. For now, I think we're going to be going on a short break. Do we have any other updates? We do. Showtime, Bappy. He pops up, and Showtime takes down MaxPax 2-1. MaxPax has been eliminated from this week's KungFu Cup, and Showtime advances on in his stead. Very well done. Hold on, can I fix this up? Hold on. Interact. Let's head on over here. There it is. You can see there on the bracket. Showtime taking down MaxPax. Showtime waiting in the semifinals, waiting for his next opponent. Waiting for either Spirit or Classic in the next round. This does mean that Raynor is the last Zerg player left in the tournament. Raynor's last Zerg. Meanwhile, we still have Clem and Spirit as Terran, and Showtime and Classic as Protoss. Here we go. Again, a big reason for this. A big reason for this was the upset that occurred with Spirit taking down Dark. A massive upset there. Dark would have been favored to make a deep run in this tournament, but not anymore, thanks to Spirit. GG. GG, well played. Ooh. And now Vetoes are on the way. Vetoes are underway. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series. We will have our semifinals. Just catching up in the chat. Just trying to catch up. Aligalac ranks Rogue number 20 in the world, stats number 12. It's nice. Is nice. Again, we were mentioning how stats, it took him a little bit longer, but he is now finally coming into his own, especially in his GSL runs. It's been great to see stats able to finally post I Am Katowice have that fire lit under him, have that passion, really push him forward. And yeah, it's been really cool to see the rise of stats over the past month, over the past 2 months. Really cool to see. Coming back from 12 workers to 60. Yeah, again. That was, I mean, we've seen games like that before. Like, if you have your orbitals available, if you have your mules available, Terran can, well, they have a lot of micro potential with their army, so they can do a surprising amount of damage and can recover quite surprisingly as well, given that game state. Again, Rogue just wasn't able to keep up. But with that, we're going on a short break. Going on a short break. In a couple of minutes, we'll be back with our next series. See you soon. See you soon. Oh my god. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of WTL 2024 Summer KungFu Cup round number 1. And I'm a little bit in shock because I was curious. We can talk about this. I was curious a couple of days ago. I was talking about how Raynor, he does play PvP at times. We've seen him play Protoss versus Zerg. I have yet to really experience him against Terran with his Protoss, and he is off racing. He is the Protoss Hope. Sporting in the right-hand corner, we have the Italian, typically Zerg, but now a Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player playing his main race, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. We've seen Raynor's PvP, we've seen his PvZ, but now he's confident enough to play his Protoss against Terran as well. That says something. I was saying a couple of days ago, I was theorizing how I was curious if Raynor would ever improve his Protoss to the point where he can play it against any race. I was very curious if that was going to be the case, as we've seen him whip it out against many other races already, against Zerg and Protoss. I was curious if he would ever do it against Terran, and it's happening. I'll be honest, I have yet to really experience and see too much of Raynor's PvT. This is my first time casting his PvT. If you're in the chat, let us know if he's played Protoss versus Terran in other competitive matches in the past. This is the first that I've seen. I do know that he played Protoss against Lambo's Terran earlier this tournament. That doesn't really count though. He's up against like an off-racing Terran. Like I'm talking about like a Maru or a Cure or a Clem or anything like that. I'm a little bit in shock. Here, so I'm curious to see how this all unfolds and what Raynor has to offer in this matchup. Again, PvT has changed quite a bit, or it was affected in the most recent patch. Protoss has been given a bit of a leg up, and that has been reflected in overall stats, in overall like statistic matchup play, and how the PvT matchup has evolved over the past month, and Protoss players have been having a better time. Have been having a slight improvement here, but we'll see if that's going to be enough, as the Reaper Cliff is not blocked off and the Reaper gets into the natural. Uh-oh. Reaper does get in. Boys are being pulled. Quite a lot of spine time here at that natural base. Stalker comes in, but the Stalker's out of position, and Clem, he's pulling Raynor apart already. One probe goes down. One probe and a lot of mining time. Raynor, ooh, even misclicking there for a moment, but does kill the Reaper in the end. And if you're in the chat, it's going to be a little bit late, but if you're in the Twitch chat at least, predictions are going to be open for a little bit here. So place your bets. Raynor, question mark. 2 minutes. Predictions are open. Okay. Predictions open. There we go. KungFu Cup, yeah. Wait, why is Raynor Protoss? I mean, that's what I was saying. I was curious. I was theorizing if we would ever see the day where Raynor was confident enough in his Protoss to play it against Terran over his Zerg, and we've reached that point. Raynor is embracing that Protoss side of himself, but the Cyclones have arrived. This is why this goal base is so brutal to take for both players, as you can abuse this position so hard. And Raynor, he's stuck on one base. He's stuck on one base, going into Blink Stalkers, with the Cyclones, they have control of the natural. Third and fourth Cyclone on the way as well. And Raynor, he has no mining, has no saturation. Stalkers are coming in, but Clemmy's in position to deny them. Oh, he does catch the Stalkers. Massive pick up here. One Stalker, two Stalkers go down. And Clemmy snowballing out of control before Raynor can even get his build going. He's struggling. Raynor is struggling, and again, any player would be given this position. I was shocked to see the Dynasty was not vetoed, by the way. I was a bit in shock. The Nexus getting very low. Again, this is the power of the map. Good target firing there out of Raynor. Does focus on one of those Cyclones. Does focus on the Cyclone. Looks like it. Oh god, and he bleed out another Stalker, another two. Not the best trades. Once again, no mining here. We delay any kind of mining at the natural. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds. We can finally shut this down. We blink forward, but this is still a better trade for Clem. much better trade behind this, getting into Banshee production. Cloak is about to finish. He has his own gold base freely up and running. We have a tank, we have a bunker in position. This base is not going to be harassed whatsoever. GG gets called as the Banshee gets across the map, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Solid game there out of Clem. Isn't he Zerg? If you're unfamiliar, Raynor does off-race quite a bit. Raynor, he's played Protoss against Solar, against Serral. He plays Protoss quite frequently against other Zerg players to avoid the ZVZ matchup. But as I was trying to emphasize, we have never seen Raynor, or at least I've never seen Raynor off-race and play Protoss against another Terran opponent. That is a new one. I'm here for it. Unfortunately, Raynor wasn't able to really get anything going. He was shut down quite hard here by Clem. A lot of it is because of the map itself. Dynasty has a very abusable natural, as you saw, which is why it's often vetoed, which is why I was shocked to see it. And we saw that despite Raynor maybe having a plan on this map, and it looked like Raynor wanted to go 4-gate blink. Looked like Raynor wanted to go 4-gate blink Stalkers before he could embrace the 4-gate blink, the Cyclone Snowball that I control, and really well done. Really well done there by Clem. GG. GG, well played. I guess we still haven't seen his PvT. True. You're not wrong, Papi. We still haven't seen his PvT. Smoge, Papi, smoge. Now, what I will say, the rules of KungFu Cup dictate that you can pick your race. There are some tournaments that force you, once you pick a race, you have to play that race for the entire series. I believe for KungFu Cup, you can switch in between maps. So Raynor could switch back to Zerg in game 2, or he could embrace Protoss again. I still don't know. We'll find out once the lobby is made, and once our players pick their races. So I'm curious. I'm curious if Raynor, if he's had enough fun, and if he, you know, is going to switch back to Zerg and try to bring Clem down in a more standard game. Or if maybe Raynor is dissatisfied with game 1, and maybe he has something to prove. Maybe as everyone's got their eyes on Raynor, and everyone's, I imagine, I'm questioning, I'm like, mate, what was the plan with the Protoss? I'm sure he had something in store for us. Maybe he feels like he can redeem himself, and maybe he picks Protoss again. I'm gonna switch Raynor's race right now, hold on, to random. And we have our answer. Okay, game 1 was Protoss, game 2, Zerg. Here we go, Raynor, he is switching back to Zerg, at least in game number 2. If we force the ace match, maybe we switch back. Current map, post-youth. As a heads up, post-youth is going to be the current map. But I'll keep Raynor's race logo there as random, because he can switch, so we'll just keep it as random for now. And here we go, post-youth coming up next. Catching up in the chat. Oh, my apologies as well. Sorry, it happened in the previous series and I glossed over it. I do apologize. There was a subscription. Big, I don't know if Dave is still there, but a big shout out to Dave. He did subscribe, I believe, during the Rogue series, so I apologize for not giving you a shout out. But 15 months, 3 months in a row. Thank you so much, Dave Testa, for your support. Again, I apologize for not giving you a shout out. Quack, Bobby, quack. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm catching up. Oh, sorry, it happened in the Raynor series. That's in the Raynor series against Nightmare. Yeah, I missed an entire portion of chat. Oh my god. Serral not playing today. Serral rarely plays in these tournaments, and if you missed out on the updates that we've been getting on social media as we're settling into game number 2, just very quickly, if you're curious where Serral is in the military. He actually just posted a picture of himself in his military uniform. So I think he's currently staying in the barracks, and he's undergoing his training at the moment. Yes, Serral is still going to be competing in tournaments. But as an update, Serral did say that he could pick and choose. Like, he can't play in everything. He has to like pick and choose, and he has to be very selective of what tournaments he can compete in, because he still has to focus on his military, his military service. Can only play like every now and then And I imagine Serral's going to be focusing on Gamers 8, as I believe Serral did announce that he won't be going to Dallas, won't be going to DreamHack. But here we go, we're getting into our next matchup, into our second game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, picking his main race, the red Zerg player for Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. It's going to be a hatch first, hatch pool opener. Interesting choice here by Raynor. This looks like a gasless build. It does look like Raynor may opt to go for a hatchery as a follow-up. We'll keep an eye on him, and we'll keep an eye on when he does decide to take his gases. But a very interesting opener here out of Raynor. You can see him prioritizing mineral income here at his hybrid base. Again, this is the power of Post Youth. You have a free natural base, and it's a gold, or it's a hybrid base as well. So Raynor being quite greedy. And based on his camera movement, it looks like Raynor does want to take a third before any kind of gas. So it is a gasless build. Now, typically a gasless build like this would lead into roach play. There's that drone. But it usually does lead into roach play here, just because link speed is so delayed. Now we're taking our gases as an SCV is in position, and yeah, Raynor, his third would be denied. So good decision there out of Raynor. Reaper gets in, threatens the drone. Almost gets one. Spore Crawlers are forced out. Reaper gets shut down. And Clem will be able to at least contain Raynor and delay his third. Again, that SCV putting in a lot of work, and Clem is checking the gold just in case. Not unheard of for a Zerg player to rush into this gold as their third. Behind this is going to be a third CC before starport. Very economic build out of Clem. Reaper almost overextending. Does manage to hold on there. SCV coming in for some extra hits as well. He wants the queen. But Clem a little bit too greedy. He's punished for it. Reaper goes down. Raynor teasing Clem a little bit about that. Again, a big overstep there from Clem. True, blame the ping. Copium, papi. It wasn't the ping. He's jet lagged. True. He's jet lagged. He has a headache. Didn't eat today. Has to go to the bathroom. You know how it is. As Clem, overextends once again, bleeding out his second Reaper. At least they're able to have fun with it. As Clem, upon losing these Reapers, is pretty brutal. We mentioned it. Is it the jet lab this time? The ping. Okay. Fair enough. Copium. As Clem is going to be able to settle into a 3-base setup. Now, thankfully for Clem, there's nothing to scout. I would say that Clem is in a really rough position because there could be a Roach Warren. There could be a fast lair, could be two-base muta, could be anything. And Clem would have no idea. Thankfully for Clem, we are getting into link speed. It is delayed. It is late link speed, but it's still going to be link bane out of Raynor. At least for now. He is not investing into roaches. Clem is yet to confirm. Still rotating around, trying to keep it tabs here on Raynor. Trying to keep tabs on him as Clem is going to be taking his third base. Behind this, getting into his double E base. Getting ready for his 3-base setup here. And we are easing our way into Post Youth. Now, as a reminder, when it comes to this map as well, because of how large it is, we typically have longer games. Longer games here on Post Youth. There are so many bases to be taken. The rush distance is so long as well. As the CC does lift, we shut down the Overlord. We're getting into 1-1. Again, for those curious, both Clem and Raynor are good friends, so, you know, there's sometimes a little bit of banter here and there between them, but all in good fun. All in good fun, man. Will Spirit be dark? He did. As we are settling in, we do see Raynor going for his own link. Well, sorry, just trying to catch up in chat. Does focus down the mule. Good pickup. Drop, force to unload as well. Does lay the push. I mean, we picked up a mule, which was nice, but not much else. As Clem can soon move out. behind this. We're taking our goal base. Creep is looking solid here by Raynor. And the goal here for Raynor is to defend. You know, he's just now getting into his lair. Quite a late lair, to be honest. Is quite delayed, and Raynor is going to be stuck at home as a result. Stuck with purely Ling Queen. Double expanding, getting a 4th and a 5th base. The drop has finally arrived. Can we catch a queen? Oh, and we can. One queen goes down, delayed, transfused at the same time. Raynor's attention was elsewhere. He does dive across the map. Gets 8 SCVs. Oh, did I say 8? 10. 10 workers do go down, almost an 11. Very nice pick off here by Raynor. At the same time, collapsing on the main army. Forcing back the drop. Raynor, he's holding his own. Not just holding his own, but he's even out trading Clem a little bit here. Forcing the pick up. Should 6 a Zerg as Zerg is solid? I mean, Raynor, if he didn't have confidence in his Protoss, he wouldn't play it, so that's what I would say there. There's a reason why he does play Protoss against other Zerg players. Protoss isn't too bad at all, as we do focus out another queen. Good pick off there by Clem. Elise does get a queen. But the problem here is at the bases, right? Sure, we're picking off some Lings, we're picking off some queens, but the goal base is up and running. The 5th base is up and running as well. Raynor, he is free to drone up a little bit harder at this point. As Clem is attempting to reinforce. Does have 2 tanks to defend. Has 1 Hellbat as well. Can Raynor break through? He wants the tanks. He will get at least 1. Yeah, gets 1 tank and he gets a 2nd as well. At the same time, Clem commits. There are Bailings. There are Bailings back at home. Raynor, he does hold on. Takes down 3 SCVs across the map. But more importantly, gets both those tanks and he's reinforcing. Shows the might shot. Quick split there. Quick split by Raynor. Clem at the same time refuses to turn around. He commits. He gets a kill on the 5th base. He may get the 5th, but he will lose more SCVs. Oh, bleeding out too much. 15 SCVs. The entire middle line. The entire middle line goes down. He's committed, but bathing speed does kick in. Raynor's holding. He gets 23 SCVs across the map. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Raynor will tie up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, pop. He has against Clem's before, I'm sure. If he has, I'll take your word for it. It's the first that I've seen. To be fair, I don't cast. I don't really cast ESL Open Cup Europe. So, if that has happened before, let us know. Let us know. Got down in his prime, pop. Yeah. He better play Terran for the ace match. True, true. We have to play all the races. But congratulations here to Raynor for taking that game. Again, the non-stop Ling aggression, likewise able to keep up with the drop play as well. And Claire, maybe a little bit too aggressive there. He was so intent and so, so intent on getting damage done with his drop play. He was refusing to turn back around, and he was bleeding out a lot to those Ling run-bys, whether it was tanks, whether it was SCVs, whether it was even reinforcing Marines. Okay, never mind. Raynor accomplished a lot, and for a moment there, Raynor, he was picking Terran. For a moment. He was teasing us, Pat. He was teasing us. His nose was itchy. Ah, that's the worst. When you're playing StarCraft, and you have to scratch that itch. Ah. Understandable. Understandable. The ultimate Zerg evolution, turning into a Marine. Ah, true. Confirmed. As it looks like Game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. Yo, love your costume, by the way. Oh, thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you, Frosty Disco. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, Papi. Hope you enjoy the content. And we still have plenty more tonight. We have this semifinals, which is about to end with our next game. We have the lower semifinals, and then the grand finals thereafter. So I have a couple more series left. And we are loading on in. The loading screen is taking a bit of time though, so we might lose someone. Hopefully everyone's okay. The Terran tease. Oh no. He's teasing us, Papi. But I can confirm that Raynor is picking Zerg, and here we go, we're loading on in. We haven't lost anyone, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Italian Zerg player. Picking his main race. We were having some fun with Protoss earlier, but we're calming things down, taking it seriously, representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the land of France, representing Team Liquid, the best Terran in all of Europe. It is Clem. Here we go. And again, post-youth just got very chaotic. Again, there are so many different attack paths on that map as well. Clem was having a hard time keeping up with the harassment and the aggression of Raynor. But now as we load into Oceanborn, things should be calming down, and Clem should be feeling a lot more comfortable and a lot more familiar on one of these older maps instead. Oceanborn has a pretty secure, at least 2-base setup. We have a standard 3rd base that you can take. Unfortunately, a linear 3rd, as in you can't really expand here towards the center of the map. It's so exposed, it's so wide open. So you only have one really expansion pattern here for our players. You can try to abuse that. Early on, we saw a lot of 2-Rax Reaper and even 3-Rax Reaper play abuse that here on this map, but that time has come and gone. And we'll see how Clem does approach this. Now, when it comes to aggression, when it comes to the Zerg side of things, Roach-based all-ins have been very commonplace on Oceanborn, just because this 3rd doesn't have any high ground advantage. There's no ramp leading into it. To get onto the same point of elevation as this 3rd is actually here in the center of the map, this ramp here, which is a lot more farther out and harder to defend, harder to keep up with. So we have seen a lot of all-ins have quite some success on this map, but we'll see. I was surprised to see that Raynor didn't go Roaches in Game 2. He might play Lingbane again in Game 3. We'll see. For now, Rax expand from Clem. SCV gets across the map. We spoke about how there's only one 3rd base you can take, so Clem, he's patrolling here at the triangular 3rd. Raynor is going for the linear 3rd, by the way. Bold. He's crazy. Bold move. Reaper comes in. He doesn't check. Why would you? And Raynor, he's going to be taking this far more exposed 3rd base. Oh boy, Reaper gets in, dancing with the army. Jordan is in position. And against all odds, yeah, Raynor, he does take that 3rd base. We'll see if he can hold on to it. Now, the problem with this 3rd, and we have seen a lot of Zerg players try and fail to defend this 3rd base in ZBTs, is this area here. The high ground. There's high ground right next to this 3rd base. On top of that, it's wide open. It's exposed. You can attack from multiple angles. But tank positionings here on the left and on the ramp can be brutal when laying siege upon this 3rd. So, again, impressive here by Raynor. We can see Clem, he's checking. He still hasn't scouted the 3rd, and now he does. He now gets eyes on the 3rd base location and is going for his own proxy starport. Okay, we have Hellions on the way, proxy starport across the map. This could be one of two things, either a Liberator into the main or a medevac to drop the Hellions into the main base. Regardless, a very aggressive build here by Clem, very old school. It's been a while since we've really seen this at this level of play. Hellions are moving out. We have Cyclones behind this. Okay, I imagine it's going to be Lib. There it is, Liberators on the way. So going for some Liberator, Hellion, Cyclone harass. Basically, once Clem realized this space is being taken, he's just ramping up the aggression. He's just doubling down here on aggression. Looking to punish this base. Wings are moving forward. Liberator's halfway done. Behind this, Clem, he does invest into the Cyclones, getting back into Hellion production. Behind this, Stim has already begun. Stim is on the way, a lot faster than normal, as there was no add-on swap for like Banshee or Cloak Banshee, for example. Much faster Stim. And we do catch an Overlord. Does hinder Raynor for a moment, but he did have plenty of Overlords behind this. We're trying to dive on top of these Queens, but Link Speed has kicked in. Raynor coming in for the surround. Oh, and he does catch the Cyclones. Big catch here by Raynor. I spoke too soon. He gets one Cyclone, but it looks like only one. The others get shut down. Liberator does siege up in the main base. 3 drones go down, and we do deny mining in the main. Nice damage here by Clem. So much lost mining time in the main base. And we're not done. Remember, we have Stim. We have Stim on the horizon. 3rd CC is now on the way. And it looks like Raynor will finally deal with this Lib. Does force the unsiege and the immediate re-siege. Clem overextends, bleeds out a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. And Clem has to back off. Clem does have to back off, his starport floating back home. And Raynor has held. And behind this, we spoke about roaches earlier. Roaches are on the way. I'm very curious if Raynor's going to drone up anymore. He's cutting workers at 38. That is just over 2 base saturation. We barely have any drones, and we're going for an all-in. The queens are amassing roaches and lings. Remember we spoke about how roach all-ins are powerful on this map because of the base layout, because of the terrain. We're going for it. It does make sense. Based on the base that we took, it does launch our creeper across the map. It is a bit of a highway. Lings are shut down. Ooh, Raynor bleeding out a lot of lings already. And here come the roaches. Here come the queens. Queens still spreading creep, but the roaches have arrived. And because of the build, no tanks. 0 tanks for Clem. Only Marines and Hellions. Bunker is just now finishing. Raynor is pushing in. Knocking down the first depot, knocking down the second. Again, Raynor, he has no economy behind this. The Bowser connect. Ooh, they take down a lot of SCVs. 8 SCVs go down. The repair is barely good enough. We're barely holding on. Once again, the Bowser bring down the bunker. Oof. Biles on the bunker and the Marines. And it looks like Raynor, he has too much. He's barely breaking through. 20 SCVs go down. And the main base is going to be broken. Now, we are running out of lings. Raynor is running out of steam at least a little bit. And he needs to get more damage done. Remember, there's 3 orbitals behind this. Raynor, he's not that far ahead in the workers. And he has no further tech. And more lings are on the way. Clem, we've seen him work wonders against Rogue. Can he do the same against Raynor? If you were here earlier, you would have seen Clem come back from the brink against Rogue in an insane game on Site Delta. Can he do it 2 games in a row? or again in this tournament? Yeah, he's reinforcing. He's going to shut this down. Lings are being cleaned up. Raynor has to back off. He has to reinforce. We have to calm down. If Raynor bleeds out too much, then he will lose too much momentum as well. Ravagers are morphing in. We can dive on top of them. We pick off a Ravager. We get 1. We get 2. And Raynor, he refuses to back off. And the tank has arrived. Oh, this position becoming that much more solid, that much more secure. And Raynor is now taking a gas geyser. It looks like he's thinking about droning. He's thinking about it. Taking an extra gas. There we go. 6 drones on the way. Raynor, he's backing off. Clem holds. And look at the worker counts. Because of the triple mule, because of the triple CC, Clem, he's caught back up. 35 workers at the 42 plus mules. Clem, I would say, has around an even economy. We pick off a lot of roaches. Raynor leading out a lot there. And again, he's droning, and soon Clem can reestablish his 3rd base. And Clem is stabilizing. He is stabilizing. No upgrades here for Raynor. We have 1-1 for Clem. Clem is still lacking the armory. The armory just starts for 2-2. But he wants to extend that upgrade lead. And now Raynor's on the back foot. Raynor, he's in a bit of trouble. Now, all-ins, they're called that for a reason. If an all-in fails, you're in a lot of trouble here. Raynor still has a chance going for the surround. On the Biles. And we do force to pick up. Biles does connect with the Medivacs. Raynor, he's holding the piling. Oh my god. The Medivac getting so low. It does survive. Clem, he checks for a 4th. I'm sure he's happy to see there is no 4th base. It's 3 base versus 3 base. The 4th just now starting. Clem is going to be able to main out over. Mule. Mule is hard out. Whew. Okay. And we have a game. We have a game, Pop. 2-2 is starting up for Clem here at the Natural. We have some good tank positioning here on the high ground as well, behind the 3rd. And Raynor, he's not going for a 2nd wave. He is making lings, that is true, and his creep spread is looking solid. I have to commend Raynor here. The creep is looking very nice in the center of the map. And behind this, we're working on our upgrades. Infestation bit, that's going to be for Hive Tech. For Hive Tech, for, I imagine, Vipers, Adrenal. maybe even ultras. As Raynor is not investing into range, he's investing into melee. So he only has the roaches and ravagers to support. Mainly only ravagers. He's focusing on Ling Bane. Meanwhile, Clem being active, he needs to put a stop to this creep. Does shut down some of these tumors. Ling Rama at the same time, nothing to defend, by the way. Ooh, the SCVs are exposed. The tanks as well. Yeah, not enough Marines, not enough bio. Tank goes down. But a quick reaction out of Clem. Clem only losing 3 SCVs. Very impressive. But did lose a tank. The tank was brutal. Tank did go down. Creep, it's getting past the halfway mark. Clem needs to try to put a stop to this. Going for a triple drop on the right-hand side. Another drop towards the center. There we go. The split pushing has begun. Raynor is keeping up. These medevacs are so low, by the way, as Raynor's double expanding. His 4th is up and running. He's going for the 5th base as well. Queens are in position. But Clem creates an opening. He does clear up a lot of tumors. Didn't get a base, didn't get drones, but does get tumors at least. Nice positioning behind the middle line as well. Clem, trading well. Is being more efficient. He's trading well against the army. Behind this, working on a 4th CC. Drilling clauses on the way. We do need some Widow Mines. Widow Mine production has commenced. 2nd factory is up and running. But Raynor's about to max. He's almost there. Raynor should be the first to push. Very nice target firing out of Clem. Get some Banelings. Drop comes in, diving on the 5th base. Oh my god, the target firing once again. There are too many Banelings we forced to pick up. Ooh, just barely. Yeah, we go down to 2 Banelings here on the right-hand side, but more do come in to reinforce. Infestors are on the way. Do we have a hive? We do have a hive. No Adrenal yet, no Vipers either. We're still lacking some of those upgrades. Okay, we forego Adrenal. We're going for an Ultra Cavern first. I do like this. So we're going into Ling Bane into Ultra. Or from Ling Bane into Ultra. Taking up quite heavily. Clem has not started 3-3. By the way, we dive on top of the tank. Yeah, tank is exposed. Tank is going to go down. Both of them even. Mine shots are decent. Some okay mine shots with Ling Bane. It snowballs out of control. We dive on top of the army. We shut it down. Clem kiting his heart out. The Biles, they connect. They take down the Liberators. Very nice fight here for Raynor. As he cleans up the army. Reinforcements, they arrive. But too late to save any of the high-tech units. Clem, he bled out 2 Liberators, 2 tanks, and a lot of bio. And that does slow down the push. Again, it was just too premature. Show us the fungal! Up! Massive fungal on the army, the Biles as well. Ooh, we take down the medevacs. And this is the fight that Raynor was hoping for. Shuts Clem down. And Raynor, because this fight occurred out here in the open, we're safe at home. The bases are safe at home. The mineral line is left untouched, and we have ultras on the way. 3 ultras and kindness plating. Raynor, he's done it. He survived long enough. Got into ultra tech. And Clem is not ready for it. Clem is not ready. No ghosts. Does have access to Liberators, but yeah, there is no Ghost Academy. Clem doesn't know. He hasn't scouted the main. Doesn't know the ultras on the horizon. And there we go. Ghost Academy just now starting. Does have his 4th base up and running. Oof. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. And the ultras are now revealed. Decent mine shots going up. Good target firing with the Queen. And Clem is being forced back once again. And Raynor's recovered. You know, after the failed all-in, I was really concerned for Raynor. He was having a hard time keeping up. Clem was out trading him, but this fight here honestly worked wonders for Raynor. And now he's back in this. He's on 81 workers, a solid economy, 3 threes on the way. We have ultras, we have infestors. The only thing we're missing is additional infestors. I think we only have 1. So a handful of extra infestors or vipers, either or, is the one thing that we're lacking. side of that, Raynor cleans up the Widow Mines, drop towards the left-hand side. The mine shot's going to be going up. Pretty good shots. 7 drones go down. At the same time, we get a Ling run by off. 11 SCVs. We can't afford these losses. Not here, not right now. Drop on the right-hand side is deflected. Widow Mines are going to be able to reset. No, they're not. Spore's going to finish in time. Yeah, the Spore does complete. Oh, we get one more shot on a Queen. Not ideal. And Raynor's maxed. Raynor, he's maxed out. Kindness plating is done. 3-3 about to finish here for Raynor as well. The creep is a little bit lacking towards the center. I mean, we're halfway across the map, but we haven't exceeded that. Clem has done a great job at keeping that creep at bay. So Clem is buying time, and he's getting into Ghosts. Clem isn't out of this. Ghosts are on the way. Show us the fungal. Oh, doesn't quite go for it. Raynor does think about it. Coming in from behind, Raynor's maxed out. Wants to push in. Clem fighting for his 5th. I'll say take down one Widow Mine. And the fungal is getting ready. We go through the burrow. Fungal does connect. Big connection here on the bio. The Ultra Swipes are insane. Picking up a lot of Marines. Liberators are sieging up. Ghosts are getting ready. But the 5th is denied. That's what matters. Big snipes going off. Oh my god, we melt the Ultras. Jesus. Very nice fight there by Clem. That was like 4 Ultras going down. But what about the 5th? Yeah, we're picking up the main base. Did we kill the... Wait, what? Did we kill the CC? I think we did. Yeah, CC was killed. Oof. Scan does reveal the Infestor. And remember, there was only one. We haven't built any more. 0 Infestors out for Raynor. No more Fungals. That's concerning. Like, a big reason why Raynor's been coming out on top in these fights has been those Fungals. Without them, it's gonna be a little bit harder to pull off. Does collapse on the army. Liberators a siege. Baileys, they do roll in. And they force back the bio. With the Baileys, we've run out of steam. We snipe the Ultras. At least 1 and 2, but there's just too many Ultras here. Raynor is snowballing out of control. He breaks into the natural. And he may not be able to get on top of the Ghost, but he denies the base again. And that's a kill! No! That was a kill! On the orbital, on the command center. Not again. And without a 5th base, Clem, he just can't sustain himself. He cannot sustain himself. He's just stuck with a 4-base economy on less than a 4-base economy. And that's Raynor's win condition. Just deny the base over and over again. That's all he needs to do. Raynor's own economy has been left untouched. Clem now going for drop play. Does force Raynor back for a moment. Does force a cancel. Does force a cancel, but again, Raynor's maxed out. There's not much keeping him back. He should be pushing in, and he gets eyes on his next target. Gets eyes on the would-be 5th. Nice fade on the Widow Mine shots. Raynor collapsing the army. Another big fungal. GG gets called. Raynor collapsing on the army. Fights back, bounces back despite the failed all-in. And Raynor takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Raynor as he does advance on into those grand finals. He's our first finalist, and Raynor, he's waiting for his next opponent, waiting for a Protoss player. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Up next, we have Showtime versus Classic. Let's go. Oh my god, Showtime versus Classic. We have an update. Classic did take down Spirit 2-1, so it is going to be that PvP. And I believe we are, yeah, just hopping on over and getting ready for our next series. Oh. I need a couple of seconds here to set things up. Un momento. Un momento. Oh god, the Vitas are done. I need some time. I need some time, bud. Classic versus Showtime. Berlin International Gaming. Where is that logo? BIG. And we are soon to dive into our lower semifinals. Again, both semifinals are going to be casted, as is tradition here in KungFu Cups. Ooh, and of course, the predictions are going to get paid out as well. And very nicely done there by Rainer. And he should be going up against a Protoss player in those finals. But which Protoss player is going to be the question? Which one? As we catch up in the chat. Ooh. It's catching up in the chat. Clem's about to get back in this game because he has Ghost. I mean, again, he almost came back. Like, the fungals were brutal. That's like the big comeback mechanic there for Rainer, was those fungal growths, able to take some better fights and able to bounce back in the game despite the lead that Clem had. Or I say the lead, despite, you know, the recovery that Clem was able to produce. So the fungals, the tech into ultras, of course, and yeah, what a game, what a series. GG. GG, well played, and we will be setting up the predictions for those lower semis. And best of luck. Best of luck here in the chat. It's gonna be a it's gonna be a difficult prediction. I think, who do I want to give the edge to? It's a very interesting dynamic. Classic is a very aggressive player in PvP, very aggressive. Showtime less so. Showtime, he is a little bit more macro oriented. He is willing to all in. We have seen Showtime all in and be aggressive. That has occurred in the past, but for the most part, Showtime does go for some more longer standard games. So we're going to see an interesting dynamic between these two. Can Classic break Showtime? Can Showtime survive into the mid game? We'll see. We'll find out. I'm sure it's going to be a short series as well. PvPs, especially involving Korean players like Classic and Hero, tend to go in that direction. Oh boy. As the Vitas are done, lobby has been made. We're diving into our second semifinals. And yeah, okay, it's a PvP. For a moment there, Classic was picking random. Look, after seeing Rainer play Protoss, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Aye. But here we go. At least Rainer has some time to himself. He has some time to rest and recover and prepare for his finals. Let's have time to prepare, and here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold. Place your bets on who you think is going to make it to the grand finals to face off against Rainer. Will it be the European Protoss or the Korean Protoss player? Up to you to decide. Up to you. Predictions open. What's the prize money for first place? The prize money is quite high for KungFu Cups. It is just under 300 USD. First place is 280-ish USD, and second place is 140. So solid payout here. Not just the prize pool, but you also gain WTL points as well, which is going to be important for Masters Coliseum at the end of the season. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing Berlin International Gaming, BIG. It is Showtime. A match where it's unknown if a European will beat a Korean. What a time to be alive. True. I mean, again, the skill disparity between top-tier Europeans and top-tier Koreans has narrowed over time, definitely. I will still say that the average skill level of the Korean, especially the top-tier Koreans, is still a little bit higher. But at the same time, That's why the upsets tonight were important. Spirit, remember, Spirit took down Dark. Despite Spirit being top 3 Terran and EU, top 3 alongside Clem and Big Gabe, Dark was favored there. So for Spirit to win, that's a big win for him. That's a big moment for him. And it bodes well leading into EPT Spring, and we'll see if Spirit can replicate that in the future. We'll see if he can improve over time, and yeah, that could be a sign of things to come. Again, showing that even Spirit can take it here to some of the best players out there in the world. I'm a big Spirit fan. It's been great to see Spirit improve over the past 3 years. I remember for a long time, Spirit has been top 3 Terran in EU for a very, very long time, for many, many years. But I would say over the past 2 years of play, Spirit has blurred the line between himself and Hero Marine, and I would even say that, I think it was 2022, I would even say that, even leading into 2023, that Spirit had surpassed Hero Marine. Spirit, he was just getting better results in Gamers 8, in DreamHack Yongshipping, in EPT Summer of 2023. Spirit was just outperforming Hero Marine, which was impressive because it's something that he hadn't done before. And even did outperform it at I Am Katowice of 2023, of last year. It's been really great to see Spirit grow and come into his own. And nowadays, I would say that Spirit and Hero Marine, they go back and forth when it comes to top 2 Terran. But for now, enough about the Terran. Just a bit of a side tangent about Spirits. But now we're settling into our PvP, and it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Showtime. It was double gas, so 2-gate opener into Tech, into a Stargate, okay, into a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Classic going for a gate expand. Economic opener out of Classic, a much more aggressive opener out of Showtime. Here we go. Now, I should emphasize that Showtime's opener wasn't really aggressive, it's standard. This is more of a standard build out of Showtime. It's Classic being greedy. And can Classic get away with that greed? That is the question. Can he get away with it? For now, he has opened up Sentry as well. Again, just trying to get away with this. Very greedy, very safe. Trying to be safe as well. Doesn't have much map presence because that Showtime has map control. Showtime has map control. He's going Oracle Adept, being very aggressive in the follow-up. And we'll see if Showtime can punish this. Can he punish this build? Can he punish this opener? Now, Sentries have been buffed. Sentries, they are a lot more potent in PvP. They do bonus damage to shields, so they do more DPS. And likewise, they also have removed the light tag on Sentry, so they take less damage from Adepts and less damage from Oracles. Exactly what Showtime has. So that's why you can get away with this build a little bit more in this patch. It has been buffed. Oracle gets into the main, shield battery is done, we're going for the Stasis. Quick reaction out of Classic, does pull away in time. Stasis goes off, only gets 1 probe. So far, good reactions out of our Korean Protoss. Adepts say threaten a shade, but we are able to keep up. We do fully wall off. Classic is holding. And Classic doesn't take any damage. Classic has quite a worker lead because of his greed. He's getting away with it. And Showtime is falling behind, but now we're up to 2 Oracles. 2 Oracles do one-shot probes. We don't care about your shield battery, not anymore. As the Oracles, they do dive in. We do have 2 Stalkers in position, but only 2. And probes are going down. We get 1. Ooh, a bit of miscontrol there out of Showtime. Gets 2 probes. Did waste a shot on the Stalker. And the Oracle did take a lot of hits. So far, Classic, he's still, I would say, ahead. Still in a good position. Adepts, they continue to threaten shades. And behind this, we're transitioning into Blink. We have Blink on the way for Showtime, Blink on the way for Classic. Hallucination Scout will confirm this. That's why Sentry-based openers can be so powerful here. They give you so much scouting information. Again, the downside of this opener from Classic has been he's been stuck at home. This entire time he's been stuck at home, but he's been defending well. Has been defending well. He's been getting away with it. Keeping up with the shades, going for a 3rd base. Oracle still not diving in as we catch an Adept. Ooh, just barely. The Oracles are active once again. Oh! Ooh. 1 shot away from going down. Showtime once again not getting enough done. This Oracle commitment, this Oracle opener has not been worth it. Not yet for Showtime. At least it keeps the Oracles alive. They can always get some more damage done, but the pressure is on Showtime. Behind this, Gateway's on the way. Third base on the horizon here. Classic's third is a little bit faster. And we'll see if Showtime can push through. Blink is done. Hallucination confirms the third. Classic knows it's not a 2-base all-in, but Showtime is moving out nonetheless. Looking at the units tab, it's 9 Stalkers to the 11 of Classic. The reason why Classic has more Stalkers is because he hasn't wasted Warpins on Adepts like this. Again, Showtime did invest a little bit harder to harass and to get damage done, which is why overall Classic's army is a little bit stronger. Does get a sentry, gets 2. Very nice target fight, getting all 3 sentries. They all go down. Good pickups there by Showtime. Meanwhile, Classic may have more Stalkers, but he doesn't have them here as he has to keep Stalkers in the main base for the Oracles. They are pinned back. The shield battery does finish. Overcharge is going to be available as well. Classic should be able to hold on. Takes down a Stalker. Takes down a Stalker, getting into another Immortal. Second Immortal on the way. Classic looking quite robust here. Solid takes down an Adept. But Classic, he's getting caught out, forcing a recall. Does force a recall, saves all the Stalkers, shuts down the Adepts. And again, in a head-to-head fight, I have to give it to Classic when he does decide to push out. Does have a timing here, does have a window. +1 is faster for Classic. He is pushing out. This could be an opening for Showtime, still has those Oracles tucked away. As Classic does come across the proxy. And with help of these Immortals, does force back the army. Showtime diving back into the main base. Stalkers are not in position. But the Oracles, never mind. They avoid the main. They're going for the third. And quick reaction of the Classic. Does pull away. Does reinforce. The Oracles are still active. They're still alive. Behind this, Showtime getting into its own fourth. Both players expanding. And both players working towards charge. The biggest difference right now between our two players is that Classic does have Immortals, meanwhile Showtime doesn't. That will add quite a lot of DPS in these Stalker battles. The Oracles do get 2 more probes. Stalkers rotate around, they are spotted by the Observer. As we get another probe. The Oracle barely escapes as well. Once again, does get away. I believe within range of these Stalkers here. Classic late to react. We dive into the main. More probes going down. Classic a little bit distracted with his own War Prism. 6 probes go down. Finally, we get one of the Oracles. That was pretty good. Showtime making the best out of a bad situation. Very nicely done. Gets those 6 probes. Suddenly makes the Oracles worth his while. But now it's Classic's turn. Snap the Observer. Showtime threatening that natural. Meanwhile, we do have a Zealot run by being set up here at the 4th base. No army in position, but we do have 2 shield batteries and an overcharge. Zealot said we'll get some probes, and they do force Showtime back home. So Classic gets some breathing room. More probes going to be going down here at the 3rd base. It does force a recall. The Prism is going to get sniped. Very nice clean up there by Showtime. We'll lose 4 probes. Oracle going back into the main, going for the stasis trap, and a delayed reaction here out of Classic, but he does react in time. 1 probe and 1 Stalker get caught. As Showtime cleans up the Prism, he's getting ready for his own push. That's a lot of Stalkers going for a mass Stalker style. Classic ready for a counterattack once the army is revealed. Looking at the compositions, we have 43 Stalkers for Showtime. Meanwhile, we have 30 Stalkers, 3 Immortals, and mainly Zealots for Classic. I want to favor Classic's army in a head-to-head fight. Zealots, it's not that they do a lot of damage, but they soak a lot of damage. They take a lot of Stalker hits. As I say that, we do catch some of them out. Very nicely done. Likewise, Classic does spot the army rotating around. Showtime only moving out with half his force, by the way. As he's getting surrounded. He's getting caught out. Classic with the trap does collapse here on top of these Stalkers. And Showtime bleeding out a lot. Ay, ay, ay. 5, 6, 7 Stalkers going to be going down. We get a full surround. We clean him up. And Showtime, he loses half of his Stalkers. Yeah, big trade here for Classic. At the same time, Showtime going for a big counterattack. He has to. The pressure is on. Does hit the base, and Classic is going for a base trade. He doesn't care, not anymore. He knows how weakened this army is. And I have to favor Classic in this base trade. Showtime does hit a base first, though. Does take down the third. Classic pushing into his own. Pushing into the third and the natural. Classic is going for the main. And we just recalled. Recall's on cooldown. Classic can recall. Showtime can't. And pushing into the main base. Pylons are being depowered. We hit the third as well. Bit of an awkward move command out of Classic. But the Archosis pylon gets targeted. We depower everything at the third. And Classic, do we have a probe? Do we have a probe out on the map? That's the question here. As bases are falling left and right, and Showtime, he could try to go for the elimination. Yeah, workers are trying to evacuate. Probe being hidden here in the main, but there's no escape. Do we recall? I think we have to. We're coming back home. We force a recall. We do force a recall here on the right-hand side. We save the base. Whew, just barely. And Classic is racing back home with some of his army. With the others, he's going for the final base. The full-on base trade has arrived. Showtime going for the final base of Classic. Does pounce on top of those Immortals. Big pickoffs. 1, 2, 3 Immortals go down. But Classic is coming back. Classic turns back around. He's coming back home. He will save the Nexus. Or will he? That's a lot of Stalkers. Classic getting pulled apart. But here come his reinforcements. We have a stasis. Gets baited out. Good moves out of Classic. The entire army does return. Oh, big stasis gets caught out though. We get baited in, and Classic. Can Showtime pull this off? Classic is down to a handful of Stalkers. What is that? 8 Stalkers left. Is being forced back. Showtime, he may have half the army supply, but he's pulling this off. He's trying to at least. But the stasis is running out. We have 1 stasis left. We get a full round. GG gets called, unable to make use of it, and Classic will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Pappy. GG, well played. I mean, Classic was in a really good position, especially after catching the Stalkers of Showtime. On top of that, Showtime, he was trying to catch up for a lot of that game, being hyper aggressive, trying to punish the greed of Classic, trying to pull him apart. But I did favor Classic in that base trade. He had the larger army. He was able to catch out a lot of those Stalkers. Despite that, Showtime made a game out of that. Made it close. Made the best out of that situation and almost took that first game. Now we're getting into game number 2. GG. Has Cyril ever played Protoss or Terran in a tournament? Has Cyril off-raced? I want to say he has. I think I remember him off-racing once. But, I could be misremembering. Nothing comes to mind. Let's see. Has Cyril off-raced? Has he played Protoss before? I'm not sure. I don't think he has. Not seriously, at least. Obviously, like, Raynor's known for off-racing. Like, we've casted Maru off-raced, Darker's off-raced, Hero off-raced. Even recently, he played Terran against Max Packs. Even Hero's off-raced. But yeah, nothing comes to mind with Cyril. If he has off-raced before, it was like a one-off sort of thing, right? Like, was more of a one-off. So, yeah, nothing strikes me when it comes to Cyril. So, for now, I don't think he has off-raced. For now. But maybe, you know, he's done it and I've missed it. Possible. But yeah, for Maru, we casted Maru off-race as Protoss. I was against Percival. I was a year ago at this point, I think. Maybe 2 years ago. We've seen Dark play Protoss. We've seen Hero play Terran. The Koreans, not afraid to off-race as well. Every now and then. It's very rare though, very rare. But here we go, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Core, leading the series 1-0, representing Twisted Minds, the red Protoss player. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming, BIG. It is showtime. Ooh, again, forced into a close base trade. He was forced into it because he lost so many Stalkers there in the top right-hand corner of the map. But regardless, he made a game out of that, made it close, did bring it down to the wire there against Classic, forcing the recall, catching the Immortals. It was impressive. It was impressive, but still not enough. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. I'm hoping for an ace match, but we'll see. Pressure is on. As we do see Showtime once again going for a 2-gate opener. This time, Classic, he does relent. He doesn't commit into a greedy gate expand. 2-gate opener as well. Mirrored builds. As a reminder, if you missed out at the start of game number 1, Classic did go for a gate expand into Cybercore, or gate cyber expand. A very greedy opener in that first game, which is why Showtime was so aggressive, when he was trying to be aggressive. This time, a much more standard build. 2-gate versus 2-gate. And now we get to play our favorite game. Now we get to play what first 2 units come out. Is it going to be double Sentry? Is it going to be Stalker Adept, double Adept, or even double Stalker? We do have different pairings. They do lead to different outcomes, different playstyles, and we have our answer. It's going to be double Adept at the Classic, a much more aggressive opener. Meanwhile, Showtime going for a Stalker Sentry, a much safer, more defensive build out of our blue Protoss player. So Adepts are going to be moving out. Classic could double down, and he could go into a 3rd and 4th Adept as well, and just commit a little bit harder to Adept aggression. We'll see. Meanwhile, Showtime with the Sentry is going to be stuck at home, and with a Sentry-based opener, we do have access to a fast hallucination, which means we're going to be able to scout the follow-up tech to confirm whether or not there's an all-in. Now we can see here, Classic did only go double Adept. He didn't go into a 3rd and 4th, so just going to be some light harassment early on into a much more standard build, into something more robust. So not the biggest commitment here out of Classic, but he is the first to move out. He can threaten the natural, and he will force Showtime to be on his toes to force field the ramp and to keep the Adepts out. Speaking of, Adepts have arrived. They do check and confirm the opener. They scout all of those sentries, and speaking of, here comes that first hallucination from Showtime. Getting across the map, he should be able to confirm the tech, whether it's a Robo, a Twilight Council, a Stargate, a 1-base all-in. Showtime will confirm at least the natural. So Showtime can breathe a little bit easier. Adepts say continue to threaten the shade. Showtime does wall off. And Showtime does scout the tech, does get eyes on the Twilight Council. Likewise, Showtime going for his own. Now, because Showtime went for the faster Nexus, Classic does have a faster Twilight Council and faster Blink as a result. So there is a small window where Classic has Blink over his opponent, but it's a very small window. And also, Certain will be able to make use of it. We shall see. As Classic once again does threaten the shade. Behind this, just building up his army, getting ready for his transition, working towards his Robo. And we'll see who's the first to expand, who's the first to take a 3rd. I imagine both will. There's been no gateway explosion, there's been no sign of aggression here from either player. The constant scouting from Showtime confirms that. Just making sure that Classic does expand. Speaking of, there it is. We are setting up for that eventual 3rd base. Likewise, so is Showtime. A very nice force to do catch a Stalker. We get one. One Stalker goes down again. Blink is not done. So very nice catch there from Classic. Very nice catch. Trading a Stalker for energy. The positioning also delays the 3rd base. Classic has a much faster 3rd. Showtime forced to expand towards the north instead. Because of the army, because of the positioning. Adepts forced to recall. And Showtime is taking the linear 3rd instead. Now, this is a very safe base to expand to. We didn't get to talk about Crimson Court. Fun fact, this is our first time casting on Crimson Court all night. It's been mainly vetoed from all the other players. On this PvP, But you do have these kind of fringe areas here towards the left-hand, right-hand side that you can gain access to if you mine through these minerals. Very similar to Alcyone, very similar to Golden Wall. You have to mine through these minerals or break down these rocks to gain access to this location, to gain access to these bases. It does mean that it's more awkward to harass. It means that if Classic wants to apply pressure to this third, he has to mine through minerals or break through rocks. So it is a it's a very safe and secure base to expand to. Can be quite awkward to apply pressure there. As Hallucination comes in, charges on the way for Classic, +1. Showtime not too far behind. Showtime has not invested into charge yet, but I'm sure will soon be doing so. As we're just easing our way into the mid-game. We are easing our way in. There we go, charge starting up for Showtime. We can see some spotter pylons being set up. Classic looking at his vision. He has spotted the third location. He's aware of it. And he needs to knock down some rocks. Speaking of, should be doing so here. Takes down Hallucination. Ooh, snipes an Observer as well. Very nice pickoff. Yeah, the rocks are under fire. Classic taking his fourth, taking the center fourth base even. Very aggressive, very bold. Does have a rich Vespene gas geyser as well. So a very valuable base. As Classic does blink going forward, shuts down the rocks, takes down a pylon. And is reinforcing. And the scary thing here is that Showtime has a higher Stalker count, but Classic has Immortals. And Immortals, they add so much value here in these Stalker battles. I do have to favor Classic's army composition. But we have an overcharge. If Classic pushes in, Showtime does have the defender's advantage, and the overcharge, it makes up for our lack of Immortals. Showtime taking his fourth, a little bit more exposed. Classic can rotate around, incorporating Zealots. Once again, I do like the composition of Classic here. Going Charge Zealot, Stalker, Immortal. Meanwhile, Showtime's army has a lot more flexibility, or I should say maneuverability, with just pure Blink Stalker. You can outposition your opponent with this. We'll see if we can. +2 is on the way for both players. We're even incorporating some Archons. The Archons are a little bit unnecessary because there are barely any Zealots. Hallucination does get eyes on the composition of Showtime. Does see where the army is as well. Showtime does confirm the location of the army as well. So we're just chilling. Staying here on our fourth base location. On the right hand side. Classic investing into more Immortals. We could try to tech up, especially with the gas geyser, we could tech up into our Robotics Bay. Into Disruptors. But for now, we're steering clear of that. +2 is finishing up a little bit faster for Classic. Does have a timing. Does have a window. Showtime's Observer is caught out. We have 3 cannons and 2 shield batteries. Oh my god, we're so well set up here. There's no breaking this position. But they hit the third. Army rotating around. Wedging itself in between the bases. Showtime out of position. And we're going for the third. Or are we? Classic catching the tail end of the army. Does blink forward. But now he has to push through a choke point. The force fields are insane. Classic just zoning away Showtime. Yeah, he is caught out of position. Dives over the army. Gets the Prism. Big pickup. Big snipe. Prism goes down. We focus on one of the Immortals as well. But this is a brutal engage for Showtime. 20 probes go down, and Classic, he takes it in the end. GG gets called, completely catching Showtime out of position, and does take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations here. One wrong move. Again, Showtime was doing such a great job at keeping tabs on the main army, on the position of Classic. But Classic, he saw an opening, did just slip in between the fourth and the third, hit the third base, and was able to catch Showtime on the wrong side of the wall. Because of that, Showtime didn't have any shield batteries or overcharges to support himself, and he was caught on the wrong side of the concave as well. GG, well played. One swift move, and Classic takes it all. GG. Congratulations, and with that, we have our grand finals. We have our grand finals ready and waiting. It's going to be a Zerg versus Protoss between Raynor and Classic. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be heading over to the Korean server. As a reminder, Raynor is living in the land of South Korea. So that is where our finals are going to be taking place. There we go. It's been a long and grueling tournament. It's been how many? 4.5 hours. We're going to reach the 5-hour mark, 100%. We usually do with KungFu Cup. And yeah, we have our two finalists here. We have our two finalists, Classic and Raynor. We did miss some key players here tonight. I was looking at the bracket. As impressive and large as the bracket was, Hero, I believe, was absent in today's tournament, which is a shame. You know, Hero, the best Protoss in South Korea, but we get the next best thing. We get Classic instead. Classic steps up in place of Hero. Now, it was a couple of weeks ago that we casted Hero versus Raynor in the grand finals. Hero was looking scary, was looking dominant. There's a reason why currently I do rate Hero as the #1 Protoss in the world, based on his performances in Masters Colosseum, in I Am Katowice, and in GSL as well. Hero has been wild, has been crazy, has been very impressive and very terrifying. Even, again, recently faced off against Raynor in these ESL Open Cups as well. But didn't show up today. Hero did not show up here in this KungFu Cup. So instead, Classic is going to be waving that Korean banner in those finals in Hero's stead. Oh boy. And how will this series unfold? Where will this take us? As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5, so we have plenty of games ahead of us. And I can't imagine this is going to be a 3-0. I'm hoping for more of a back and forth. Hoping for it. But for now, though, our players need to conduct their vetoes. Vetoes are going to be underway. And we're going to take this moment to go on a short break. Very short break here for our vetoes to finish up. And once we do wrap up with this, we'll be back with the grand finals. Also, during that last game, I do apologize, but a shout out to Fernando, papi. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Ga, papi, ga. Thank you so much for resubscribing. 35 months. That's almost 3 years. That's a lot of support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fernando. Almost 3 years of support. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support, papi. Thank you so much. Again, hope you, I'm sure you enjoy the content, but yeah, hope you continue to enjoy it, and I hope you've been enjoying yourself and having a good time. Thank you. Long time supporter, papi. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our finals. See you soon. Ta. See you soon, papi. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that small break here as we have wrapped up our semifinals, and now we've made it to the grand finals of the WTL 2024 Summer KungFu Cup round number 1. Whew, it's been quite a long event here. It's been 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours already, and we've made it to the grand finals. 2 players remain. We've had them coming in from all around the world. We had Clem, we had Showtime, we had Dark, we had Spirit, Lambo. But now we're down to 2 remaining players, Rainer and Classic. It is going to be a Zerg versus Protoss matchup in a best of 5. Vetoes are done, and we're loading into game number 1 on Alkione. As we get ready for our first game, as we get ready for the grand finals, predictions in the chat will soon be open. Predictions in the chat, they are open. Place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold and who you think is going to be this week's champion. Will it be our Zerg or our Protoss, Rainer or Classic? Up to you to decide. Best of luck. Best of luck, my predictions. Open. Best of luck is spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. And Rainer already popping off, already being cheeky here, going for a 15-15, but not the most standard of 15-15 openers. He's rushing into the gold. Very interesting build here. So a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool followed by delayed gases. Gases are delayed. We're not rushing into we're not going for a roach rush, not going for a bane bus, but we are being quite greedy here, and we'll see if we can get away with it as Classic. He is moving out across the map. He does not confirm the natural location. Not yet. There's that spawning pool on the way from Rainer. Again, delayed gases. The probe is going to confirm the gases have not been taken. They confirm the pool timing, and we are now looking for the hatchery. Now, Classic has dealt with this before, because Classic is from the same region as Dark, and Dark, he loves rushing to this goal base on this map. We've seen it time and time again, week after week, against Hero, against Nightmare, against Classic. Dark does rush into this, and how do we respond? With a Forge. We delay the expansion. We're going for a cannon rush to punish this base. This is a very common response. Both Classic and Hero, mainly the Korean Protoss players, have embraced this cannon rush response. We pull the boys, but the wall is solid. The pylon finishes. Cannons are on the way. We throw down the spine crawler as a response. Thankfully, it was a pull after the hatchery, so it was a bit of a safer opener here from Rainer. But this cannon is going to finish. The cannon will finish, and how many cannons is the real question. There we go, second cannon on the way. Zealot has arrived. We do get some good surface area on that pylon, on that cannon, but it is going to finish, and damage is going to be done. The spine crawler will help, but this is about to get rowdy. This is about to get a little bit insane. There we go, the cannon does finish. We take down one of those drones. Oh, we do force, oh god, drone does go down. Clean micro out of Rainer, but does lose the worker in the end. Spine crawler is repositioning, but is within range of both these cannons. Yeah, forces it to unburrow, and Rainer, he's in a lot of trouble. He's in so much trouble. Cheeky move rushing into this goal base, but again, at Classic, he's so well prepared, so well rehearsed when it comes to dealing with this build. And the cannons will get a kill, 100%. The base is going to go down. Rainer, he gets knocked down to 1 mining base. He's forced to expand elsewhere, and Classic, he's in a good position. He's ahead. Again, that's a kill on the hatchery. Honestly, Classic could even try to cannon rush to the natural. Again, he could try to go for a second cannon rush, but he doesn't need to. He's already ahead at this point. Taking his own natural base, getting to a depth, suit to harass. Lings are being shut down. The other scary thing, because it was a 15-15, late gases, which means late link speed. Link speed is later than normal, and it means that Rainer can't really be active. He can't really be aggressive the way that he wanted to be. Has to wait a little bit longer for link speed to kick in. And the pressure is on Rainer. The pressure is on. And as we're settling into our game here, a big shout out to Rowbags in the chat. Oh my god, for subscribing for 8 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support as well. Quack, Papi Quack, hope you've been enjoying the content. Hope you enjoy the tournament and our grand finals as well. Welcome, Papi, welcome. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Bienvenidos. As the adepts, they have arrived, they punish the Lings. Again, Link speed is so late, it's still not kicking in. A lot of Lings get shaved off. As it finally does complete, and we can finally shut down these adepts. As they come in first round, good positioning here. One adept gets surrounded, so does the other. And Classic is punished for overextending. But again, overall, Classic, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in bases, or he's already getting saturated on 2 bases. Raynor just now joining up. Creep is spreading, at least. You know, there's a tuber being active over on the right-hand side. But outside of that, Classic is in control. And he's moving out with his first Oracle. Our Lings are going to be able to make it awkward to expand, and they will delay a 3rd base, that is true. We even keep the Oracle at home for a moment there, but for the most part, just slow and steady here for Classic, waiting for another Oracle before we can expand. As we get ready for this, speaking of resubscribing, Papi, Facer in the chat, Facer, Facer213, thank you so much for resubscribing for 10 months. Oh my god, we've already had a child together. It's been so long. Thank you so much for the support. God, Papi God, thank you so much. Thanks to all the support that we get in the chat, we're actually able to host our events, tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, Master Sword Open. It's thanks to you guys that we're able to not just cast, but also fund our own tournaments as well. Thank you. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes, hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As our Oracles are moving out. Again, 2 Oracles can one-shot drones. Queens are in position, though. Very nice positioning here. Good target firing as well. As we get 1 drone in the main, only 1. Good defense out of Raynor, making the best out of a bad situation. But Classic can still expand. He's still expanding, still is ahead in the economy. Transitioning into his Forge, into +1. Twilight Council's on the way, should be +1 and Blink. And I like that Classic's still being active here because he has an outpost. He has these cannons and a shield battery as well. Was still not cleaned up. So Classic has a safe location to fall back to. Now, thankfully, Raynor's also able to make use of his Spine Crawler. But we have more adepts on the way. We are getting ready to shade in as 3 Oracles make their way into the natural. Queens are out of position. 4 drones go down. 5 drones even. 6 drones in total. Classic threatening a shade towards that mineral line. There are Lings in position, but Lings are not good enough. Good positioning here by the adepts behind the mineral line. Lings are going down. Good target firing on the drones. We get 7 in total. Ooh, we get an 8th drone as well. And this is not even Classic's final form. Behind this, we still have Blink. We still have +1. We're still working on that next step. As Raynor bleeds out another drone. The Oracle's coming down! The Queens are busy. They're busy dealing with the Adepts. And just like that, 17 drones go down. Oof. We annihilate an entire mineral line. And what can Raynor do from here? He's trying to go for a counterattack, but back at home we have Sentries, we have Stalkers, no shield battery, no overcharge. Classic is a little bit vulnerable, but he's got plenty of units. He's fine. Doesn't even need the shield battery. He will defend. As he's setting up his outpost, reinforcing with a 3rd pylon. As we get ready to get into Classic's follow-up with Blink Stalkers, a shout out to the Andariel in the chat. Papi. Thank you so much, Papi. Gracias, gracias. Even starting up almost a hype train. Thank you so much. Do I enjoy the emotes? Thanks for the casting and the community tournaments. You're welcome, Papi. You're welcome. We do what we can. Always, Papi, always. For many years, we do what we can. Doing our part for StarCraft. As always. Thank you so much. You've had a lot of children with a lot of people. This is true. you don't have to point it out like that, though. Oh my god. Calm down. It's fine. We like it, man. We like it. As here we go. Classic forcing his way in. Force fields are thrown down. We have Queens to defend, but where are the Lings? Where are the Roaches? Nowhere in sight. As again, Classic just having too much of a lead, too much momentum in this game. Lings are getting ready for a surround, but we have Oracles to support. Blink kicks in as well. And Classic is snowballing out of control. There's no dealing with this army. Again, the cannon rush was just too much to handle. GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 1. GG. For StarCraft. Exactly. For StarCraft, Papi. For StarCraft. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leondario. Gracias. GG. Classic will take the first game. And again, winding it back, if you weren't here for the beginning, Raynor was going for a cheeky move. He did go for the goal base first. It was a 15-15. But as we were talking about, as we were mentioning, Classic and Hero as an example, they're both very well rehearsed here in this response to go for the Forge, to go for the Cannon Rush. It's a very unique response. I'm not so certain if we have seen many of the Europeans go for this response, but we see it a lot against Dark, and we have this kind of back and forth dynamic. And yeah, Classic was so quick to deal with that, throw down the cannons, and unfortunately Reynor just could not deal with that, was caught out, and with the death of that initial base, Reynor was on the back foot. It was an uphill battle from that moment. GG. With that, Classic takes the lead, but I mentioned before, I expect a back and forth. I am not expecting a 3-0 in either direction, whether it was Reynor 3-0ing or Classic 3-0ing. Not at all. I'm expecting more of a back and forth, and here we go. It's going to be on Reynor to bounce back on Crimson Court. Oh boy. Crimson Court is coming up next. Now, because it's a best of 5, we do have some room to work with. Even though Classic did take the first game, Reynor has room to maneuver, and he can afford a loss here and there. He's not up against the wall yet. And we'll see if we can bounce back. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It's leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk. Down in this series, but looking to bounce back here in Game 2. It is Reynor. And Classic has a lot more on the line, to be honest. I mentioned this a couple of days ago during ESL Open Cup Asia, but right now there's a lot more pressure on Classic to do well in these online tournaments and these online weeklies. The reason for that, if you are maybe unfamiliar, I know the season of GSL hasn't begun yet, but Classic did fail to qualify. He's crazy, he's doing it again! Reynor! Rushing into the forward base has his natural, very bold move. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if Classic can punish this hatchery. Does he go for another cannon rush? Looks like he's going for the Nexus. But again, Classic, he is not a Code S player. Fun fact, which is crazy, by the way. Classic is top 2 Protoss in Korea, and Classic did not make it into Code S, which is brutal. It just goes to show like how brutal the qualifiers are, and how cutthroat the Korean scene is. So because of that, again, Classic, he's got that much more on the line here in ESL Open Cup Asia, in KSL, in KungFu Cup, in WTL. He does need to focus on these online tournaments that much more because he's not in GSL. So a fire has been lit under him. Does end up confirming the opener. This time not going for a cannon rush. It's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of Classic. I'm a little bit surprised. I was expecting at least a 2-gate opener, but no, there is no second gateway. So we'll see how Classic responds. Now with this forward base, this usually leads into a roach all-in. The reason for this is, 1, the Respecting Gas Geyser gives you a boost when it comes to your gas income. Likewise, your creep is spreading quite quickly across the map. It's already halfway across because of the base, and it can just launch forward, reduce the rush time, the rush distance, and allow you to get into a Roach Queen based all-in. That's typically where this leads us. We'll see if Reynor makes use of that. Meanwhile, we have our opener, Twilight Council. Makes sense. Classic needs to punish this. He cannot let this get up and running, cannot let Reynor get away with this, and this base is vulnerable, is exposed. Can we punish it though as we're going for a Twilight Council? No Robo, we don't pull out a gas. I'm curious where this is leading. Show us what you got. There it is. Gateway gets thrown down, Robo as well. Are we going for a Dark Shrine? I mean, if we are, it's going to be a little bit delayed. It's a little bit off center. Gateways are finishing up. Or additional gateways get thrown down. It's going to be 4 gates in total. Glaives are on the way. We haven't pulled out a gas. This is interesting. So this could lead into 6 gate Glaive Adepts. This could be a 2-base all-in. This could also lead into Glaive Adepts and a Dark Shrine as well. The reason why I'm saying this is that you would typically pull off of gas, and okay, there we go. We are now pulling off of gas. It is just going to be 4-gate blink. Sorry, 4-gate glaives. And we'll see if Raynor can get a read on this. So Raynor, he confirms that Warp Gate wasn't cancelled, so he should be aware to open up defensively. In a couple of seconds, we should be seeing a Roach Warren, and there it is. Roach Warren gets thrown down just before the 4-minute mark. Get a very safe Roach Warren timing. Very safe. Likewise, we should soon be seeing Spores. We should be seeing Spores in a couple of seconds as well, in case it's a DT opener. Again, Raynor's working with incomplete information. Lings are amassing as we speak. And Classic is pushing. It does reveal the Adepts. Raynor, he can choose to skip his Spores, by the way. He has seen enough. And it looks like he is skipping those Spores. It is a risky maneuver. It could be Glaive Adepts plus Dark Templar. We can see that thankfully that is not the case. And Raynor, he cuts workers at 37 before 40. How many queens? 5 queens, a good amount of lings. He's amassing roaches as we speak, taking his Resting Gas Geyser. And the pressure's on Classic. He needs to get some damage done. Now, this is not an all-in. It's only 4-gate glaives, which means we're expanding. The third base is on the way. But we still need to break through, and as we mentioned, like, we're spreading creep as we speak. Raynor, he's getting ready for his own counterattack after we defend. Lings are going down. We don't commit to the shade. More roaches are amassing. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Raynor. Prism slips into the main base. Here we go. We dive on top of the queens. We commit to the shade. We get into that mineral line. 4 drones go down. Likewise, Depths, they get into the main, but Lings are in position. Raynor's keeping up. Do deny the Spore. And we're going to be diving on top of the queens. We do have a transfuse, barely keeping the queen alive. Raynor having a hard time trading, but Adepts say shade into the main. Once again, they do warp in. There's still no third base in sight. Classic getting into Immortal production. Does get 8 drones, but is that enough damage? I don't think so. Going for another warp into the main base. Denying a little mining time still. That is true. But the Prism is forced back. And Classic, I would be okay with this if he had a third, but the third base is still not thrown down. Was denied earlier. And we're in an interesting game state. Very interesting. Raynor's drone count is a little bit low. That is true. Ooh, as we commit to the shade. The drone count is a little bit low, but we have the Resting Gas Geyser, so we can make up for that. More denied mining time here at the natural. Threatening the main. The queen's having a hard time keeping up. Getting another drone. 2 in total. You can see that Classic is microing his heart out. He knows that he has to get as much value as he can. In total, he killed 11 drones. That's okay. Not ideal. Now, thankfully, Classic has Immortals. There is no shield battery, which is concerning. Either at the natural or the third base. No shield battery yet. Roaches are amassing. Raynor is running up to 51. Now, with the arrival of this lair, we should be working towards Roach speed. Roach speed should be on the way as Classic slips into the main. Does slip into the main base. Does target fire a lot of drones. 6 drones going to be going down. The main army does push forward. We have some force fields. Force fields are available. We got 6 drones in the main and the natural. Pretty good damage so far. Not too bad. We have Ravagers. Classic has to take care. Ooh, as we bleed out those Adepts. Prism force back. The Immortal within range of the Gas Geyser does take it down. Honestly, that's a pretty big pickoff. Raynor, he's only on 1 Gas Geyser, by the way. Can't really allow himself to, or can't really afford too many more Ravagers and Roaches. Nice pickoff at a Classic. Prism coming back in. Threatening another drop. There's nothing in it, but Raynor doesn't know that. And Classic is still waiting to pounce on this army. Has a lot of force fields. Is paying attention. Does confirm that the gas wasn't retaken yet. Just now. Does catch some roaches. Up! Gets a Ravager. Good pickup. Ravager goes down. Raynor breaks out. We can rotate around once again. We can deny that Gas Geyser. Classic just non-stop aggression here. Not making it easy for Raynor to even mine from any of his bases. Catch out an Overlord, rotating over towards the 4th. Adepts get into the main. Leagues are in position. But solid force fields in the base. It's going to be denied. We force a cancel. Now, Classic has to be careful because he's running out of force fields, running out of energy. He's got maybe 3 force fields left, at least 2. Bordering on 3. There we go. Is within range once again of the Gas Geyser. It's a drone, rotates around, containing Rainer's 3 bases. And this army is massive, by the way, from Classic. He's done such a great job of preserving his units, preserving his Immortals. And has so many Adepts. Does take a bar to the face. Oh my god, but the shade is insane. And do we commit? Banelings, they're looking for a way in. We do commit with at least some of them. Banelings push forward. The Immortals are exposed. Banelings, they crash into the sentries. Big connections. And 1 Immortal goes down. At the same time, Adepts, they get cleaned up in the main. Classic running out of steam. They still has a lot of Immortals available. Forced to pull back. Vials, ooh, they do connect. Triggering the shield, they're running out of buffer. The Immortals are exposed. And Classic is running out of support here for his Immortals. They're going down. Raynor forcing this back. We do have another warp in though. Classic holding on. Barely saves some of those Immortals. Rotates around. Can take down the Gas Geyser once again. Good pickup. Raynor's still stuck on 3 bases, but he has a solid army he holds. And Classic backs off. Whew. Classic does back off. Now, because Classic saved all these Immortals, he's not going to die. Like, Raynor, he can't punish his opponent. He can't quite counterattack. Raynor desperately trying to get a 4th base. And the other scary thing, a big reason why Classic has been so aggressive and so successful, no creep. No creep whatsoever out of Raynor. He has no presence on the map. Very limited time to react. He's been losing his Overlords, no vision. Raynor stuck at 50 workers, but he's massing up Lingbane. No shield battery here at the center base from Classic. This still feels very much on a knife's edge. Oh my god. File's going to be going up. Prism into the main. Mortals have to be careful. Files do graze them. At the same time, Prism does slip in. Adepts once again into the main base. Roach Speed isn't done. Wait, what? Roach Speed heavily delayed here. I didn't even realize. That also makes sense as to why Raynor was having such a hard time keeping up with the movement of Classic. Roach Speed just now finishing. And this means that Raynor can push. Raynor, we can be a little bit more active here, but how many Immortals do we have? 8 Immortals. Prism gets in, takes a lot of hits. The Prism is going to be able to barely escape. Just barely. 4th base is up, but Raynor's all in. Raynor, he's cutting workers at 50, has opted not to drone that 4th base. He's just maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager, but Classic, his army supply is insane. Good force field is all we need. And again, still no shield battery at the center base. No shield battery. We are set up at the 3rd, not at the 4th. Storm is about to finish. Raynor ready for a multi-prong attack. We're going to hit the 4th and the 3rd. And we're pushing in. We are committing. Classic late to respond, but yeah, Storm. Oh. Yeah, Storm available. Bailey's they roll in, and the Zealots, they cannot engage. They try to. Decent storms. Adepts harassing across the map. Raynor pushing in. Oh, he takes some big storms to the face. The Baileys, they do not connect. At the same time, the Roach Ravager gets completely cleaned up. GG gets called. Classic shuts Raynor down. And Classic takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Once again, Reynor attempting to get away with some greed. It was in game 1 where Reynor went for the goal base on Alcyone as a natural. Here in game 2, Reynor went for the forward Rich Vespine Gas Geyser base. Very exposed bases in both games, and in both games, Classic punishes him. Again, they have practice against Dark. Like, Dark, very similarly, does enjoy taking up or taking these more exposed bases and getting away with murder and snowballing out of control. Remember, Classic responded with Glaive Adepts, did do an okay amount of damage. It did feel like Reynor, for the most part, had held against the first Glaive Adept push, but it was the follow-up. It was the Immortals, it was the continued Adept Warp in, it was the Sentries as well. It was in that second push, in the second wave, that's where Classic was able to outtrade Reynor, able to deny the fourth over and over again, deny the creep, deny the Rich Vespine Gas Geyser, pick off Ravagers, pick off drones. That was when, and that was where, Classic got ahead. GG. GG, well played, and now Classic needs one more. Uromas to win it all and be our champion. The pressure is now on Reynor. I said before that Reynor, he had some breathing room, he had some time, he had some games to, you know, maybe warm up or even drop here and there, but not anymore. Not anymore. As one more loss will spell the end for Reynor. We'll see if we can bring it all back. As game number 3 is on Ghost River. Oh boy, Ghost River. For those who are unaware, Ghost River, it is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. Very short, even shorter than Hard Lead last season, which was the previous season's shortest rush distance map in the map pool. 31 seconds from main to main, even less time from natural to natural. So yeah, you can be quite aggressive on this map. We've seen a lot of Ling Bane all-ins, we've seen a lot of Roach Queen all-ins as well. Seen a lot of aggression from the Zerg side and from the Protoss side as well. Oh boy, so we'll see where this takes us. This could be a short game, and I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm cheering for Reynor. I just want more games. Give me more games, Pappy. I want a back and forth. I want more games. Ideally, I would love to see an ace match, regardless of how this goes the way of Reynor or the way of Classic. I would love to see a game 5. But the pressure is on Reynor. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds and leading the series 2-0. One game away from becoming this week's KungFu Cup champion. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk. The pressure is on, he has to fight back here and now to force, to even have a chance to get into the ace match. It is Reynor. And interesting, Reynor going for a 14 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. A very safe opener out of Reynor. Very interesting. Okay, I do like this. Considering how aggressive or how risky Reynor has been playing this entire series, it's a big reason as to why he's now at a deficit and why he's been struggling, is he has been punished time and time again. Now a very safe build, 14 hatch, 15 pool into delayed gases. This will allow us to expand on location. This will allow us to get into earlier queen production and settle down into our game. So a very safe opener. And meanwhile, back at home, Classic going for a gate expand. Standard opener out of Classic. Ooh, just catching up with the chat. So many good Protosses coming back from the military. I need Zest back. True. For those who maybe didn't hear, regarding like returning military Protoss players, I believe Trap finishes his military service today. Is it today or tomorrow? Either today or tomorrow, Trap is completing his military service. And there have been some photos coming out. Potentially, Trap is going to be coming back to the game. We'll see. You know, Rogue just came back like a month ago. Trap might be returning as well. I'm sure Gemini is excited in more ways than one. Oh no. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the Wing Commander returns. We shall see. Likewise, Zest, I think he's still a couple of months or like a year off. I'm not so certain as to when Zest returns. Just know the Trap is coming back. Or is finishing his military. As we have this, oh, we barely get the pilot block. Classic! Oh my god, that was so clutch. That was quite smooth, actually. First pylon goes down, second pylon goes down. This is brutal as we deny the third base, and Raynor is contained to 2 bases. Because of the map, because we are on Ghost River, there's only 1 third base. There's no other expansion here. There's no other way, there's no other base to take. And the Adept arrives. The pylon is cancelled, and Raynor is stuck on 2 bases. The role of this Adept is to deny any kind of base, and remember, because of the delayed gas, delayed link speed, it means that the Adept is not going to be dealt with as we shut down one of the drones, but we're able to expand finally. As the Adept moves out of position, Raynor does expand. But that could have been so much worse. I mean, that was already a good start for Classic. Could have been so much worse. Classic was distracted, did kill a drone at least. Now he's coming in with 2 more Adepts. And denying the third base the way that he did is possible because of how short the rush distance is on Ghost River. Takes less time for the probe to get across the map, takes less time for the Adepts to get across the map as well. Oracle's on the way. It was a Stargate opener out of Classic. Adepts towards the main. Ooh, forcing an overreaction. Raynor feeling a little bit nervous. Raynor definitely on edge here. The Oracle gets in. We get 1 drone. We get 2 drones in the main. Ay, ay, ay. And we're not done. We have the second Oracle moving out. Classic is spinning, taking his third base. Classic with, I would say, a bit of a slight lead. Not the most substantial of leads, don't get me wrong. Raynor is still in this, but Classic, he's looking for now at least in control. Oracle threatens the third base, delays some mining time. Looking to dive into the main. And we have our follow-up. Good positioning with the Queens. A lot of hull damage on at least that second Oracle. Stay strapped behind this. Good target firing at a Raynor. Okay, we're tightening up. We're good. We're looking solid here. The Overlord, what did we confirm, by the way? We saw the third Oracle, but that's all we saw. That's a Gateway Explosion. That's a Twilight Council on the way. I don't see a Forge. This could be one of 2 things. This could be Glaive Adepts, or it could be a Blink All In. There it is. Glaives is on the way. The reason why it's Glaives, there's no Forge. No Forge, no upgrades. 5 gateways in total. This is gonna blindside Raynor, or it's designed to blindside Raynor. Now, these Adepts, there's a lot of pressure here on Classic to make this work. This is gonna be delaying Blink and delaying the mid-game tech, so this is quite committed here by Classic. He needs to trade, he needs to get damage done. But the last thing that Raynor's gonna be expecting right now is Adepts. As Raynor is keeping up with the Oracles with his Queens. Do we have a Roach Warren? We do not. Ooh, that is a 5-minute 45 Roach Warren. That is quite late, actually. Typically, we'd see a Roach Warren at around 5 minutes. So this has been delayed. And I would hope that Raynor could get away with it. And I think he could if it was Blink Stalkers. But because Glaive Adepts are coming, Raynor might be in some trouble. That's a lot of Adepts. And the Roach Warren isn't done. Oh, boy. I am very concerned here for Raynor. The Oracles are dragging the Queens out of position. Here come the Adepts. Lings, they get shut down. They do scout the Adepts, by the way. And we need an army. We need to make as many Roaches as possible. The Roach Warren's still not done. Just now finishing. Lings are amassing. The Queens do deal with the Oracles at least, but here come the Adepts. They hit the third. They hit the third base, and there's nothing to defend. 7 drones go down instantly. And now we're shading towards the natural. There are a lot of Lings. But we could even commit. So we don't need to. We gotta kill the hatchery. The hatchery goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And the Roaches are finally on the way, but we have reinforcements coming out here for Classic. We shade in towards that natural. Lings are going down. Good kiting with the Adepts. Good kiting overall. At least the Roaches have arrived, so we should eventually clean this up. We shade into the main base. Still trading with the Adepts. Sorry, still trading with the Lings. Getting 5 drone kills. As the Oracle's going ham here at the 4th base, more Adepts have arrived. The drones is nowhere to go. No. They run into the Adepts, thankfully. I was going to say they're on A move, but no, we do target down some more drones. As we contain Raynor to 2 bases. And behind this, Classic is working on the next step. Charge is on the way, +1, Immortal production. Now this is going to trigger a counterattack. And remember, because it's Ghost River, it works both ways. You can be aggressive, the Protoss can, so can the Zerg. And we're all in. Makes sense. Raynor, he's completely all in. We're willing the Queens across the map, the Roaches, the Lings. It's all or nothing for Raynor. He does get off the ramp. Force Field's too late. Force Field is too late. Overcharge is popped. Barely keeping the Immortal alive. And the overcharge a little bit too good. Yeah, Classic, he forces back the army. Being lured out into the open. Queens are on the way. Do we have a force field? We do not. No force field available. Queens have arrived. Raynor, he can pull this off. It's all on the line. All on the table here for Raynor. Diving on top of the army. Gets the Immortal. Shield battery does keep it alive though. Just barely. And reinforcements collapsing on the Queens. And Raynor is running out of steam. He's running out of roaches. Has to be careful. Oh, barely does get an Immortal. Big pickoff. Immortal goes down. But we still have one more here at the 3rd. Shield batteries are out of energy. Boys have to be pulled. We may have to pull the probes. It's going to be close. The slow lots are coming in. Slow lots are coming in. We barely do not catch another Immortal. And Classic, it does feel like he's holding on. He's caught between 2 bases, but he has plenty of reinforcements. Another Immortal goes down. We're down to 1. We're down to 1, but charge kicks in. No. We have charge. We get on top of the Roaches. Efficient trade here from Classic. He just popped an overcharge, so he doesn't have another available. Not yet. But he has reinforcements. He takes down the Queens, takes down the Roaches. And Classic holds. Classic, he holds on, and you know what? Didn't lose any probes. That's what's impressive. He could have pulled the workers there to make it a little bit of an easier defense, but it would have cost him his economy, and doesn't lose a single probe here in the defense. Very impressive. Bled out 2 Immortals, 5 Stalkers, and 26 Zealots. Behind this, Classic, he's up 20 workers. He's working on a 4th base. Raynor, double expanding. Or taking a 3rd and getting a macro hatch, droning up as best he can. Raynor, he's not ready for a longer game. Not set up for one. And this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Classic, he's working on +2, working on Storm. Templar Archives is done. Prism is on the way, 4th base as well. And Raynor, he can't touch this 4th. That's the problem. Because of that trade, because of that fight, the 4th base is going to get up and running. Classic is looking solid. Now, Raynor could try and go for a secondary all-in. He's drawn up to 3 bases. He's drawn up to 68. He could try to cut workers here and max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager and try to catch the army out in the middle of the map. That is true. That is possible. Going for a straight-up macro game is going to be a little bit harder as we're going for a Zealot drop towards the natural. Raynor keeps up. Is in position. At the same time, Zealot run by towards the south, and likewise, Raynor has a handful of Lings, but that's not going to be enough. The Queen is exposed. There we go. Ling reinforcements do arrive, but this is still going to be a good trade for Classic. Oof. Yeah, the 1-1 Zealot say clean up the Lings. At the same time, dropping to the main, getting 3 drones. Prism does take a lot of damage. It looks like the Prism is going to go down. Oh, big pickup. Very nicely done. Raynor shuts down the War Prism. At the same time, Ling drop into the main base. 6 probes go down. And this is the beginning. The beginning of a comeback. I don't want to say it yet. Like, Raynor still has some catching up to do, but that was very nice. Shuts down the Prism, gets 6 probes. The drop is still being active. We could even get some more probes here at the 3rd. And Classic is transitioning into Sky Toss. Oh boy, that is a fleet beacon. And that, I believe, yep, is a second Stargate. This does make sense. Thankfully, we respond with a Hive and a Spire, getting ready for the eventual Sky Toss. And I say this makes sense because I think that it's risky for Classic to push onto Creep to move out right now, especially if Rainer's going all in. Doesn't know whether he is or isn't. But there's no way for Rainer to break the 4th or to break the 3rd. There's no way for Rainer to really be too active right now. So why not just turtle up and go into Sky Toss? And that's what's happening. You know, there it is. Carrier production has commenced, and Rainer can't really deny this. Thankfully, because of the early scouts, Rainer already has a Spire halfway done. So we're getting into a longer game. We're getting into the late game. Rainer, he has all the information he needs, is working towards Sky Toss. Bailing drop here towards the south. Okay, I'm loving this. Even though Rainer can't push in with his main army, he can harass. And these bailing drops can be difficult to keep up with. Classic does spot it though with those zealots. Phoenix is repositioning. And does spot the Overlord. And Bailings, can we make it in? We cannot. Forced to unload. At least the Bailings will survive. But last, we have plenty of cannons and Archon in position as well. Bailings, yeah, they won't be able to bust in. And Rainer's working on a Greater Spire. I'm on the fence about the Greater Spire. Part of me feels like it would be more important to prioritize +1 air attack and +1 air carapace. Upgrades, I mean, for the Corruptors. Just because Broodlords aren't going to be the most important thing, but regardless, we are going to be investing into them. The Broodlords will help against the ground army, and to be fair, I mean, that's quite a hefty ground army. We can't ignore it. We can't forget about it. That's a lot of Immortals, that's a lot of Storm, a lot of Archons. Broodlords will have their place against this. You also don't want to fall into the trap of overmaking Corruptors. We've seen many a Zerg player overmake Corruptors, be caught out without an anti-ground army, and like just a ground switch just kills them. It's happened before, it will happen again. So Rainer making sure he doesn't fall into that trap. So it's going to be going down. Bailing drop here towards the natural, and up. Do we get in? Up. Oof. Not quite. Classic does react in time. Mothership has arrived. -300, -300. Let's go. Ling Bane run by towards the 3rd base. We have carriers in position. We do have Cloak as well. But the Bailings, they still go up nonetheless. Manual detonations. 17 probes go down. Very nicely done. Again, really smart of Rainer to incorporate Bailings there. If it was only Lings, the Lings would have done 0 damage. But Bailings can be manually detonated, despite the Cloak. So very nice run by, but Classic has maxed out. Let's have a look at the armies. We have 4 carriers, the Mothership. How many High Templar? 6 High Templar, a lot of Storms, 8 Archons. A very well-rounded army here by Classic. And Rainer, he's going for counterattacks. Going for run-bys. Hitting that southern base, forcing Classic to respond. Oh, the Artosis Pylon goes down. Artosis Pylon does fall. But Classic, he wants to keep on pushing. Rotating towards the south. Towards these fringe bases. And what army is Rainer working with? We have 9 Broodlords. 9 Broodlords. 0 Corruptors. Oh. That was a concern I had. 0 Corruptors here for Rainer. At the same time going for a Roach counterattack. Again, his goal here is to force the army to turn around. That's a lot of spores. That is going to be a lot of spores. Fungal does connect. Storm's going to be zoning back those Broodlords. And Classic, he's just mowing his way through. Cutting a path through the Zerg. The spores are doing what they can. The Queens as well targeting down the Mothership, and the Mothership will fall. At the same time, Roaches, they take down the base. How many Broodlords do we have left? We're down to 6. The Corruptors are falling one after the other. We're trying to reinforce. We take down the carrier. We have 2 carriers left. And it looks like Rainer, are we going to be able to hold on? We lose the base though. Base goes down. Classic has to back off. No interceptors. Didn't lose the carriers, but did lose his interceptors. Has to recall back home. does defend against the roaches. And the roaches are going to be able to catch out some more units here. Carrier was not recalled. Big pickup. Carrier goes down. We catch the immortals. Very nicely done. At the same time, Prism gets across the map. Going to be able to harass at least somewhat with these zealots. Likewise, Corrupt is trying to camp the production. Going for the carriers. And can we take... No, we can't quite get the Stargates. Oof. Rough losses there for Raynor. But we're out of position. Classic not where he needs to be, and he just recalled. Classic just recalled. Caught completely off guard with his pants down. The base is going to fall. And Raynor, he's in the driver's seat. He's just outmaneuvering Classic back and forth. Classic, he wants a main fight. That's the thing right now. He does have a stronger main army, I will say that. Which is why Raynor's going for just non-stop harassment. Another Ling run by being set up. Raynor knows he can't fight head-on. Classic knows he can. As we do pull back, we have a Spore Forest ready. Really nice setup here by Raynor. And the Lings, they catch an Archon. Big pickup. Archon goes down. Blink is not done. No blink in sight. Classic down to one base economy, essentially. Stuck long distance mining. Nothing in the main, nothing in the natural. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Raynor. As you see another Ling run by. Classic pushing in into the Spore Forest of all things. Good fungal. Broodlords are going ham. So those 6 Broodlords. Corruptors, they dive in. Good Storm zoning back the Corruptors. Lings, they catch the mineral line. They catch out all the workers. Probes are going down. Classic completely all in. And Raynor, he may have just done it. Big storms on the roaches. Oh, we do sit in the storms quite a bit there. And we're running out of interceptors. We are running out. Classic has to pull back. Doesn't have the biggest bank. Big storm on the army. Oh my god, massive storms. But is it enough? We dive on top of the carriers and we focus every single one down. And Raynor, he has done it. He cleans up the army. And he's fighting back in this series. GG gets called. Raynor fights back, putting a point on the board. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Classic, he built up towards a death pool of an army. Remember, with the initial max out, Classic, he was looking insane. He was looking unstoppable. Look at the graph here. The red line is Classic. Classic, he had a massive supply lead. He had a maxed out army. But the counterattacks, the non-stop run-bys with Lings, with Roaches, with Banelings, it continued to force Classic back and back home. On top of that, even though Raynor was lacking in an army, he made up for it with spores. He had massive Spore Forest already set up preemptively. Whenever he pushed out, we had like a line of spores. We were able to shut down all the interceptors, able to defend, able to survive. GG. And yeah, Classic may be a little bit too trigger happy there. If he played a more slower defensive style, he would have had a little bit more success. 100%. 100%. He would have been less prone to... Oh. He would have been less prone to committing to these move outs, to being caught out and losing bases over and over again. Would have been more secure. And Classic maybe, yeah, just a little bit too excited in that game. And with that, we have a series. We have a series, Pappy. Let's go. We're getting ready for game number 4. Also, big shout out to Raynor because it was quite impressive to come back from that situation. It was a rough start for Raynor, and he was initially all in, if you remember. He was all in with Roach Queen, and he committed, and he did not kill Classic. That's why Classic got away with Sky Toss. That's why he was able to settle into 4 bases, but he never got his 5th. That's what's important. Never got the 5th base up and running. GG. And again, I would say that on the one hand, that was really well done by Raynor with the counterattacks. On the other hand, Classic, again, just a little bit too aggressive. Too aggressive there, and things got out of hand. And now we find ourselves in a series. We have a back and forth, We're getting into game 4. Let's go. Ooh, let us go. Did you say Rogue is back? He is. Rogue is back. He's been back for a month. He had been gone for so long, I didn't think he was coming back from the military. I mean, yeah, it's really great to see him back. He just finished up with the military, I think, over a month ago. Then he came back to StarCraft. It's been looking good. Has been looking good. Very impressive. Also, because there's no other choice for the third. Yeah, I did mention at the time, but specifically on Ghost River, it was Ghost River. Also, Oceanborn is a really rough, like alternate third location. So again, impressive that Raider was able to bounce back the way that he did, and now we're getting into our next game. Getting into game 4, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Still one game away from becoming our champion this week, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner with some momentum on his side, the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk, putting a point on the board. Uno mas. One more win is all he needs to force the ace match. He needs your energy, he needs your support for an extended series. It is Rainer. Oh boy. Catching up with the chat. Catching up with the chat. It's over. Rainer had 2 times the armor supply at the beginning of the attack. I think you're referring to the all-in, right? The all-in at the third base. Yeah, I mean, it was impressive that Classic survived that. And again, like that's why things are looking dire for Rainer, right? Like Classic, he held on to the third. He was able to get into Sky Toss, got his 4th base, fully up and running. Got into, what was it, 6 carriers? It was crazy. Insane. Rainer comes back from this. He came back, Bobby. He came back. Crazy. Just like Rogue. Here we go. Ooh. As for now, Rainer's going for a standard opener. I believe just a hatch gas pool. Yep, hatch gas pool opener here from our Blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, Classic back at home going for a gate expand. Everything's looking normal for the time being. And the map itself a lot more normal as well. Doesn't have as many quirky features as the other maps have. Winding it back, remember, on Alcyone, Rainer rushed into the gold. On Crimson Court, Rainer rushed into the forward Rich Vesian Gas Geyser base. And on Ghost River, Rainer was punished and was having a hard time even getting his third up and running because of the short rush distance by ground. Here, the rush distance is a lot longer, the natural's a lot more secure, and you have options for your third base. Triangular third or linear third. So Site Delta has become one of the more standard maps in the map pool. But as we get into what's supposed to be a more standard game, Twilight Council opener. Once again. Classic going into a Twilight Council opener. With this, we can go into Glaive Adepts, we can go into a Dark Shrine. We are pulling out of gas. Glaives is going to be on the way. Now with 2 and 2, with 4 in total, this should be 4-gate Glaive Adept. This is not an all-in. It can lead into an all-in later on down the line, but for now, it is a way to get some economic damage done and to expand, take a third base, and get ahead. There's a gateway explosion. Again, we're going to be going up to 4 gates in total. Overlord is going to be denied. I believe Rainer did see the warp gate. So once again, as we've seen in a lot of these games, Rainer should be going for a 4-minute Roach Warren at around 4 minutes. And Rainer's been pretty good at this. He's been pretty good at getting his Roach Warren on time whenever it's a Twilight Council opener. There's Glaives on the way, as I did mention. And there's our 4th gateway. There is that 4th gateway. Rainer is fanning out his lings, trying to keep an eye on any third base or keep an eye on any warp prism as it moves out. There's that Roach Warren. This was thrown down a little bit earlier at around 3:55. Again, a solid timing for the Roach Warren, and it will be up and running in time for the Adepts. This is still going to come down to the execution of Classic. Classic is going to go for a 4-gate Glaive Adept. This is not an all-in. It can lead into an all-in later on down the line, but for now, it is a way to get some economic damage done and to expand, take a third base, and get ahead. There's a gateway explosion. Again, because it's 4-gate Glaive Adept, he has to be very careful with how and when he shades. He cannot commit too hard. He cannot throw away the Adepts. If he does, his third is going to be non-existent. He won't be able to hold on to it. So we're going for the Overlord. Adepts are amassing. Raynor did spot some Adepts at least, and Lings are building up back at home. Raynor actually being proactive here, moving out with his Lings. Okay, bold move. Ooh, as Raynor will supply block for a moment. Adepts are moving out. At the same time, Lings are moving in. The Adepts, they are spotted. Raynor going for a counterattack. We do have a Stalker in the wall, but it's exposed. And the Stalker's going to go down. Forced to wall off. Where's that wall, by the way? There we go. We have a warp in. Meanwhile, across the map, Adepts, they shade in towards that third base. Lings are out of position. Uh-oh. Lings are across the map. The Queens are exposed. We focus down one of them. One Queen goes down. Roaches, they are amassing just in time. And we have not lost any drones, not yet. Prism gets into the main. Adepts, they shade into the natural. Drones are now falling. And the warp in is going to complete. The one Queen doesn't have enough DPS. The Prism will escape. And things are getting out of hand. We have Adepts in every single base, in the natural, the main, and the third as well. Drones are going down. 7 of them so far. But Raynor is calming things down. Gets across the map, forcing another defensive warp in. That does slow Classic down as he gets another Queen. And it looks like Raynor, he's defended. Yeah, Raynor's droning. He knows he's safe. Raynor, he is droning up. Adepts are forced back. And Classic should be looking to expand, but he is denied. Expansion is going to be delayed. And Classic is working on the next step. He's working on Immortal production. Whew, okay. As the dust does settle. Raynor, he's going to be able to re-drone. He did get knocked down to 38 workers. He did sustain quite a bit of economic damage. Looking at the units lost tab, it was 7 drones going down and 2 Queens. I would say this was a good trade for Classic as long as he doesn't lose the Prism. We'll get away. We'll get away. Aware? Away. Look, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m., Bobby. Oh, God. It's all falling apart. Bench would be nice. But he does end up getting away with that Prism. Does live to fight another day. Is going to be pivoting back in. Adepts, they head towards that natural. And Raynor, he is able to keep up. We have plenty of roaches in position. But what's scary to me is this army. We're going for a secondary push. We are getting a third, but it looks like this third is a fake out. Classic, he's cutting workers at 45. It's a 2-base all-in. Fake third base, 2-base all-in coming out from Classic, and if Raynor drones up too much, he's going to be in trouble. Does drone up to 54, but I think this is a good worker count to stop at. I don't think we've ever droned. We're amassing roaches, ravagers, lings. We do spot the army with the lings. Now, Raynor, he will hit the third, but again, there's nothing here to really hit. One probe goes down. Classic is all in. It's all or nothing for the Protoss. Raynor, he's got some Ravagers. This is going to come down to the force fields. How good are the force fields going to be? Classic splitting up his Adepts, going for a counterattack. Raynor going for a counterattack with his Lings. Ooh, Biles do connect. Big Biles here. We shave off a couple of Roaches. On the low ground, we're within range of the Roach Warren as well, but Roach Speed does finish. We throw down the force field, Zings, they come back home. Good pick off with the Ravagers. The Immortal does get surrounded. Yeah, big pick off. Immortal goes down. But we're running out of Lings and we're getting on top of the Roaches. Classic is pushing through. You can see he wants that Roach Warren, and he's gonna get it. Yeah, the Roach Warren's exposed. It does get picked off. No more Roaches here for Raynor. We have 6 more on the way. But now Raynor, he can only reinforce with Lings against Adepts, by the way. We get some more sentries. Some more force fields. Eva Chamber gets shut down. Do we have any Ravagers? We have one. One Ravager. That's not good enough. Force fields, their king. How do we deal with the force fields? Yeah, we just cut off the Roaches from the main army. We head towards the third base, and Raynor, he's in so much trouble. Yeah, he's got so much army just not doing anything. We can't. Another wave of force fields. Just cutting Raynor off. from his third. And the third base is going to go down. Once again, key force fields here. GG gets called. He cannot contest against this. And Classic will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's KungFu Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. A solid execution there out of Classic, going for the 2-base all-in. Remember, the third base was a fake out. Now, thankfully, I don't think Raynor, fell for the third. Remember, he cut workers at 54. Again, he didn't overdrone. I don't think that anyway. The problem here was lack of Ravagers. Remember, at the start of the fight, he had 3 Ravagers. And in the first push from Classic, he was able to force field and catch 2 Ravagers immediately. Killed 2 of them, which meant that there was no answer. There was no answer to the force fields. He could just slice up the army, and Raynor could do nothing to stop Classic. Killing the Roche Warren was kind of the nail in the coffin there. As Classic snowballed out of control. So really good execution at a Classic. Raynor unfortunately didn't realize how sentry heavy it was. If he had realized that, then maybe we morph in some additional Ravagers just to have a fighting chance against those force fields. In the end, Classic was able to snowball out of control. GG, well played. Really good micro, really good execution there at a Classic. And he is going to be our first KungFu Cup champion of the season. Congratulations. Congratulations here. GG, well played. As a reminder, KungFu Cup is a seasonal weekly tournament. What I mean by that is it comes with World Team League. World Team League is starting up this week, so is KungFu Cup, which means we have 11 weeks. 11 weeks of KungFu Cup action. And then the season ends, WTL wraps up, and then we go Masters Coliseum. Masters Coliseum thereafter as well. A big shout out to SC Boy, the Chinese casters, the Chinese community really for StarCraft 2. They are the people behind World Team League, and they're the people behind KungFu Cup and Masters Coliseum and Stars War 11 and a lot of tournaments. They host a lot of events, and they even support a lot of players as well, so much love here to SC Boy. They do a lot for the scene, very passionate. And a shout out to not just Classic, but Raynor as well. Raynor, he may not be the champion this week, but he did well for himself making it to the finals, right? There's no shame in going down to Classic. Let's have a look at the run of our players here. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat here if you want to have a look at the bracket. Raynor, to make it to the finals, he took down Clem 2-1. Fun fact, that one map that Raynor lost against Clem, Raynor played Protoss. He's crazy. he's lost his mind back. GG. So Raynor, he even off-raced Protoss against Clem, and that was the game that he lost, but Raynor was looking solid against Clem in his ZVT. Raynor, he took down Nightmare. That was a close series, though. To be fair, that was a very close series. Nightmare, he almost took down Raynor in that best of 3, but Raynor takes down Nightmare. Raynor, he took down Lambo earlier on. You can see there in the round of 16, Raynor took down Lambo, and he also, just had a really solid run here tonight. Classic likewise took down Showtime, Spirit, and Oliveira. Ooh, and for Jumi. So that's quite again, quite an insane lineup here. And a shout out to all the other players that had a deep run as well. Showtime making it to the semis, Clem as well. Big shout out to Spirit. There was a big upset. Spirit took down Dark. If it wasn't for Spirit, maybe Dark would have been in the grand finals. You know, there would have been a bigger run from him, but Spirit knocked Dark down early on in the tournament. DRG was here, Clem, of course, Skillus, Bunny, and many others. Again, that's what's great about KungFu Cup. Because the prize pool for KungFu Cup is so much larger compared to all these other tournaments, compared to all these other weekly tournaments, I should say, it brings together the best of the best. Like, this tournament, it's more stacked than any of the ESL Open Cups, any of the regionals, Korea, America, or Europe. Again, those weeklies pale in comparison to KungFu Cup, and it's always great to see these regions collide, you know, from Europe, from Korea, from Southeast Asia, from the Americas. Always good fun. Always good fun. And with that, we're done. It's 2:30 in the morning, papi. I would like some sleep. I would like it. So shout out to all the players. Thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. If you enjoyed the casting, consider following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. Again, we have a YouTube channel. We're streaming both on Twitch and YouTube. Rainer plays Zerg. Sometimes. Sometimes, Flappy. Yeah, we stream both on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can check us out there. If you missed out on some games, if you want to check out our VODs, YouTube has VODs available immediately under that live tab. So check out the live tab on YouTube, and you can catch up on all of our previous broadcasts. We're live on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings, sometimes multiple times a day. And yeah, you know, it's available if you're interested. You can also support us on Patreon. You can subscribe on Twitch. You can subscribe on YouTube or become a member on YouTube. I think that's what it's called. So you can support us if you wish. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We cast KungFu Cup on a weekly basis. And I did briefly mention World Team League. World Team League Code S returns this week. If you haven't heard of it, World Team League is basically the spiritual successor of Pro League. Spiritual successor. It does have an online portion. The group stage is online. Typically the playoffs are online, but I believe SC Boy plan on making the playoffs and offline finals. I believe that they plan on making like the last couple of playoffs offline instead. So big season here for WTL, big season for SC Boy, as they're gonna try and make an offline event happen. Do look forward to it. And yeah, World Team League, it's amazing, it's beautiful. The best of the best are gonna be facing off, and on Friday, World Team League returns. We should also be live tomorrow. I believe tomorrow is gonna be GSL. We're gonna be going over the GSL qualifiers. We covered half of the GSL qualifiers yesterday, and tomorrow we're going to be covering the second half of the GSL qualifiers to wrap up and get ready for the next season of the Global StarCraft League. There you go. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thanks so much for the support. I'm just catching up in the chat. Just tuned into the stream. There are more matches. No, we're done, Pappy. We're done. We just finished. Just wrapped up. GG Protoss. True. Should have stayed in Europe for better casting and sleeping schedule. I mean, I mentioned it at the time. I feel like European casters have it easy. When I was in Europe, it was so easy casting everything, to be honest. Like, even Korean events, even European events. Like, the only hard thing casting in Europe was the North American events. That was at a rough time slot. Everything else seemed pretty doable. It was easy, man. You are now. Thank you. Gonna get some rest. Thanks for the casting. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. We can't see them if you cover them up. Oh no. Ahí está. So we'll see you tomorrow for GSL. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Bobby, ciao. Hasta luego. See you tomorrow.